Chapter 2303, Beginning of Turmoil. When news of the Northern Fortress's shop's availability went public, the various major powers that had already shifted their bases to the fortress heard about it immediately. No power would turn down the opportunity to own a fortress's shop, especially one in the Northern Fortress. At this point, the Northern Fortress was almost guaranteed to become the heart of the Gravity Mountain Range. The various superpowers might capture the map's other fortresses, even one of the two remaining medium fortresses, but they weren't likely to secure a fortress as popular as the Northern Fortress. The Northern Fortress had already begun to build its advantages, while none of the others had been captured yet. However, before Dragonheart Island's various powers could focus on the Northern Fortress's shops, a system announcement reached every player in the game. System announcement. A player has triggered an epic main storyline quest and activated the new expansion pack, Invasion of Other Planes. Planar passages connecting to other worlds will begin to open in 3 hours. Every player on the God's Domain continent was stunned, not to mention the players on Dragonheart Island. After a day's moment, they were all ecstatic. Everyone knew that other worlds were resource treasure troves, but it wasn't easy to enter another world. It was wonderful news that passages to multiple other worlds were about to open. Guild leader, this is wonderful. With these planar passages, we won't have to worry about securing level 100 weapons and equipment anymore. Aqua Rose exclaimed. Zero Wing had a better understanding of Otherworld's available resources than other powers. Take the Ice Crystal World, for example. The Ice Crystal World possessed various unique materials and superior forging techniques. The guild had earned a fortune by exploiting these advantages. Unfortunately, when the teleportation gate to the Ice Crystal World had opened in Lake Heart City, Zero Wing's income from the Otherworld had significantly decreased. This system announcement regarding the planar passages was undoubtedly good news for Zero Wing. How did this happen so soon? In contrast to Aqua Rose's reaction, Shurfeng's expression turned gloomy when he heard the system announcement. The planar passages activation would bring an abundance of rare resources to God's Domain's main continent, but it would also bring trouble. The flood of new players to the continent would be one of the biggest problems. Many players resided in other worlds, and once these planar passages began to open, those players could travel between the main continent and the other worlds as well. Because of this, these otherworlds players would surge to the main continent in droves, as would many new powers. Competition on the main continent was already intense. It was easy to imagine what kind of outcome God's Domain would see if a large number of new competitors suddenly joined the fray. Even now, Shurfeng could clearly remember what had happened when the planar passages had opened during his previous life. A massive change had rocked God's Domain's various powers, with countless powers perishing during the invasion. Not even superpowers had been spared. Although other worlds were small, only half the size of a kingdom, their players' standards differed due to the otherworld's environments. Some otherworld players were weaker than those on the main continent, while others were stronger. The Ice Crystal World was among average among the multitude of otherworlds. In some of the stronger otherworlds, players had no issues obtaining legacies, while others made it easier for players to convert to stronger races. These players tended to have greater combat power and higher levels than those on the main continent. Zero Wing had just recently become a pseudo-superpower and had yet to reinforce its foundations. Dealing with these otherworld players and powers wouldn't help Zero Wing. As far as Shurfeng could remember, many players had already risen to Tier 3 when the planar passages had activated in the past. Since this expansion had been triggered so early in this life, the competition between players would become even more intense than he remembered. Back then, the main continent's powers had already solidified their rule in level 100+ neutral maps. Attempting to dethrone them had been an incredibly difficult task. However, players hadn't claimed the level 100+ neutral maps in this life yet, and once the otherworld players and powers arrived on the continent, the competition for these maps would grow to unprecedented levels. I need to move forward with my plans. Shurfeng gritted his teeth as he examined at Zero Wing's current statistics. After giving the matter some thought, he turned to Aqua Rose and commanded, Aqua, notify the management in Zero Wing City and tell them to only accept credits in the shops. Also, we need to expand and recruit throughout the Dark Knight Empire. The planar passages would open all over the main continent. If Zero Wing wanted to survive the upcoming war, it needed to increase its overall strength as soon as possible. Shifeng hadn't wanted to expand the guild too quickly originally. More guild members meant higher costs for the guild, and if Zero Wing couldn't afford the new expenditures, the guild's development would regress. Thus, Shifeng had decided to slow the guild's expansion, allowing Zero Wing to develop organically, unlike powers that rapidly increase their member count. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford to wait with the planar passages about to open. The gears of a new era had already begun to turn. If Zero Wing didn't have enough manpower, others would easily invade and usurp its territories, especially now that the Fong family had decided to target the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. Having received her orders, Aqua Rose quickly contacted the players that managed Zero Wing City, informing them that the guild would only accept credits as payment in its shops. Shifeng also instructed Aqua Rose to find a method to recruit more secret silver guards with a growth potential to nearly rival fine gold rank. He currently possessed quite a bit of soul essence on him, which he could use to increase personal guards' growth potential. Although he could also use the soul essence on the guild's fine gold guards, it wasn't so easy to collect. Even after slaying all of the monsters in the Northern Fortress, he had only acquired 90 drops. With so little, he'd only be able to upgrade a few fine gold guards. Rather, he could upgrade a large number of secret silver guards with high growth potential to fine gold rank. Although there was only one rank between secret silver and fine gold guards, the difference between them was akin to the difference between peak experts and apex experts. If he could acquire a large group of level 100 plus fine gold guards at this stage of the game, he'd have a mobile killing machine. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Shifeng also intended to use the 2 remaining teleportation tokens to send Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose to train in the Tower of Four Gods. Zero Wing had more than 100 Refinement Realm experts and barely any peak experts. It was the guild's fatal flaw. As players started to reach level 100, and the system removed their restrictions, the difference between experts' combat standards would grow as well. It would become a lot more challenging to make up for that difference by relying on basic attributes. It was absolutely crucial that Zero Wing nurture more peak experts as quickly as possible. Once Shifeng had handled these affairs, the sound of another system notification reached his ears. System announcement: planar passages have opened. Players can now visit their local planar passage to travel between worlds. Chapter 2304, Planar Passages activated Starmoon Kingdom, Starmoon City. Players flowed in and out of the lively teleportation hall. Merchant players and well-known adventurer teams from other kingdoms and empires were a common sight in and around the building. Although Starmoon City wasn't as prosperous as White River City, as Starmoon Kingdom's transit hub and the closest city to the Ur Empire in the kingdom, many players frequented the city. Starmoon City was already a large city with more than 9 million player residents. It was above average among God's Domain's various capital cities. Suddenly, a group of players with dark marks on their foreheads arrived in the teleportation hall. When the other players in the hall noticed them, they fell silent. Every one of these 100-plus players had reached level 92 or 93. Right now, the highest level player on the kingdom's ranking list was only level 88. Moreover, the experts in the area felt a powerful pressure from the group of strangers as if they stood before a small force of high-level great lords. The combined aura could even deter refinement realm experts from approaching. There's sure a lot of people here, Commander, but their levels are pretty low. They clearly haven't received a god's blessing, either. A level 92 female ranger commented as she watched the players in the teleportation hall. It seems the main continent's players haven't developed as quickly as those in the Shadow World. Only their weapons and equipment are better than ours. Apparently, different areas have varying degrees of development. This is an opportunity for our Shadowless adventure team. Obviously, weapons and equipment are easier to obtain here. We were lucky to find the planar passage in our world so quickly. We should take time to secure a foothold here first, the bald, level 93 youth in black said as he led the group. Starmoon Kingdom is the perfect place for Shadowless to establish on the main continent. I want you to investigate the powers in this kingdom. If they're not willing to submit, we'll get rid of them. The 100-plus players promptly split up, and every other player who had overheard the bald youth's order began to panic. Meanwhile, otherworld players began to arrive in the main continent's various kingdoms and empires, intensifying the chaos on the main continent. While otherworld players began to flood the main continent, something surprising occurred in the Gravity Mountain Range's northern fortress. Shifeng had estimated that it would take some time to lease out the fortress's shops. It would be a while before players discovered the benefits of a medium fortress's shops, after all. However, in less than a day, Dragonheart Island's various powers had claimed over 100 shops for themselves. Although these powers didn't plan to rent the shops long-term, only agreeing to the first month, it instantly earned Shifeng over 600 million credits. Including the income from Zero Wing City, he had a total of 800 million credits on hand. Once the credits were in his account, Shifeng instructed Xiaoyu to move forward with their agreed plans. They might not be able to establish many large-scale training centers in Fenglin City, but 7 or 8 small training centers wouldn't be a problem. Furthermore, the branch training centers' main purpose was to promote the virtual combat platform and encourage the city's players to train in the Heaven's Rumble Training Center habitually. Hence, they wouldn't need to purchase a lot of equipment for the branch locations. Once the branches opened to the public, and with Zero Wing's fame, they wouldn't need to worry about a lack of God's Domain players visiting Heaven's Rumble. This would also allow Zero Wing to recruit fresh blood in God's Domain. Shifeng had also earned a lot of ancient gold from the Northern Fortress. Normally, a small fortress, at its peak, would only earn 4,000 or 5,000 ancient gold per day, and small fortresses that had recently opened to the public would be lucky to earn 1,000 per day. Fortunately, the Northern Fortress was unimaginably popular. The various powers players already filled every hotel in the fortress. To reserve every room in a hotel, players would have to pay with ancient gold, not ancient copper or silver. Naturally, Zero Wing's share of the profits would consist of ancient gold as well. After a single day of business, Zero Wing had earned 7,000 ancient gold from the Northern Fortress, and that was after splitting the profits with Phoenix Ring. As more time passed and more players visited the fortress, Zero Wing would be able to upgrade its facilities. As basic hotels became advanced hotels, Zero Wing and the Phoenix Pavilion would earn even more ancient gold. Warblood's people would have a heart attack if they saw our profits, guild leader Blackie said, laughing as he watched the Northern Fortress's profits increase. It won't be long before our guild secures a foothold in Dragonheart City. With more guild members here, I like to see Warblood interfere with our development. Blackie, don't underestimate Warblood. The adventurer team has captured its own fortress, and it still has Starling support. It would be unwise to underestimate its development, and Warblood's naval prowess is particularly impressive. Even 13 Thrones watches its step around the adventurer team. Xianxia solemnly warned his companion. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU resources were important for competing guilds, but the deciding factor would come down to the size of one's fist. Warblood might not be a match for Zero Wing in the Gravity Mountain range, but in the Sea of Death, Zero Wing would be at its mercy. Unfortunately, there were more resources available in the Sea of Death than in the Gravity Mountain range. Xianxia is right. Now that we have resources, we need to convert them into combat power. Shifeng nodded. He then retrieved the Storm speedboat design from his bag and handed it to Xianxia, who would supervise the speedboat's production. They would use the profits they had earned from the Northern Fortress to acquire the necessary materials. Fortunately, Shifeng had been stocking up on these materials for a while. When Xianxia saw the Storm speedboat design, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Although he was not a naval player, he had learned how valuable bronze speedboats were during the several weeks he had spent grinding in the Sea of Death. If Zero Wing had a full fleet of bronze speedboats, they could explore the Sea of Death unhindered. Once he had set Yin Tianxing with everything he needed for the Storm speedboat's production, Shi Feng left the northern fortress. Once he emerged from the World Tower, he used a return scroll to teleport to White River City. He was finally prepared to challenge his Tier 3 promotion quest. Chapter 2305, Tier 3 Promotion Quest Starmoon Kingdom, White River City's Library. Following a level 180, Tier 3 Templar Knight, Shi Feng arrived before the Starmoon Hall on the library's top floor. As he entered the hall and spotted Charlene, who wore luxurious red robes and sat in her throne on the far end of the room, something surprised Shi Feng. Now, he could sense a trace of divine might from Charlene, and it was nothing like the divine might items radiated. Although it wasn't as strong as the divine might from items gods had used, it was incredibly pure. The closer he got to the woman, the stronger the pressure felt. Even with his powerful basic attributes, Shi Feng couldn't step within 10 yards of Charlene. He suspected she was already more powerful than demigods. "You're here, looking at you. I assume you intend to challenge your Tier 3 promotion. Am I correct?" Charlene asked, giving Shi Feng a natural, human-like smile. She looked at him like an old friend. "That's right." Shi Feng nodded. He might be quite powerful, even enough to give the various superpowers a huge headache, but to truly contend with the superpowers, he had to reach Tier 3 at the very least. Once he was a Tier 3 player, he could freely explore level 100+ maps and qualify to become a lord, gaining full rights to manage a territory. As true lords, players could gain full control over the land they had earned. Their authority would no longer be limited to a town or city. Not only would they have the authority to slay anyone they wished within their territory, but they could also hire NPC soldiers to protect the area and remove intruders. This would make it a lot easier to harvest resources within one's territory. Zero Wing had the strength to protect its assets, but it couldn't contend with the various superpowers in the fields. Even an ordinary superpower had countless experts under its command, and Zero Wing would need more time before it could rival these superpowers in that regard. There were only so many level 100+ neutral maps in God's domain, and once players reached level 100, the various superpowers would begin to take their territory seriously. They would no longer be as peaceful. Shi Feng's only option was to become a lord. Once he had that status, not only would Zero Wing's ability to protect itself increase by tenfold, but the guild's development speed would also undergo a qualitative transformation. "Since you've already prepared, I won't waste your time," Charlene said, smiling. She extended a hand toward Shi Feng and continued, 300 mana stones and 20 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Shi Feng's lips twitched when he heard Charlene's price. This was daylight robbery. Since his Tier 3 promotion quest mana stone cost had been so high, he had prepared over 300 mana stones before revisiting Charlene. Fortunately, he had also prepared 30 units of 7 luminaries crystals just in case. And of course, Charlene casually demanded 90% of the mana stones and 7 luminaries crystals he had on hand. "Here," Shi Feng growled, gritting his teeth. In the end, he had no choice but to hand the items over. Tier 3 was a huge turning point for players, and he was a Blade Saint. His wouldn't be an ordinary promotion quest. He couldn't exactly avoid challenging the quest due to the cost. Not bad. This should just be enough to support the magic array's activation, Charlene said, smiling as she received the mana stones and 7 luminaries crystals. "However, I must warn you that you'll be heading to a special location. The dangers you will encounter there are beyond your imagination. Even a true Tier 3 being would struggle to survive. How much you accomplish will be entirely up to you." Charlene began to chant an incantation, and a threefold magic array appeared in the center of the hall. Gradually, a set of pitch-black doors began to appear, and Shi Feng's knees nearly buckled under the door's horrific pressure. "I'm not going to level 100 neutral map to find my lost legacy?" Shi Feng frowned as he watched the spatial tear form between the black doors. The Tier 3 promotion quest wouldn't be like the previous promotion quests. Since the various kingdoms and empires lacked Tier 3 legacies, players would have to search ancient ruins in level 100+ neutral maps for them. Not even peak legacies were exempt from the process. However, it was clear that he wouldn't be visiting some level 100 neutral map on the main continent. The unexpected development interfered with his plans. His past experiences and knowledge about Tier 3 promotion quests would be useless. Shifeng didn't give the matter much thought, however, as he approached the black doors. These doors wouldn't remain for long, and if they disappeared before he entered the spatial tear, the system would deem the promotion quest a failure. Not only would he have wasted a ton of valuable resources, but he'd also have to wait a long time before he could attempt the promotion quest again. The moment Shifeng stepped into the spatial tear, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the large hall. He had no idea how long he had been stuck in the space-time tunnel, but when he reopened his eyes, he found himself on a huge island floating in an endless void. The island was barren and quiet, containing multiple spatial tears that had enough power to tear a mythic monster to shreds. The island's environment was a complete mess. Shifeng constantly felt some berserk energy assault his body, causing damage and limiting his perception. A void land? Shifeng was speechless as he examined his surroundings. A void land was a land of death in God's domain. Even a domain realm expert would be as weak as a noob when subjected to a void land's environment, barely able to exhibit any of their combat power. When he spotted the island's level 100+ void creatures, a chill crawled down his spine. Void Worm, Void Creature, Great Lord. Level 101 HP 120, 000/120, 000/000 Void Viper. Void Creature, Grand Lord. Level 102 HP 300, 000/300, 000/000 Void creatures had extremely high resistance to physical and magical damage. Normally, even Tier 3 players would have to work with a full party to defeat a level 100 Great Lord ranked Void creature. Unfortunately, not only was this barren island home to thousands of Void Worms, but they also moved in groups of 3 to 5. As for the Void Vipers that floated in the air, a single one of them could easily annihilate an entire Tier 3 team. Not even Tier 3 players would survive long on this island, much less Tier 2 players. System: you have accepted your Tier 3 promotion quest. Quest content: locate the Blade Saint legacy sealed in this void land and remove the seal to obtain the legacy. Sure enough, the promotion quest for one of the 10 Saint legacies is vicious. The corners of Shifeng's lips twitched as he read the system notification. Read latest chapters at Xianxia World. He'd be at his limit fighting a single Void Worm. He'd have no choice but to flee if he encountered 2 at the same time. Yet these Void Worms roamed in such large groups. Just exploring the island would be a problem, not to mention finding the Blade Saint legacy. Fortunately, he was allowed to use items in this void land, and as such, he immediately pulled the Bible of Darkness from his bag and summoned a Tier 3 demon. He summoned Anna and Kite as well. He then relied on the Tier 3 demon as his mount, while Anna and Kite offered support from the sides. The Void Worms might be a problem for ordinary Tier 3 players, but they were merely practice targets with high HP to Anna and Kite. Their battle with the Void Worms was completely one-sided, and after just half an hour, 5 Void Worms had fallen. As they died, the Void Worms granted Shifeng a ton of EXP and dropped a crystal that was as dark as night. A mana crystal. Shifeng could not believe his eyes as he held the crystal. How is this possible? Chapter 2306, Tier 3 Evolution Mana Crystal. To most players, this item was only a relatively rare material or decent energy source. But to Shifeng, a mana crystal was just as valuable as 7 Luminaries crystals. They were so valuable to him because he could use mana crystals to evolve the Abyssal Blade. Shifeng had tasked Melancholic Smile to purchase mana crystals for that very purpose, but she had yet to find any. Learning that these Void Worms dropped the mana crystals had certainly come as a surprise. The Abyssal Blade was significantly helpful. In its current state, the magic weapon was as powerful as a top-tier epic weapon of the same level. Unfortunately, Shurfeng couldn't afford to level up the weapon due to how many fine gold and dark gold weapons the upgrade required. The higher level a weapon was, the rarer it would be. Obtaining level 90 plus fine gold weapons was quite challenging at this stage of the game, not to mention level 90 plus dark gold weapons. Because its level had stagnated, the Abyssal Blade wasn't suitable for Shurfeng at this point. However, Shurfeng couldn't just abandon the weapon. Even if he stopped using it, the curse within the Abyssal Blade would still exist, and he'd periodically have to face the backlashes. Not only would the curse grow stronger as the magic weapon evolved, but it would also grow stronger as time passed, which was why players had been so afraid of magic weapons in Shurfeng's previous life. Although magic weapons could be a massive asset to players, they'd also become a greater burden as players leveled up. Of course, if players could maintain the magic weapon's growth as they reached higher levels, the weapons would offer more pros than cons, and after a certain point, they'd become even stronger than epic weapons. Unfortunately, it was very difficult to maintain that growth rate during the later stages of the game. Otherwise, fewer players would have fallen to their magic weapon's backlash in the past. Shurfeng stored the mana crystal in his bag and continued to hunt void worms while steadily approaching the center of the island. The Voidland was as large as a medium-sized leveling map in the outside world, and as Shurfeng grew closer to the island's core, he encountered more void worms. The monster's respawn rate increased as he traveled, as well. Even with Anna and Kite's help, Shurfeng prioritized caution. While the two personal guards could withstand the Great Lord's attacks, he couldn't. Although slaying these void worms was monotonous, the bountiful EXP and occasional mana crystal motivated Shurfeng. He took barely any breaks from hunting the Great Lords. After a full day of combat, Shurfeng's experience bar had reached 99% of level 100. He just needed one more kill to level up, but he decided to wait for a moment. He locked his experience bar and summoned his Thunder Eagle, allowing the flying mount to benefit from the awarded EXP instead. Flying mounts and land mounts had different mechanics. While land mounts' levels would be determined by their owner's level, flying mounts had their own experience bars. This was why nurturing a flying mount was so troublesome. This quest, fortunately, offered the perfect opportunity for Shurfeng to nurture his Thunder Eagle. Flying mounts in God's domain were an exceptional mode of transportation, but they were also capable fighters. For players to grow stronger, they had to constantly improve their levels, equipment, skills, and other aspects. Flying mounts, however, only needed to level up. It was easier for these mounts to evolve through their tiers than it was for players. Thus, it had become common practice for experts to disregard their levels temporarily to level up their flying mounts. The Thunder Eagle was an intermediate extraordinary flying mount, born with the strength of a great lord and extremely high growth potential. At level 100, its combat power might only be at the lower tier 3 rank, but once it reached level 110, it would rise to the intermediate tier 3 rank. At level 120, its combat power would further increase to the tier 3 upper rank standard. Aside from frantically grinding, Shurfeng occasionally logged out to rest his mind and provide guidance for some of his guild members. Guild leader, Warblood and Starlink are growing restless. They're not doing much right now, but I've heard that they've decided to help 13 Thrones capture a medium fortress in the Gravity Mountain range, Blackie reported. Currently, the Northern Fortress's player population is only over 900,000. If Warblood and Starlink succeed, I'm afraid it'll affect the Northern Fortress's development. Should we send people to sabotage their plan? Since the Northern Fortress was the sole medium fortress in the Gravity Mountain range, it generated astronomical sums of credits and ancient gold each day. But if the various powers captured another medium fortress, the Northern Fortress's profits would decrease. That won't be necessary. Although we have a feud with Warblood and Starlink, we have nothing against 13 Thrones, Shurfeng said, shaking his head. Moreover, capturing a medium fortress is easier said than done. Just focus on managing our own fortress. I'm still busy with my Tier 3 promotion quest and won't be back anytime soon. For now, try to buy as many plots of land near the World Tower as possible with the ancient gold we've earned. If he hadn't summoned the Tier 4 hero, Zero Wing wouldn't have been able to capture the northern fortress, even with the Phoenix Pavilion's help. Moreover, securing the lands around the World Tower was far more important than worrying about a fortress in another corner of the Gravity Mountain range. "All right, I'll make the purchases as soon as we have the money," Blackie responded. Although he was a little disappointed that he couldn't cause some trouble for Starlink and Warblood, his anticipation began to build with the thought of the lands near the World Tower. Shifeng had explained these plots' function, and if Zero Wing could claim every one of the land available, Dragonheart City's various powers would live in fear of their guild. After training the guild's members, Shifeng quickly returned to God's domain and continued to venture deeper into the barren island. With the Thunder Eagle as a part of his party, the party's overall DPS had considerably increased, and as a result, Shifeng was able to advance much faster than before. After 3 days of grinding, Shifeng had moved into the island's inner region. The 3-day grind also allowed the Thunder Eagle to climb to level 103. Shifeng knew that flying mounts didn't need as much EXP as players to level up, but he couldn't help his surprise at the Thunder Eagle's leveling speed. Shifeng had also obtained 73 mana crystals from the slain voidworms. His harvest here was more than enough to cover the mana stone cost of entering the Voidland. When he reached the inner region, he found a translucent barrier enveloping the area. The inner region looked like a completely different world compared to the outer region. The island's outer area had been a barren wasteland, while a lush forest occupied the inner region. Within this lush forest, Shifeng spotted graves of varying sizes. The smallest were simply dirt mounds, while the larger graves looked like majestic palaces. He also spotted a large number of undead wandering through this graveyard. Forgotten Spirit, Undead Creature, Lord, Level 101 HP 40, 000, 000/40, 000, 000. These forgotten spirits weren't much of a threat. Shifeng could easily take them out in a one-on-one fight. Unfortunately, these undead moved in groups of several dozen. Not even Shifeng was confident of surviving a battle against so many Lord-ranked monsters. Each grave was also guarded by heroic spirits of varying strengths. Heroic spirits were the remnants of departed NPC heroes. They might not be as powerful as they had been in life, but the Tier 3 heroic spirits could easily slaughter Tier 3 players, not to mention a lowly Tier 2 player like Shifeng. Even Tier 3 players have little hope of surviving in this place. Shifeng could not help but frown at the undead wandering within the magic barrier. He'd have no choice but to flee from a one-on-one battle with a level 100 Tier 3 heroic spirit. Fortunately, he had personal guards like Anna and Kite to support him. Otherwise, finding the Blade Saint legacy would be utterly impossible. The instant Shifeng stepped through the translucent barrier, however, Kite, Anna, the Tier 3 demons, and his Thunder Eagle vanished. A silencing barrier? Shifeng stared at the barrier, stunned. God's domain had many types of magic barriers, and although barriers that nullified summoning-type magic arrays were rare, they could be found in certain ancient ruins. Finding such a magic barrier here was a nightmare. An ordinary level 100 Tier 2 expert wouldn't even be a match for the Lord-ranked Forgotten Spirits in a one-on-one fight. Even a Domain Realm expert would have to flee for their lives when encountering several dozen Forgotten Spirits. As for the level 100 Tier 3 heroic spirits, Domain Realm experts wouldn't even last more than 3 seconds. It's no wonder why so few people with peak legacies managed to complete their Tier 3 promotion quest. Shifeng sighed ruefully as he observed the undead around him. With how the Forgotten Spirits were positioned, Shifeng couldn't find any loopholes to exploit. Defeating these undead would be impossible with the strength of a level 100 Tier 2 player. He would need an entire 100-man team of level 100 Tier 2 experts to accomplish the feat. Right. If one's not enough, I just need to face them in a group. Struck with inspiration, Shifeng stepped through the barrier and summoned Kite and Anna again. He returned to grinding void worms, planning to collect the 100 mana crystals he needed to evolve the Abyssal Blade. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU of the weapons at hand, the Abyssal Blade allowed him to execute the highest number of attacks simultaneously. With 9 Dragon Slash, he could summon 16 Abyssal Blade Phantoms, which not even the Twilight Blade could do. If he could upgrade the Abyssal Blade to Tier 3, 9 Dragon Slash would undergo a qualitative transformation, allowing him to summon even more Phantoms. It might just be enough to help him defeat so many monsters. With this plan in mind, Shifeng spent another day or so slaying Void Worms, eventually gathering the 100 mana crystals. The instant Shifeng picked up the 100th mana crystal, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, 100 mana crystals detected. Conditions to evolve the Abyssal Blade met. Do you wish to evolve the Abyssal Blade? Retrieving the long-forgotten magic weapon from his bag, Shifeng took a deep breath and declared, "Evolve." Chapter 2307, Tier 3 Abyssal Blade. The moment Shifeng tapped on the Evolve Asterisk button, the Abyssal Blade transformed into a cloud of black fog that moved toward his bag. The black fog began to devour every mana crystal in his bag like a ravenous wolf. The mana within the mana crystals was only slightly less pure than within 7 Luminaries crystals, and a single mana crystal contained enough mana to obliterate a small town from the face of the continent. When the Abyssal Blade devoured all 100 mana crystals, space around Shifeng trembled violently with the transfer of such a frightening amount of energy. At the same time, a dragon's roar echoed across the island. It felt as if space were about to explode, making room for a dragon's arrival. Is this a backlash? Shifeng's expression darkened. With every evolution, there was a chance that the magic weapon would release a backlash, and each backlash would be stronger than the last. If the weapon's owner couldn't cope with a single backlash, it would cripple their account. Initially, Shifeng had been confident of contending with a potential second backlash, but based on the mana fluctuations he sensed, he doubted that he had more than a 50% chance of surviving. Fortunately, the mana only fluctuated for a few moments. After 3 seconds, the island returned to normal, and a pitch-black sword, decorated with engraved, draconic patterns, appeared some distance away. Despite standing 5 yards away from the Abyssal Blade, Shifeng could feel the magic weapon's intense dragon might weighing him down. His heels even sunk into the ground. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon, attack power plus 4,055, all attributes plus 320 attack speed, plus 33, ignore levels plus 25 attacks have, 70% chance to cause 250% damage, 40% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 30%. If wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 6. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 80. Can be upgraded. Devour 40 level 85 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 85. Equipment Tier 3. Can be evolved. Devour 5 god crystals to evolve to Tier 4. Additional active skill 1. Phantom Kill, Tier 3. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 95% of the wielder's attributes and all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration, 2 minutes cooldown, 5 minutes additional active skill 2, Abyssal Bind, Tier 3. Binds up to 5 enemies simultaneously and prevents movement, reducing defense and magic resistance by 100%. The higher tiered the target is, the weaker the effect will be. Duration, 5 seconds cooldown, 40 seconds additional active skill 3, 9 Dragon Slash, Tier 3. Instantly creates 21 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder's use. Each phantom sword deals up to 80% damage. Duration, 60 seconds cooldown, 8 minutes additional active skill 4, Abyssal Curse, Tier 3. Prevents all targets within a 100-yard radius from moving or attacking for 6 seconds and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there's only one target in range. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Additional active skill 5, Dragon Soul, Tier 3. Grants a doppelganger a dragon soul, transforming it into a black dragon. The transformed doppelganger will have the same life rating as a black dragon and can use the skill Dragon Breath. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Additional passive skill, Abyssal Will. Improves wielder's physique depending on the surrounding mana density. The higher the mana density, the greater the improvement. Additional Profound Inheritance, Black Emperor, Tier 3. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of Death Aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 4% and attack speed and movement speed by 3% for 12 seconds, or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 5 seconds. Maximum of 27 stacks of Death Aura. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 6 hours. The famed Smith Ollis personally created the Abyssal Blade using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal Blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped, unable to be traded, unable to be destroyed. So powerful. Shurfong was stunned when he saw the evolved Abyssal Blade's attribute panel. The Abyssal Blade's attributes might not compare to the Twilight Blade and Killing Ray quite yet, but its attributes could rival that of a top-tier level 85 epic weapon, despite being only a level 80 magic weapon. However, the improved attributes weren't the most shocking aspect. The Abyssal Blade skills had drastically improved now that it was a Tier 3 weapon. Now, it was the perfect weapon to use against groups. Not even an ordinary fragmented legendary weapon would be its match in this regard. Seeing the Tier 3 Abyssal Blade, Shurfong couldn't even imagine how much it would improve once it reached Tier 4. Of course, evolving the magic weapon further would be immensely more difficult than it had been thus far, requiring God Crystals, and 5 of them. At that, one could only rely on luck to find God Crystals, which were even rarer and more difficult to locate than epic weapons. Shifeng then unequipped Killing Ray, replacing it with the Abyssal Blade. So, this is the Abyssal Blade's power after another evolution? As he equipped the magic weapon, Shurfeng was astounded. His attack power and basic attributes might have decreased, but he was more compatible with the Abyssal Blade than he was with Killing Ray. The weapon felt like an extension of his body in his hand, and it was now unimaginably sharp. In its current state, the Abyssal Blade could easily slice through a level 100+ Great Lord scales. Moreover, the magic weapon's effects had substantially improved, and he could feel his physique growing considerably stronger. Despite replacing Killing Ray with a lower-leveled weapon, his overall combat power hadn't decreased in the slightest. Rather, it had risen. After taking a moment to familiarize himself with the upgraded Abyssal Blade, Shurfeng shifted his attention to the graves within the inner region. The goal of his promotion quest was to locate the Lost Blade Saint legacy. Obviously, it should be inside one of those graves. The countless forgotten spirits wandering through the forest and the heroic spirits guarding each grave were the only obstacles in his way. A few minutes ago, Shurfeng had been helpless against the wandering forgotten spirits, but now that he had the Tier 3 Abyssal Blade, defeating the undead wouldn't be a problem now. He only had to figure out a way to distract the heroic spirits while he opened the graves. Unfortunately, since he didn't know which grave contained the legacy, he decided to challenge heroic spirit guarding the nearest and smallest grave. The instant Shurfeng crossed through the translucent barrier, the undead, roaming near the chosen grave, sensed Shurfeng's aura and charged toward him. Although the forgotten spirits didn't have very high intellect, even a peak expert would have to flee if several dozen attacked together. Go! Shurfeng immediately activated 9 Dragon Slash. Like a group of experts, the 21 Abyssal Blade Phantoms flew forth to open a path for Shifeng. Although each phantom only possessed 90% of Shifeng's strength, the attribute was just as high as an actual level 100 Tier 3 players. As a result, the Abyssal Blade phantoms effortlessly suppressed the approaching Forgotten Spirits. With one exchange, the phantoms shoved aside the several dozen undead, allowing Shifeng to reach the small grave. This is a resting place for the dead. The living have no place here. The spear-wielding Tier 3 heroic spirit guarding the grave bellowed as he thrust his spear at Shifeng. Forgotten heroic spirit, undead Tier 3 Berserker King, level 10 HP 54, 000/54, 000. Although the heroic spirit did not have a lot of HP, he employed an advanced combat technique with that simple thrust, causing his opponent to ignore the weapon unconsciously. Moreover, the attack contained peak Tier 3 power, easily enough to repulse level 100+ Grand Lords. If this attack struck a Tier 3 player, they die instantly. Witnessing the heroic spirit's strength, Shifeng lost any confidence in defeating the undead. Fortunately, he didn't actually plan to fight the heroic spirit. Shifeng responded to the attack by using Phantom Kill, sending his doppelganger forward while activating Defensive Blade to block the strike. Shifeng then rushed toward the grave. The moment Shifeng touched the grave, a prompt window appeared before him. System, do you wish to activate the grave and absorb a portion of the grave owner's legacy? Ecstatic, Shifeng activated the grave. However, a loading bar appeared the moment he did. Activating the grave would require a total of 8 seconds. When the heroic spirit sensed the grave's activation, he flew into a rage. Ignoring Shifeng's doppelganger, the heroic spirit dashed toward the offending player. Sure enough, this won't be that easy. As the heroic spirit ran toward him, Shifeng stopped holding back. He had his doppelganger activate its legacy berserk skill, Blade Liberation, focusing all of his attention on controlling the doppelganger as it attacked the heroic spirit. Lightning flash. A web of sword lights enveloped the heroic spirit, yet the undead didn't seem concerned in the least. He spun and met the attack with his spear. Pung, pung, pung. The sounds of clanging metal echoed throughout the forest. Not only had the heroic spirit blocked every sword light the doppelganger had sent at him, but he managed to do so without stumbling a single step backward. The doppelganger wasn't a match for the heroic spirit, but Shifeng didn't care. His only goal was to delay the Tier 3 heroic spirit for 8 seconds, not defeat him. Shifeng finally absorbed a portion of the grave owner's legacy as he sacrificed his doppelganger. As he did, a legacy completion rate section had appeared in his quest window. System, legacy completion rate 15%. Do you wish to accept this legacy? So that's how this works. Shifeng immediately understood how he was supposed to complete his promotion quest. Every grave in this lush forest contained the Blade Saint legacy, but each grave contained a different completion rate of the legacy, which couldn't be combined. It was up to him to decide how much of the legacy he wanted to leave with. Following which, Shifeng abandoned the completion rate he had acquired from the small grave and escaped through the barrier. The moment he crossed the magic barrier, the Forgotten Spirits and Heroic Spirit chasing him gave up and returned to their original positions. Now that he understood his quest mechanics, Shifeng set his sights on the higher quality graves in the island's inner region. Naturally, the more magnificent graves were guarded by stronger heroic spirits. The largest grave sat within the forest core, as opulent as a palace with a level 100 Tier 4 heroic spirit standing guard. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The graves that were a grade inferior to the palace-like grave in the center were protected by heroic spirits with titles. Heroic spirits that earned a title after their deaths had been heroes among heroes during their lives. Killing apex experts of the same tier would have been child's play. Although they had lost a significant portion of the strength after death, they could still kill apex experts with little to no effort. I can only give it a try. Shifeng gritted his teeth as he set his sights on a great sword wielding, titled Heroic Spirit. He knew he had no hope of activating the grandest grave in the cemetery. The gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 existences was massive, let alone the gap between Tier 2 and Tier 4. The moment the Tier 4 heroic spirit noticed him, he died. However, he wasn't willing to settle for third-grade graves. After all, the legacy's completion rate would severely affect the Tier 3 promotion quest rewards. At the very least, he had to try for the second-grade graves. Once his skills cooldowns had finished, Shifeng dashed into the inner region once more, running straight for a grave that was the size of a small high-rise. Chapter 23:08. Abyssal Blade's might. Shifeng's target was near the center of the forest. Simply approaching it would be incredibly difficult due to the groups of forgotten spirits that moved closer together near the forest core. If Shifeng relied on his own strength to reach the grave, he wouldn't get close to it, much less activate it. Several hundred forgotten spirits flew toward him, and Shifeng felt his scalp go numb. Fortunately, he was barely able to keep the forgotten spirits out of attack range with the 21 Abyssal Blades fighting for him. 9 dragons slash had a time limit, however, so he couldn't stop the undead like this forever. Although Shifeng was confident that he could escape these monsters with his life, if he couldn't keep the forgotten spirits at bay, that would be it. He wouldn't be able to do anything more. If he wished to secure the second-grade legacy, it was crucial that he utilized 9 dragons slash's duration efficiently. It took me 42 seconds to reach this grave, which is about as long as I estimated. Glancing at 9 dragons slash's remaining duration, Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. I should be able to activate the grave within the remaining time. There were 2 reasons that Shifeng had passed up the highest grade grave. Naturally, the first was the Tier 4 heroic spirit that guarded it. His second reason was the lack of time. Reaching and activating the second-grade graves within 9 dragons slash's 60-second duration was his limit. Before Shifeng could catch his breath, the silver-armored, greatsword-wielding heroic spirit that guarded the gravestone abruptly opened his eyes. A faint, red barrier then enveloped the gravesite, decreasing Shifeng's basic attributes and physique by 20%. Urdia, Flame Knight, heroic spirit, Tier 3 Berserker King, Level 101 HP 78, 000 78 000 8 domain. Shifeng's expression darkened as he stared at Urdia. Shifeng had assumed that Urdia had the strength to instant-kill Tier 3 players, but he had never thought that the heroic spirit would be this powerful. Urdia might not have a lot more HP than the heroic spirit he had fought earlier, but he was definitely much stronger. Purely regarding basic attributes, he had to be 30% stronger than the forgotten heroic spirit. In combination with its domain, which only Tier 4 NPCs and above could grasp, Urdia could squash Tier 3 players like ants. I commend your bravery, adventurer. Over the several millennia I have stood guard, you're the first to dare approach in search of the Blade Saint's legacy. I hope you can offer some entertainment, Urdia leisurely commented. Unlike the forgotten heroic spirit, which had attacked immediately, he joked around like a player as he slowly approached Shifeng. Seeing this, a chill crawled down Shifeng's spine. They might be dead heroes, but heroic spirits weren't considered NPCs in God's domain. Because of this, their intellect shouldn't be as high as NPCs. However, that was obviously not the case for Urdia. This was also the first time Shifeng had encountered such an intelligent heroic spirit. Seeing that Urdia was already 50 yards away, Shifeng activated the Ring of Gospel's miniature world and Ring of Brilliance as a precaution. Unfortunately, Shifeng could tell that wouldn't be enough after the 2 skills had taken effect. He then activated Blade Liberation to bolster his basic attributes further. And at the same time, he activated the Twilight Blade's Twilight of the Gods and Twilight Shadow, splitting into 8 clones. With Twilight of the Gods and Blade Liberation active, Shifeng's physical doppelgangers inherited the skill's effects. Now, every one of his doppelgangers had the strength to rival Grand Lords of the same level. If 8 level 100 Grand Lords worked together, they could even take on a level 100 Mythic monster. However, Before Shurfeng could control his doppelgangers, Urdia vanished, reappearing before Shurfeng's clones. The heroic spirit brandished his flaming greatsword, sending 8 crimson sword lights at all 8 doppelgangers. Shurfeng's doppelgangers reacted quickly, intercepting the attacks with their swords. However, the moment the crimson sword lights met the doppelgangers' blades, the impact threw them over a dozen yards before they slammed into the ground, their swords humming. Each doppelganger instantly lost over 20,000 HP. A bronze combat technique? Shurfeng's expression turned grim when he saw the outcome. Extreme Slash. Although Urdia had only executed 8 extreme slashes, one fewer than Miracle Dragon's 9 extreme slashes, Urdia's mastery with the technique was far greater than Miracle Dragon's. He had mastered the advanced combat technique until he had upgraded it into a bronze combat technique. This was a Tier 3 heroic spirit that could use bronze combat techniques. No one would have believed Shurfeng if he had told them about Urdia's abilities in his previous life. Some might even mock him for his stupidity. Heroic spirits might have once been heroes, but they weren't anymore. They particularly lacked intellect and weren't even a match for ordinary NPCs regarding this aspect. Seeing a heroic spirit execute an advanced combat technique was already quite impressive. Most Tier 3 NPCs couldn't even master a bronze combat technique, much less a Tier 3 heroic spirit. And yet, the impossible had just happened. After repelling the 8 doppelgangers, Urdia shifted his gaze to Shurfeng's main body. He executed Flame Charge, transforming into a fiery meteor as he flew toward the swordsman. Based on how this flame charge appeared, Urdia's skill completion rate should be 99% or 100%. Shurfeng didn't dare take Urdia's charge head-on. If the heroic spirit had already thrown his doppelgangers, he could definitely send Shurfeng flying. Shurfeng activated Phantom Kill, summoning another doppelganger and having it activate Blade Liberation and Defensive Blade to intercept the approaching Berserker King. If he died during his Tier 3 promotion quest, he'd have to wait a long time before he could challenge it again. It was a risk he wasn't willing to take. However, the moment Shurfeng's doppelganger activated Defensive Blade, Urdia canceled his flame charge and thrust his flaming greatsword into the ground. Dozens of fiery blades arose from the dirt, flying toward the doppelganger. Tier 3 skill, Storm Garrote. Defensive Blade's block counts were exhausted in an instant. Seeing this, Shurfeng had no choice but to focus most of his attention on his doppelganger and executed Swords Orbit. When the galaxy of stars and the flaming blades met, both attacks shattered. Although the doppelganger had successfully blocked the attacks, it had been forced to stumble over a dozen steps backward. Moreover, each attack had devoured nearly 10,000 of the doppelganger's HP. With just one skill, Urdia had dealt over minus 200,000 damage. As they kept the forgotten spirits away from the gravesite, the Abyssal Blade Phantom's duration continued to decrease, and Shurfeng's doppelganger couldn't keep Urdia distracted. It began to make Shurfeng even more nervous. If he activated Twofold Berserk, he could hold Urdia off, but he needed to activate the grave with his main body. There was no point in trying to distract the heroic spirit himself. He intended to reserve absolute domain for his escape from this place. Even if he activated the grave and obtained the legacy contained within, he would fail his quest without it. Your doppelgangers are quite good, but this is as far as you'll get, Urdia declared, chuckling when he realized Shurfeng's doppelganger had survived his Storm Garrote. Urdia pulled his greatsword from the ground and appeared before the doppelganger. He executed 8 extreme slashes once more, but this time he concentrated all 8 attacks on a single target. Dragon's Soul. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Shurfeng understood that if his doppelganger died, this quest would come to an end. Hence, he decided to use the Abyssal Blade's strongest skill, Dragon Soul. Right now, every attribute point mattered. Shurfeng's doppelganger roared, the sound filling the entire forest. As it did, the doppelganger transformed into a 10-meter-tall, pitch-black dragon. It had more than doubled in size than when the Abyssal Blade had only been a Tier 2 weapon. Seeing the 8 sword lights fly toward it, Feng's doppelganger swiped a single claw to block them all. Boom! The sword lights slammed into the doppelganger's claw. An intense shockwave shook the forest, only fading after extending 100 yards away. A spatial tear had even appeared before the dragon's claw, and the doppelganger only stumbled a step back. Chapter 2309, Blade Saint Legacy, secured so strong. Feng was surprised to see his doppelganger only lose a little over 5,000 HP after receiving Urdia's 8 extreme slashes. Although his doppelganger had already been quite powerful with Dragon Soul active, nearly invincible among beings of the same tier, it had grown even stronger, especially its strength and defense. In these two attributes, his doppelganger could practically rival tier 4 mythic monsters. Moreover, the size of the black dragon's body afforded Feng plenty of advantages. Before the black dragon's 10-meter-tall frame, Urdia looked like little more than a small animal. The doppelganger wouldn't have any issue stopping the heroic spirit's attacks. However, Urdia didn't pause after his attack failed. He immediately appeared before the black dragon's head, his flaming greatsword transforming into a colossal pillar of fire. Tier 3 taboo skill, Burning Sword. When the fire pillar completed its transformation, it stretched across 100 yards. The black dragon looked tiny before the flaming weapon, and Urdia swung it down on the doppelganger. Not even Feng could escape the pillar's range, much less the black dragon. Don't think I'm so easy to kill. As the fire pillar descended, Feng had his black dragon use Dragon Breath. Unlike the Dragon Breath skill from his Heavenly Dragon's Breath Ring, the black dragon's ability was the real deal. According to legend, a Tier 5 Dragon Breath could vaporize an entire city instantly. The true Dragon Breath was easily more powerful than any taboo skill or curse, essentially rivaling divine arts. The black dragon opened its maw, and a horrific amount of mana concentrated between its jaws. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black energy ball as large as a small house had taken shape, and as the black dragon released a deafening roar, the energy ball reformed as a pillar of pitch-black light, firing toward the heroic spirit's pillar of fire. Boom! The Dragon Breath and Burning Sword slammed into each other, creating a shockwave that shook their surroundings and didn't dissipate until it had spread 500 yards away. At the point of impact, space had crumbled, forming a black hole. It felt as if Armageddon had begun. Sure enough, the true Dragon Breath is far more powerful. Feng could not help but be astonished when he saw Urdia being sent flying. Feng had only hoped that the black dragon would stop Urdia's killing move. He hadn't actually expected the doppelganger to win that exchange, dealing over minus 30,000 damage to the heroic spirit. Urdia wasn't in danger of dying after losing 30,000 HP, but it was enough damage for the black dragon to hold the heroic spirit's aggro. Now, Urdia's focus had turned away from Feng's main body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng charged at the gravestone. System, do you wish to activate the grave and absorb a portion of the grave owner's legacy? Without any hesitation, Feng activated the grave the moment the prompt window appeared. Like the previous grave, a loading bar appeared when he activated. However, this loading bar required 12 seconds, rather than the 8 seconds the previous grave had required. Feng celebrated the fact that he had decided to keep absolute defense in reserve. Had he used the skill to stop Urdia, rather than rely on Dragon Soul, he would have died halfway through the activation process. Unfortunately, the instant Feng activated the grave, Urdia went berserk. Ignoring the black dragon, the heroic spirit dashed toward Feng. Only a little over 100 yards separated Urdia and Feng, and a titled Tier 3 heroic spirit would only need a few steps to cross that distance. However, the black dragon intercepted Urdia near the halfway mark, using its massive frame to keep the heroic spirit away from Feng. The black dragon then swiped a claw at its foe. The black dragon's claw was the size of a car, and although Urdia sensed the incoming attack, he couldn't dodge it in time, relying on his greatsword to block it. As the claw slid along the massive blade, dazzling sparks flew from the weapon. Urdia knocked away the black dragon's claw with his greatsword. Now, he fully displayed the strength of a Tier 3 heroic spirit. Even a Tier 2 dragon would find him a difficult opponent. Fortunately, there wasn't a particularly large difference between the two combatants' basic attributes. Although the heroic spirit had knocked away the black dragon's claw, the dragon steadily remained in its original position. It had only taken a little over minus 2,000 damage from the clash. The black dragon had tens of millions of HP, so this amount of damage was nothing. Realizing this, Urdia stopped relying on brute force to break past the black dragon. Instead, he executed a combat technique, transforming into 7 phantoms that charged at Shi Feng's main body. Advanced combat technique, flowing shadow. The 7 phantoms looked and felt exactly the same. Not even Shi Feng could tell the difference. But he wasn't ready to give up just yet. In response, he executed Lightning Slash through his black dragon. As a bronze combat technique, Shi Feng even had trouble executing Lightning Flash with his main body, not to mention with a doppelganger. But the black dragon's physique was far superior to his, so Shi Feng barely managed to pull it off. 14 claw strikes then plowed into the 7 phantoms. Pung, pung, pung. Metallic clangs echoed through the cemetery as Urdia blocked all 14 strikes. The black dragon lost over 30,000 HP and stumbled a step back, but had achieved its goal and stopped Urdia's advance. Only, Shi Feng had paled from the effort of executing Lightning Flash with the black dragon. It consumed so much concentration, Shi Feng could feel a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He had expended significantly more concentration when executing the bronze combat technique through the black dragon than when he used the technique himself. Of course, Urdia hadn't given up. He executed Flowing Shadow again, trying to reach Shi Feng. With no other options, Shi Feng continued to rely on Lightning Flash to stop Urdia. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. Every time Shi Feng executed Lightning Flash, a considerable portion of his concentration slipped away. By the time he executed the technique for the 6th time, he felt mentally lethargic. However, he still needed 5 more seconds to complete the activation process. By the time Shi Feng executed Lightning Flash a 9th time, his complexion was as white as paper. He felt a stinging pain in his head, and the world seemed to spin around him. Now, he couldn't even control the Abyssal Blade Phantoms to stop the swarming undead. A large number of forgotten spirits flew towards Shi Feng, and Urdia circled the black dragon, appearing before Shi Feng's main body. The heroic spirit swung his flaming greatsword down on the swordsman. 8 extreme slashes. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. 8 massive sword lights appeared and threatened to devour Shi Feng completely. When the 8 sword lights were only an inch away from him, Shi Feng gritted his teeth and activated Absolute Domain. Golden, divine runes immediately began to appear on his body. As the 8 sword lights crossed that final inch, they came to an abrupt halt against the divine runes, unable to touch Shi Feng. With Absolute Domain's protection, neither Urdia nor the Forgotten Spirits could harm Shi Feng. Needless to say, they couldn't stop Shi Feng from activating the grave, either. System, Legacy Completion, Rate 85%. Do you wish to accept this legacy? Chapter 23:10. Urdia versus Anna. As soon as he saw the system notification, Shi Feng accepted the legacy. He didn't know how good a legacy with an 85% completion rate would be, but it was undoubtedly better than the 15% legacy he had found earlier. After Shi Feng accepted the legacy, countless divine runes began to flow from the grave toward him, forming a glowing imprint on the back of his hand. Suddenly, Shi Feng bore the mark of a purple gold sword. The moment the mark formed, Urdia descended into madness. His muscles bulged, and a cloak of fire enveloped his frame. The temperature around him soared, and the flaming cloak burned the earth under his feet to black ash. If Shi Feng hadn't activated Absolute Domain, he'd likely lose astonishing amounts of HP due to his proximity to the heroic spirit. With Urdia going into full berserk mode and his Absolute Domain's duration almost up, Shifeng switched the 7 luminaries' rings aura of earth to the aura of wind and activated Gale Domain to make a hasty retreat. While all forms of teleportation were prohibited in the Voidland's inner area, flying, fortunately, was not. Gale Domain was Shifeng's only hope of escaping from the inner area. Without it, he wouldn't have any chance of leaving the inner region, even if he had the legacy. He no longer had 9 dragons to rely on, and he had a titled Tier 3 heroic spirit after him. However, before Shifeng could leave the grave, Urdia charged forth like a meteor. The heroic spirit was so fast that not even the black dragon could stop him in time. Boom! Urdia crashed into Shifeng, and the golden, divine runes that protected him actually trembled. This hadn't even happened when Urdia had hacked and slashed at Shifeng earlier. The heroic spirit proceeded to brandish his flaming greatsword at Shifeng over and over. For a moment, even Shifeng was helpless against the countless sword lights. He couldn't keep up with the speed of any of these attacks. Urdia's attack speed wasn't that much faster than his, but he couldn't keep up with the heroic spirit's reaction speed. With Urdia's basic attributes, the heroic spirit could finish Shifeng off in 2 or 3 hits, even if Shifeng activated 2 full berserk. Absolute Domain only had 6 seconds remaining, and Shifeng was still nearly 1,500 yards away from the inner region's barrier. Throwing caution to the wind, he flew straight for the barrier. Despite the fact that Urdia couldn't fly, the undead had no issues keeping up with Shifeng, continuously attacking the fleeing swordsman. Every one of Urdia's attacks had enough power to injure mythic monsters. Shifeng would have already died several times if it hadn't been for Absolute Domain's protection. 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 second. Unfortunately, Shifeng's flying speed was fast, but he couldn't reach the barrier within 6 seconds. He was still roughly 500 yards from his target when Absolute Domain's effects wore off. As soon as they did, Shifeng felt a scorching heat envelop his body, dealing minus 10,000 damage per second. Seeing the divine runes fade from Shifeng's body, Urdia sneered at his prey. He pushed off the ground and arrived before Shifeng in an instant, plunging his flaming greatsword down on Shifeng's head. 8 extreme slashes. This time, every one of the 8 sword lights contained Tier 4 power. Not even the black dragon would be strong enough to block the attack, much less Shifeng. Fortunately, Shifeng had prepared for this moment and activated Defensive Blade. Pong, pong, pong. Another series of metallic clangs echoed throughout the forest. Urdia had exhausted over half of Defensive Blade's block counts in that one exchange. By the time Defensive Blade ended, Shifeng had only moved 50 yards closer to the barrier. As Urdia was about to launch another attack, Shifeng activated Abyssal Bind. Over 20 pitch-black chains emerged from the void, binding Urdia and forcing the heroic spirit to a grinding halt. At Tier 3, Abyssal Bind could hold a target for up to 5 seconds, and it should be 100% effective against a Tier 3 being like Urdia. It was also Shifeng's final trump card. Pong. However, before Shifeng could relax, he heard the sound of a chain shattering. When he had gone berserk, Urdia had become nearly stronger than a mythic monster. It had only taken the heroic spirit an instant to shatter one of the chains. As if they were made of paper, the other chains began to break, one after another. For the crime of desecrating a saint's grave, you will die. Urdia bellowed as he swung his freed arms, slashing his greatsword at Shifeng, who stood over 50 yards away. As Urdia swung his greatsword, a torrent of fire swept toward Shifeng. Shifeng spun, meeting the attack with his swords as the flames were about to hit him. Void Shield. Boom! The Void Shield, which had 10 times Shifeng's maximum HP, nearly shattered as a result of the attack, and the impact threw Shifeng backward over 30 yards. What a frightening move! Shifeng silently celebrated when he saw that his Void Shield had only cracked. If he hadn't responded appropriately, that attack would have killed him. Urdia was far more powerful than Shifeng had imagined. Had he allowed his strength and greed to blind him, challenging the largest grave instead, He would have died the moment his absolute domain's duration ended. Meanwhile, thanks to Urdia's attack, Sure Feng and the heroic spirit were now separated by 100 yards. Although Abyssal Bind wouldn't hold down Urdia for 5 seconds, it should be able to keep him in place for 2. Fortunately, as a Tier 3 heroic spirit, Urdia couldn't attack a target that was so far away. In the remaining 2 seconds, Sure Feng widened the gap between him and his pursuer by more than 300 yards. Urdia's movement speed was much higher than Sure Feng's, but during a chance, Urdia would need some time to get within attack range. Meanwhile, Sure Feng continued to move closer to the barrier. 150 yards, 100 yards, 50 yards. When Urdia was less than 80 yards away from Sure Feng and was about to bombard the fleeing swordsman once more, Sure Feng finally slipped through the magic barrier. Enraged, Urdia sent another wave of fire at Sure Feng, but this time, Sure Feng retrieved a Summon Guard scroll and called forth Anna. As Anna appeared before him, Sure Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Yui might not be a match for a titled Tier 3 heroic spirit, but that wasn't the case for Anna. Anna was an epic guard with a 113-point growth potential. She might not rival an NPC hero of the same tier, but she wasn't far from it. She'd have no problems holding off Urdia. Calmly, Anna swung her staff and cast a spell in response to Urdia's fiery attack. A black-white, twofold magic array appeared before the personal guard. The moment Urdia's flames encountered the array, it looked like they had crashed into the side of a rocky mountain. No matter how much fire crashed into and burned the magic array, they didn't do any damage. All right, let's leave. With Urdia chasing after him, even after he had crossed the inner region's magic barrier, Sure Feng immediately activated the Tier 2 group instantaneous teleportation scroll he had pulled from his bag earlier, leaving the island with Anna by his side. Chapter 23:11 Mana Body Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. Once Sure Feng and Anna had arrived in the Voidland safe zone, he used a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. However, he nearly thought he had arrived at the wrong place when he emerged from the teleportation array. Many of the players in the teleportation hall had already reached level 90, and there were quite a few level 91 players among the crowd. Not even Dragonheart Island's experts should have reached this level yet. He had only been busy with his Tier 3 promotion quest for a few days. The effects of the planar passages opening early are so drastic. The open planar passages was the only explanation Sure Feng could think of. The planar passages activation wouldn't just lead to new players on the main continent. It would also bring in an abundance of resources, including leveling resources. During Sure Feng's previous life, the planar passages activation had triggered a leveling frenzy among the main continent's players, but it had been nothing compared to this. However, after giving the matter some more thought, Sure Feng knew such a situation wasn't impossible. His presence in God's domain had already caused a significant butterfly effect, and players in this life leveled much faster than in the past. With the planar passages activating before mainstream players had even reached level 100, the increased resources would have a greater effect on players. With so many excellent grinding spots available, it was only natural that players would level up faster than before. As Sure Feng was about to leave the teleportation hall, a 100-man team of independent players walked into the building. Noticing the team's arrival, many players in the hall turned their attention to the newcomers, chatting quietly amongst themselves. Quick look, it_S Silver Arrow. They must be heading out to raid another level 95 team dungeon. I wonder when our adventurer team will be ready to do the same. Your adventurer team? Dream on. Even the Black Dragon Empire's players are just starting to raid level 95 team dungeons, not to mention Starmoon Kingdom's players. Moreover, Silver Arrow was one of the first adventurer teams to join the Shadowless Adventurer Alliance, and it's received a lot of help from the Shadow Empire Adventurer Team, L. I guess you're right. But joining the Shadowless Adventurer Alliance is so difficult. I've heard that many of the well-known adventurer teams from the neighboring kingdoms have been rejected. That's right. The passing rate is incredibly low, but as long as an adventurer team becomes a member, it'll undergo a metamorphosis. Not only will its overall strength significantly increase, but not even first-rate guilds and superpowers experts would dare to mess with it. The various players discussing the Silver Arrow Adventurer team did so in envy. Most of Silver Arrow's members had already reached level 92, which not even Superpower's main force members had reached. The surrounding players were even more jealous when they saw the equipment Silver Arrow's members wore. Every member of the Adventurer team had a full set of level 90 fine gold equipment. Although many expert players had climbed to level 90 or above due to the planar passages, very few had acquired level 90 weapons and equipment, much less top-tier items. With a full set of level 90 fine gold equipment, players would qualify to raid level 95 team dungeons. The Otherworld's Adventurer alliances have already developed this far. Shifeng had to admit that he was a little surprised to see Silver Arrow's members. The Otherworld's Adventurer teams had only begun to form adventurer alliances after the main continent's various powers had tried to invade these otherworlds multiple times in the past. The adventurer alliances had then relied on independent players to contest for the level 100-plus neutral maps on the main continent, at which point many of the main continent's powers had begun to perish. Shifeng had never thought the butterfly effect would be so massive that Otherworld's powers would form adventurer alliances by this stage of the game. With this, these Otherworld powers would pose a much greater threat to the main continent's powers than they had during his previous life. After the commotion Silver Arrow's team had caused, Shifeng rushed out of the teleportation hall and made his way to the library. He had thought that he was far ahead of most players since he had reached level 100 and completed his Tier 3 promotion quest. He also had Kola and the others, who had already reached level 95 and beyond. They should reach level 100 soon. However, it seemed that the butterfly effect he had caused would be disastrous for him. If he couldn't quickly become a lord of the neutral map, as the various superpowers in the past had, both he and Zero Wing would vanish into history. Half an hour later, Shifeng arrived at the top floor of White River City's library. He found Charlene quietly reading an ancient tome from her throne at the far end of the Starmoon Hall. "You really know how to surprise people. I thought you'd be stuck there for several months," Charlene said, smiling as she pulled her gaze from the book and looked at Shifeng. "Are you really prepared to inherit your legacy? You only have one opportunity. Your performance will greatly affect your future." "Yes, I'm ready." Shifeng nodded. The Tier 3 promotion quest consisted of 2 parts. Locating the lost legacy was the first part, and inheriting it was the second. The second part was also the most important of the promotion quest, in which one would change their body's mana framework. As a major turning point in God's domain, players' physiques and their body's mana framework would transform when they reached Tier 3. Of course, not all mana frameworks were equal. The difference in their strengths would even exist among players with ordinary Tier 3 classes. Players inherited a variety of legacies, and those with different mana frameworks would display varying levels of strength. However, these differences wouldn't display in a player's physique, but would affect the world's rules. For example, Tier 2 players could only survive for a short time in level 100-plus neutral maps due to the area's environments, even if they just stood there and did nothing. In comparison, Tier 3 players could survive for a long time in a level 100-plus neutral map due to their body's mana framework. The stronger a player's mana framework was, the greater their survivability would be in poor environments. Their mana framework would also largely impact their stamina and concentration recovery rates. This was why Tier 3 classes had such a huge impact in God's domain. Although Shifeng had already obtained his legacy, he wasn't out of the woods yet. His ability to inherit the legacy was far more important. Shifeng had only completed a Tier 3 Bronze Legacy in the past, and although the Bronze Legacy had been among the best of its peers, and he had formed a nearly perfect mana body, it hadn't been enough to get him through his Tier 4 promotion quest. Normally, only players with a silver-ranked mana body could survive in the harsh environments that served as the venue for Tier 4 promotion quests. As a result, he had always been a step away from clearing the quest in his previous life. Of course, if he had had a piece of legendary equipment back then, the results would have been different. Even a piece of fragmented legendary equipment would have changed the outcome significantly. Unfortunately, he never managed to find one, so he hadn't been able to cross that threshold. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Alright, this is your decision, but you must remember that your time is limited. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Charlene warned. Seeing how determined Shifeng was to see the rest of his promotion quest through, she began to chant the incantation. The sword mark on the back of Shifeng's right hand began to burn, and at the same time, countless divine runes appeared across his body, gradually forming a gigantic, fourfold magic array. 3 windows displaying mana body samples then appeared before him, each more complex than the last. Shifeng was ecstatic the moment he saw the magic array and sample mana bodies. The number of layers the magic array had, which would construct the mana body, represented the rank of the mana body that could be created. A single-layered magic array represented bronze rank, a 2-layered magic array represented silver rank, and so on. The mana body samples represented the complete mana body standard. The first sample represented the basic standard, the second represented the intermediate standard, and the third represented the advanced standard. However, the magic array that enveloped Shifeng now had 4 layers. He had never heard of a fourfold magic array creating a mana body before. Chapter 2312. Advanced Epic. Once Charlene had formed the magic array, a series of system notification rang in Shifeng's ears. System, congratulations on completing your Tier 3 promotion quest and obtaining the Blade Saint Legacy. Legacy completion rate 85%. Advanced Epic Legacy received. You have 4 hours to construct your mana body. System, congratulations on being the first player to complete the Tier 3 promotion quest. You will have 1 additional hour to construct your mana body. Epic rank. Shifeng was stunned when he read the system notifications. The highest rank mana body he had heard of during his previous life had only been gold rank, and only 1 out of every 10,000 experts had earned a gold-ranked mana body during their Tier 3 promotion quests. These experts have been powerhouses in level 100+ neutral maps, strong enough to give the various superpowers massive headaches. A gold mana body provided more than high adaptability to harsh environments. It also elevated players' stamina and concentration recovery rates to extraordinary highs. Players' stamina and concentration would recover by absorbing the mana around them. Depending on the density of the mana in the area, their recovery rates would increase by 30% to 60%. With such a significant improvement to their stamina and concentration recovery rates, players would no longer have to rely on stamina equipment, replacing such items with equipment that provided more raw power. This was why players with gold mana bodies were so much stronger than ordinary experts and could freely roam in level 100+ neutral maps. Even superpowers would find these players quite challenging to hunt down. This was also why the various superpowers' influence on independent players would significantly decrease when they reached Tier 3, even to the extent that top adventurer teams could begin to contend with superpowers. The Midnight Tea Party was a prime example of this. After level 100, players had had an absurdly difficult time trying to join the Midnight Tea Party during Shifeng's previous life. Once the adventurer team's members had reached Tier 3, a gold rank mana body had become a requirement for joining the team. Even superpowers had been helpless against an entire group of experts with gold mana bodies in level 100+ neutral maps. And Shifeng hadn't even heard of an epic mana body. Moreover, he now had a total of 5 hours to construct his mana body. In the past, he had only had 1 hour to construct his bronze mana body, and players with gold mana bodies had only been given 2 hours. The process of constructing a mana body was mostly the same across the board. The outcome depended on how much one could complete in the allotted time, and one's progress depended on how much time they invested in the trials. You can begin your mana body's construction now. Remember, only have 5 hours. If you fail to complete a mana body before time runs out, the magic array will grant you the most basic mana body available, and your efforts will have gone to waste, Charlene reminded Shifeng seriously. Understood. He nodded, understanding how important this matter was. Immediately, Feng carefully inspected the 3 mana body samples hovering before him. Each of the mana bodies displayed was different and more complicated than the last. The simplest of the 3 was several times more complex than the Peak Bronze Legacy's mana body he had obtained in the past. Not only did these samples involve magic arrays, but they also require divine runes and refined mana manipulation. Any ordinary player might be able to copy the mana body samples blindly, but their completion rate wouldn't be high. Naturally, a low completion rate would severely affect one's combat power. A player's mana body would affect their control with their skills and spells in the future. A poorly constructed mana body would result in low mana conductibility. This would limit players' ability to use Tier 3 skills and spells with a completion rate of 90% or higher, since players had to actively guide and control their mana during the process to amply their skills or spells' power. This was also why experts in Feng's previous life had preferred to aim for less complex mana bodies to ensure high completion rates, rather than aim for a more complex mana body with a low completion rate. If players constructed a perfect mana body, it wouldn't negatively affect their combat power, which would be a significant help when challenging their Tier 4 promotion quests in the future. Feng spent around 10 minutes inspecting the 3 mana body samples he had been given. Although the advanced mana body is extremely complex and even involves multi-line mana manipulation, I have 5 hours to play around with. I should give it a try. Having made his decision, Feng focused on the advanced mana body sample and began to manipulate the mana within him. There might not be a huge difference between an intermediate mana body's environmental adaptability and that of an advanced mana body, but the difference between the 2 options' recovery rates and defense was massive. Naturally, players' defense would undergo a considerable transformation when they reached Tier 3 and obtained their mana body. Their toughness as a Tier 2 player couldn't even compare. With a mana body, a layer of protective mana would envelop their frame, making them less prone to physical injury, which would reduce their combat power from ordinary attacks. Naturally, the higher the mana body's rank was, the stronger this protective layer would be. It would also help players recover from physical injuries much faster. Time flew by. After nearly 20 minutes, Feng had finally finished constructing his first mana body. Feng could feel himself grow much stronger the instant he completed his mana body. Now, the surrounding mana actively flowed into him, giving him a mentally refreshed feeling. System, mana body constructed. Completion rate 64%. Do you wish to keep this mana body? I barely passed. Sure enough, the advanced mana body isn't easy to construct. Feng gave the completion rate a bitter smile. But to think that this mana body is so powerful despite a 64% completion rate. An epic mana body is really amazing. Normally, a mana body with a 60% completion rate was only considered passable. If one failed to achieve a passing completion rate in the designated time, they'd be stuck with the default mana body. With the default option, achieving a 90% completion rate with Tier 3 skills and spells would be practically impossible. Players typically needed a 75% completion rate mana body to ensure their skills and spells would remain unaffected. In the past, Feng had constructed his bronze mana body with a 95% completion rate. At that standard, a direct hit from Mysterious Iron Weapon had, at most, left a small scratch, hardly affecting his combat power. However, he didn't have much hope of achieving a 95% completion rate with his mana body in this life. An epic mana body was simply too complex. His only goal was to get an 80% completion rate to avoid any negative effects to his combat power. Even with an 80% completion rate with an epic mana body, only secret silver weapons and better would be capable of physically injuring him. Feng then started his second attempt. After the first attempt, he chose not to focus on speed. Rather, he took great care, slowly constructing the mana body. After more than half an hour, Feng had ended up with a 72% completion rate, just short of the 75% threshold. Feng invested a full hour for his third attempt, but he had only earned a 74% completion rate. What am I missing? He began to grow frustrated as he examined the advanced mana body sample again. He had already spent nearly half of his allotted time, yet he hadn't constructed an adequate advanced mana body. If he continued to waste time, he wouldn't even have enough time to attempt the intermediate mana body's construction. He had performed every step with great precision, yet he still only achieved a 74% completion rate. During his previous life, he hadn't been anywhere near the refinement realm standard, yet he had still managed a 95% completion rate with his mana body. However, even as a domain realm expert, he had only reached a 74% completion rate. It was unbelievable. No, that's not right. Shifeng suddenly snapped out his daze. My mana manipulation hadn't been nearly as refined as it is now. I had glossed over some of the construction processes then, yet I still earn a 95% completion rate. This mana body sample is far more complex, but with my current standards, it shouldn't be this hard to achieve the same results. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, is my thirst for perfection having the opposite effect? Thinking up to this point, Shifeng began another attempt. This time, instead of trying to perfect all aspects of the construction process, he focused on certain parts, while glossing over the rest. This time, he completed the mana body in less than half an hour. The instant he completed his mana body, his 5 senses underwent a qualitative transformation. His affinity with the ambient mana skyrocketed. System, mana body constructed. Completion rate 91%. Do you wish to keep this mana body? Chapter 23:13. Prototype domain I succeeded. Shifeng was momentarily stunned when he heard the system notification. He had never considered that he'd achieve a 91% completion rate. An epic mana body was many times more complex than a bronze ranked version, and even achieving a 90% with a silver mana body was immensely difficult. There were very few players in God's domain that were capable of achieving a 90% completion rate with a gold mana body. As far as Shifeng could remember, the player with the highest completion rate gold mana body had been Alice, the Witch of the West, in the past. She had managed to secure a peak gold mana body with a 98% completion rate. Of course, Alice was extraordinarily talented, which was why she had obtained such a high completion rate. Her manipulation of mana was simply godlike. Not even veteran domain realm experts could match her. Thanks to her powerful mana body, she had remained at the peak of God's domain even after becoming a Tier 6 mage god. The higher a mana body's completion rate, the more frighteningly powerful the mana body would be, especially for high-ranked mana bodies. Mana bodies might not provide any bonus basic attributes, but they offered significant increases to stamina and concentration recovery, defense, and self-healing capabilities. A gold mana body with a 98% completion rate could even reinforce players' control over their mana, allowing them to exhibit greater power with their skills and spells. Because of this, Alice had undergone a qualitative transformation after reaching Tier 3. Her mana manipulation had already been impressive, and after receiving the boons from her mana body, she had been able to achieve a 100% completion rate with practically all of her Tier 3 spells. Most peak experts had only been able to maintain a 90% completion rate with their Tier 3 spells after arduous training. Yet Alice managed to level out at 100% in a very short time. After reaching a 90% completion rate with a Tier 3 spell, every additional percentage would significantly increase the spell's power. At 100% completion rate, a player's Tier 3 spell could even contend with the spell's Tier 3 heroes used. It was easy to imagine how devastating these spells would be against players. Although Shifeng hadn't achieved a 98% completion rate, earning a 91% was beyond his expectations. I'll keep it. Snapping out of his daze, Shifeng promptly chose to keep his current mana body. There was no save option when constructing a mana body. If players gave up on a construction attempt, they have to start over. Hence, players had to have a clear goal in mind when constructing their mana body. Once they'd reached that goal, it would be wise to accept the mana body and avoid any further attempts. If one continued to seek a better outcome, they'd eventually run out of time and lose everything. Shifeng had seen many players make that mistake in his previous life. The endless pursuit of perfection was the reason that many expert players have been forced to delete their accounts and begin again. While players could set up a stronger foundation by starting a new account, they'd also lose out on many opportunities. Others would have already explored the low-level maps, leaving little for new players. When starting a new account, players weren't guaranteed to become as powerful as they had been with their old one. While part of the reason that Shifeng had achieved a 91% completion rate was his discovery of the correct thought process, luck was a larger part. He wasn't confident of repeating these results, and if he tried and earned an 89% completion rate, he'd just cry. There was a huge difference between a mana body with an 89% completion rate and one with a 90%. Mana bodies with a 75% completion rate or above wouldn't negatively affect players, and those with an 85% to 89% completion rate would receive a significant boost to their defense and stamina and concentration recovery. Mana bodies with a 90% to 94% completion rate, however, were considered top grade, and all of the aforementioned bonuses would be maxed out. If he had a high probability of achieving a 95% completion rate or above, another attempt might be worth the risk. A 93% or a 94% completion rate wouldn't make much of a difference after all. However, he'd be ruined if he earned a completion rate below 90%. After Shifeng accepted the mana body, the magic array around him flashed with a blinding light, and a horrific amount of mana gathered rapidly before flowing into him. As the torrent of mana filled him, Shifeng felt like his body had been set on fire. The burning sensation was far more intense than it had been with his peak bronze mana body. But as his advanced epic mana body began to take shape, Shifeng's perception of the world around him grew sharper. After 6 seconds, magic circuits began to surface across Shifeng's body, and the ambient mana steadily gathered within him. Although the magic circuits faded away 2 seconds later, the mana didn't stop flowing into him. System, congratulations. You have become a Tier 3 Blade Saint and obtained an advanced epic mana body. All basic attributes plus 400, all resistance plus 80, attack power and attack speed increased by 30%, all basic attributes increased by 60%, and physique increased by 70%, rewarding 80 legacy skill points. Finally, I got my body back. Shifeng was ecstatic as he felt the new changes. Tier 3. He had spent nearly a decade as a Tier 3 player during his previous life, so he was most familiar with this tier. Now that he had recovered to his peak, he could finally exhibit his true combat power. While Shifeng basked in the familiar strength, he noticed that his perception had become drastically sharper than before. He could even sense the flow of mana in the air. A prototype domain. The sensation astonished Shifeng. Is this an advanced epic mana body's ability? Previously, he'd only been able to perceive such details within a 30-yard radius around him by relying on his 5 senses. Now, however, his perception had extended to 50 yards away. Moreover, he felt like an absolute overlord within the 50-yard radius. Of course, he didn't actually have control over this area. He only had rudimentary control of the ambient mana. Even so, this was a prototype domain. A domain operated on the principle of controlling the mana in a specific area to create a miniature world that favored the player. Although he couldn't suppress his enemies with a prototype domain, he could manipulate the ambient mana and reduce the mana density where his enemies stood. The decreased density wouldn't affect players' basic attributes, but it would impact their concentration in battle. Such an ability would definitely grant him an edge in combat. Moreover, he could sense that his stamina and concentration recovery rates had improved by at least 70% due to his new mana body. He had also become tough enough that not even full-powered attacks from a secret silver weapon could easily injure him. In other words, if a player wielding a secret silver weapon struck the unprotected parts of his body, their damage would be reduced to the lowest possible value, as if they had struck a piece of armor. Now that he had obtained his mana body, Shifeng opened his legacy skill menu to check for new skills. There were over 20 Tier 3 skills available, and every one of them required at least 20 legacy skill points to learn. Some of the more powerful skills even required 50 points. Players that had failed to collect legacy skill points from unconventional means would be fortunate to learn 2 Tier 3 skills upon reaching Tier 3. Fortunately, that wasn't the case for Shurfeng. With the points he had saved up thus far and the points he just obtained, he had nearly 100 legacy skill points to spend. Shurfeng immediately spent 40 legacy skill points to upgrade Blade Liberation and Blade Awakening to Tier 3. He then spent another 50 points to learn Void Slash, the strongest skill a Tier 3 Blade Saint could learn. Void Slash action type requires Sword Tier 3, proficiency needed to upgrade to Tier 4, 0/100, 000, manipulate the power of the Void to execute 6 slashes. Each slash carries 150% of user strength and causes 200% divine damage. User may transfer to the location of any of the 6 slashes. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU cooldown 8 seconds. Not only did Tier 3 skills possess greater raw power than Tier 2 skills, but they were also more capable of injuring high-tiered monsters. However, Tier 3 skills had very long cooldowns. Those with immense power and short cooldowns, like Void Slash, were exceptionally rare. Normally, players try to learn several Tier 3 skills and link them together to make up for the long cooldowns. However, with Void Slash alone, Shurfeng could exhibit nearly the full potential DPS of a Tier 3 player. Now that I've reached Tier 3, it's time I lead everyone to a level 100 neutral map. With his new strength, Shurfeng was confident that he could eliminate a level 100 Great Lord, even without Anna and Kite's help. Chapter 23:14. Tier 3 Powerhouse. When Shurfeng left the library, he made his way toward the Adventurers Association. Although he was now officially a Tier 3 player, he still needed to register his achievement at the Adventurers Association to gain the appropriate certification. Gaining Tier 3 certification at the Adventurers Association was very important. Not only would it allow players to accept high-ranked quests appropriate for their tier, but they would also be acknowledged as true powerhouses in God's domain. They would then qualify to raid the Monarch bosses in neutral maps and become the area's ruler. This was also why the various powers have been so desperate to get their members to Tier 3 in the past. The Tier 3 turning point didn't simply differentiate experts from each other. It also determined whether or not one qualified to become a true Overlord. After all, the various powers' true battlefield for hegemony in God's domain was in level 100+ neutral maps. Initially, Shurfeng had planned to establish a guild town in a level 100 neutral map and steadily progressing towards lordship. But now that the planar passages had opened and adventurer alliances had formed sooner than he had expected, he needed a more efficient plan. The planar passages activation hadn't just accelerated independent players' leveling speed. It had done so for the various powers as well. Now, he didn't have as much time to conquer level 100+ neutral maps. Zero Wing wasn't like the various superpowers. It lacked the manpower and resources to secure a foundation in level 100 neutral maps as quickly as superpowers could. Moreover, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to secure as much territory as the various superpowers. To establish a guild town in a level 100 neutral map, the ruling power would need to station a large number of players in the map long-term. Level 100 neutral maps were very far away from kingdoms and empires, considered free zones that were outside of any kingdom or empire's protection. In addition, NPCs weren't particularly interested in visiting these guild towns due to the neutral map's harsh environments. As a result, very few NPCs would apply as soldiers, and those that did would ask for exorbitant salaries. Hence, unlike in guild towns within kingdoms, empires, and low-level neutral maps, players had to handle the majority of their guild town's defenses in level 100 neutral maps. This was also why guilds that wanted to secure a foothold in level 100+ neutral maps needed to upgrade their towns into guild cities as quickly as possible. They'd only be able to solidify their rule over the map with a guild city. After all, not only would guilds have to face monster assaults, but they'd also have to deal with enemy powers. Establishing rule in a level 100+ neutral map was already an intense challenge for guilds, and it would be especially difficult for Zero Wing, which lacks certain foundational aspects. The only solution Shifeng could think of was to become a lord. As a lord, players would have full authority over the territory they controlled, and they'd be able to recruit various neutral race NPCs. A lord could also establish their own knight division. The NPCs players could recruit for a knight division were different from the NPC soldiers one could hire to protect a guild town. They were more akin to personal guards, and players could recruit these knights from various kingdoms and empires, nurturing them as they did personal guards. Once a player became a lord of a land, they could recruit up to 5,000 knights. Although that didn't seem like a lot, these knights were bona fide NPCs and would be immensely helpful when defending a guild's territories. While Shifeng traveled toward the Adventurers Association, he called Blackie. "Blackie, how are things coming along in the Northern Fortress?" Shifeng asked. He had spent quite a lot of time completing his promotion quest. Although he had told Blackie and the others not to contact him unless something important happened, and he hadn't received any calls, he refused to believe that Dragonheart Island's various superpowers were content to sit by and watch while Zero Wing earned a ton of profits from its newfound gold mine. The fortress's player population has already reached 1,500,000, and we're earning roughly 14,000 ancient gold per day. Dragonheart Island's various powers are practically dying with envy, especially Warblood. Because of the Northern Fortress's benefits, almost no one is visiting Warblood's Rock Nest Fortress. Blood Oath is likely losing his mind right now, Blackie said, chuckling. Also, as per your instructions, I purchased a plot of land near the World Tower a few days ago, and I bought a guild residence in Dragonheart City's inner area, so our guild has a temporary resting point in the city. Hearing how much Blackie had purchased over the last few days, Shifeng sighed ruefully. He had considered several thousand ancient gold an astronomical sum in his past life. Yet now, he earned 14,000 ancient gold each day from the Northern Fortress alone. It was no wonder why the various superpowers had fought so hard to capture the Gravity and Mountain Ranges fortresses in the past. However, Dragonheart Island's powers have been developing rapidly due to the planar passages opening. Quite a few superpowers now have their own small fortresses, and based on the reports I've received, Warblood, Starlink, and 13 Thrones are marching toward the Southern Tower Medium Fortress, Blackie said worriedly. If they're successful, we'll likely see a significant decrease to the Northern Fortress's income. It certainly won't benefit our development in Dragonheart City. Why don't we capture a few more fortresses, guild leader? Zero Wing now had quite a bit of manpower in the Gravity Mountain Range. With Phoenix Rain subordinates protecting the Northern Fortress, they had enough strength to capture the other fortresses. The Gravity Mountain Range only had so many fortresses. If they captured a few more, they should be able to maintain 70% to 80% of their profits, even if the Northern Fortress's income decreased. Let the other powers fight for the fortresses. We only need the Northern Fortress, Shifeng said, chuckling. Also, notify all of the main force members to gather in White River City. We'll be heading to a level 100 neutral map. That's where we really need to be right now. The Gravity Mountain Range was an excellent place for players to grind for levels and resources right now, but couldn't help players rise to prominence. A level 100 neutral map? Blackie's eyes glowed when he heard Shifeng's plan. All right, I'll notify them right away. The Gravity Mountain Range had bountiful resources, but it paled in comparison to unexplored level 100 neutral maps. Moreover, Zero Wing's main force members would benefit more from grinding in level 100 neutral maps at their levels than they would from grinding in the Gravity Mountain Range. After disconnecting the call, Blackie began to gather Zero Wing's main force members and head toward White River City. Meanwhile, Shifeng arrived at the Adventurers Association. The Adventurers Association was quite lively at the moment, with just as many visiting players as the city's auction house. The auction house wasn't the only construction that transformed after White River City's promotion. The Adventurers Association had similarly undergone a metamorphosis and now contained a lot more NPCs who visited to consign quests. Some of these quests included those in high-level neutral maps and escort quests to the kingdom's borders. If one were lucky, they might even find crusade quests to slay monsters in neutral maps. With the opportunity to earn both equipment and money available, the Adventurers Association had become a hub for many independent players. As Shifeng entered the first-floor hall, he was greeted by the sight of a ton of level 90-plus players. Now, not even the Adventurers Associations in Imperial capitals could compare to the prosperity the association in White River City enjoyed. Pushing his way through the crowd, Shifeng quickly made his way to the second-floor hall and applied for his certification as a Tier 3 adventurer. After completing the process in a VIP reception room, the Adventurers Association officially recognized Shifeng as a Tier 3 powerhouse. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Lord Bronze Legatee. Is there anything else I can help you with today? The elven woman who had received him asked, smiling. I wish to see the Monarch Crusade quest for Cold Spring Forest, Shifeng declared. Cold Spring Forest was the closest level 100 neutral map to Starmoon Kingdom, and it was one of the few level 100 maps with a relatively comfortable environment. Many Tier 2 players had grinded in the Cold Spring Forest after reaching level 100 in the past, including Shifeng himself. However, the various superpowers had taken control of the map's 6 regions by the time he had reached Tier 3. Now that he was the first Tier 3 player in the game, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Chapter 23:15 Ice Dragon Heathwaite. After Shifeng made his request, the Elven Administrator made a quick trip to the Adventurers Association's reference room and returned with 7 parchment scrolls. Lord Bronze Legatee, here are the Crusade quests you've requested. Here is the information on all 7 of Cold Spring Forest monarchs, the Elven Administrator said as she placed the scrolls on the table. 7 monarchs? Shifeng was a little surprised when he saw the 7 ancient scrolls. In God's domain, only one monarch would manage a region, and as far as he knew, Cold Spring Forest only consisted of 6 regions. This meant that there should only be 6 monarchs. He had never heard of a 7th. My lord, I have to remind you that you may only accept one crusade quest. Whether or you succeed or fail, you may only accept another crusade quest after 10 days. The materials needed to create the transfer stones are quite expensive as well. Please choose wisely, the Elven Administrator explained. Shifeng had already known all of that, and nodding silently, he began to inspect the scrolls. He wanted to know if the information he had obtained during his previous life had changed. If Cold Spring Forest monarchs had massively changed due to his reincarnation, his plans would come to an abrupt end. A monarch was no ordinary field boss. They might not be as powerful as level 100-plus world bosses, but they were considered superior mythic monsters. They could kill Tier 3 players as effortlessly as squishing ants. Try to raid such a boss with a Tier 3,100-man team, the same level would be futile. Players needed to rely on special means to raid a monarch. After browsing through the information for 10 or so minutes, Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness everything's the same as I remembered. The only difference is the extra monarch. But even as he sighed, his gaze was glued on the extra monarch's information. The 7th monarch was part of the legendary dragon race, the Ice Dragon, Heathwaite. Meanwhile, the region Heathwaite ruled over was the Cold Spring Canyon, which was located in the Cold Spring Forest Central region. Cold Spring Canyon had been quite famous in the past in God's domain due to the extremely rare Arctic water it produced. Arctic water was one of the few items in God's domain that could improve a player's adaptability to their environment. The effects might not be astounding, and the item was useless to players with gold mana bodies or better, but would be tremendously helpful to Tier 2 players when they challenged their Tier 3 promotion quests. This was why so many powers had fought for control of the Cold Spring Canyon during Shifeng's previous life. Shifeng had never dreamed that someone could actually rule over the Cold Spring Canyon. Without any more hesitation, Shifeng accepted the Crusade quest to hunt the Ice Dragon, Heathwaite. Are you sure you wish to accept this quest, Lord Bronze Legatee? We only have one transfer stone connected to the Ice Dragon's lair left. If you fail this quest, you will not be able to accept it again in the future. The Elven administrator warned when Shi Feng selected the Crusade quest that had remained untouched for over a century. I'll take it, Shi Feng said with determination. He'd have a high chance of success with hunting the other monarchs thanks to his memories, but the Cold Spring Canyon was simply too valuable to give up. Technically, he could hunt one of the other 6 monarchs first and raid the Ice Dragon after the 10-day wait, but covering one area would be quite taxing on the guild with Zero Wing's current standards. Zero Wing simply couldn't manage 2 areas. Since he was limited to a single area, he had to choose the best option available. Even if he failed, he could prevent another power from obtaining the Cold Spring Canyon. The cost to teleport to Heathwaite's lair is quite high. You will have to pay 10,000 gold and 20,000 magic crystals as a deposit. If you complete the quest, we will return the deposit in full, as well as pay you your deserved remuneration. If you fail, however, your deposit will be forfeit, the Elven administrator said seriously. That's fine. Shi Feng had already prepared for this cost. He handed the Elven administrator the deposit in exchange for a gray, white crystal. This crystal was none other than the transfer stone for the Ice Dragon's lair. After obtaining the transfer stone, Shi Feng made his way to the Candlelight trading firm to retrieve some of the dark gold weapons that had been stored there. He then upgraded the Abyssal Blade to level 90, which is as high as he could upgrade the magic weapon right now. Level 95 weapons were still considered a luxury, not to mention level 95 dark gold weapons. Fortunately, the Abyssal Blade's attack power and attributes were only slightly lower than those of a level 100 epic weapon, despite the fact that it was only a level 90 magic weapon. The Abyssal Blade would be more than enough for Shi Feng's needs. Shi Feng then visited the Candlelight trading firm's second basement floor, which was where he stored his most important items. A guild residence was quite secure, but the Candlelight trading firm in White River City was many times safer than Zero Wing's guild hall. At this point, only Tier 4 players would have any hope of breaking past the shop's defenses. At this moment, an NPC guard stood before the warehouse on the second basement floor. He was a level 100, Tier 3 fine gold guard, and unless one had permission, not even a Tier 3 Apex expert would get past him. The Candlelight trading firm's defenses were impressively strict. With the help of the Grandmaster Forger Sayura, Shi Feng had previously recast the Disintegration Armor, a piece of legendary equipment, yet despite being unfinished, it was too powerful for Shi Feng to use. Moreover, carrying the Disintegration Armor on him wasn't safe, so he had stored it in the Candlelight trading firm's underground warehouse. First, he didn't want to risk losing it, even if the chance of it dropping upon his death was negligible. Second, even after recasting it, the Disintegration Armor's aura would still attract ores, especially powerful, high-tiered ores. If he had attracted a powerful ore's attention as a Tier 2 player, he would have been helpless. Furthermore, he couldn't equip it yet. He had coveted legendary items for a long time. He had heard countless stories of players who owned a legendary item in his previous life. There were tales of Tier 4 players defeating Tier 5 players and Tier 5 players slaying Tier 6 God rank players. One player had even soloed a Tier 5 dragon. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Yet, the piece of legendary equipment he had gone to great lengths to obtain was an unfinished product, and its minimum use requirement was Tier 3. To make matters worse, he hadn't even been able to inspect its attribute panel until he had reached Tier 3. Holding onto the Disintegration Armor would have only frustrated him. Now that he had finally reached Tier 3 and met the minimum requirements to equip the Disintegration Armor, it was time to retrieve it. With a piece of legendary equipment, defeating the Ice Dragon, Heathwaite, would be far easier. Legendary items could, after all, allow players to transcend tiers, and as a Tier 3 player, he should be able to contend with a Tier 4 Ice Dragon with the Disintegration Armor equipped. Once he entered the warehouse and arrived before the Disintegration Armor, Shi Feng chanted an incantation to release the seal protecting it. As soon as the seal faded, crimson energy pulsed away from the pitch-black chest piece, spreading. A pressure that would even make Tier 2 experts uncomfortable began to fill the warehouse. As the disintegration armor's aura swept over him, Shifeng felt his blood begin to boil as bloodlust wormed its way into his mind. Taking several seconds to suppress the maddening feeling, Shifeng tapped on the disintegration armor to inspect its attribute panel. Chapter 23:16. Armor of Legends. Space itself faintly began to crumble as it was exposed to the disintegration armor's disintegration power. Despite having reached Tier 3, the moment Shifeng touched the armor, he could feel the mana in his right arm vibrate and felt signs of it beginning to break down. Mana dispersal. The sensation in Shifeng's right arm stunned him. He hadn't had a particularly clear idea of what the disintegration armor had done to him when he had been Tier 2. He had only felt a strong, stifling pressure from the armor. Now that he was Tier 3, however, he could sense the disintegration power blocking and destroying the mana within him. After a slight touch, the mana density in his right arm had significantly decreased. If he maintained contact with the disintegration armor for a long period, it would utterly destroy the mana that coated his body. Losing this mana coating didn't seem like a major problem, but it would deal a fatal blow to Tier 3 players and above. After reaching Tier 3, a player's mana body would drive every action they took in God's domain. If their mana body couldn't conduct mana, they'd be as good as crippled. The mana body played a crucial role when players used Tier 3 skills and spells. Without a working mana body, activating those abilities would be nearly impossible. Naturally, the difference between the combat power a Tier 3 player could display with Tier 3 skills and spells and a Tier 3 player who couldn't would be obvious at a glance. Once Shifeng had tapped on the disintegration armor, its attribute panel appeared before him. Disintegration armor, unfinished product. Chestplate, legendary rank, equipment requirement. Strength 9,000, agility 7,000 tier requirement. Tier 3 divine defense plus 15,000, affected by player's level. All basic attributes plus 1,000, affected by player's level and tier. Physique increased by 100%, affected by player's tier. When equipped, strength increased by 120%, agility increased by 100%, and endurance increased by 100%. All resistance plus 300. Magic resistance increased by 40%. Mana body's effects increased by 50%. Ignore levels plus 30. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional passive skill, Disintegration Body. Reduces the damage from Tier 3 or below attacks by 70%. Reduces damage from Tier 4 or above attacks by 40%. Immune to all control effects. Weakens stiffening effects by 70% and increases reaction speed by 20%. Additional active skill 1, Disintegration Field. Disintegrates all skills and spells within a 100-yard radius. Skills and spells at Tier 2 and below will be nullified, while skills and spells above Tier 2 will be weakened by 60%. All entities within range will suffer a 40% reduction to basic attributes, physique, and stamina, in addition to a 400% increase to their stamina and concentration consumption rates. No cooldown. Additional active skill 2, Disintegration Power. Gathers all of the disintegration armor's power and temporarily sacrifice all of its attributes to upgrade user by 1 tier for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 12 hours. Cannot be stacked with skills and spells of similar effect. The disintegration armor is a divine armor that the Empire's founding emperor had created with various divine items. This armor had been destroyed during a battle against gods. The disintegration armor has recovered a portion of its original strength after Celiora recast the chest piece using a blood contract. Due to the armor's disintegration power, the armor's attributes suffer an 80% reduction when equipped. If equipped by the blood contractor, the armor's attributes will only be reduced by 50%. God crystals required to repair the disintegration armor fully, 0/10. Amazing! Shifeng's eyes glowed as he read the disintegration armor's attribute panel. Before this, he hadn't had a clear idea of what a true legendary item's attributes would look like. He had only heard of legendary items during his previous life. He hadn't actually seen a real legendary items attribute panel since anyone with such an item had rightfully kept a tight lid on its abilities. Although the disintegration armor was an unfinished product, it was the strongest piece of equipment he had ever laid eyes on. Even Gentle Snow's fragmented legendary ranked 7 Luminaries battle armor was far weaker than this chest piece. The 7 Luminaries battle armor had originally been a legendary item, but after taking significant damage, its rank had fallen. And yet, despite being a damaged piece of armor as well, the disintegration armor was leagues stronger than the 7 Luminaries battle armor in all aspects. The fact that the disintegration armor granted divine defense, rather than a simple boost to ordinary defense, was particularly astounding. This meant that even skills and spells that dealt true damage wouldn't be as effective against the disintegration armor's wearer. It would also reduce lower-tiered players' damage, and higher-tiered players wouldn't be able to deal any additional damage due to their tier advantage. Divine Defense was the highest grade of defense in God's domain. It's a pity that the armor is so badly damaged. Even if I equip it, I'll only exhibit a fraction of its true might. If I could display the disintegration armor's full power, dealing with the Ice Dragon would be a piece of cake, Sure Feng thought. The disintegration power's instability limited the armor's true strength. At the armor's peak, Sure Feng could likely defeat the Mythic ranked Ice Dragon head-on with the additional 100% physique and 120% strength. Even so, Sure Feng was overjoyed that he could finally equip the disintegration armor. A piece of legendary equipment. Countless players, including Apex experts, dreamed of equipping such an item. Legendary items were simply too rare in God's domain. Just obtaining a single clue that might lead to one required an astronomical amount of manpower and resources. In some cases, these clues would only lead to a fragment of a legendary item. Players would then have to find the remaining fragments and invest even more resources to repair it. Unless one were ridiculously lucky or had particularly powerful support, getting their hands on a legendary item would be utterly impossible. Now, Sure Feng finally had a legendary item of his own, and he could even equip it now. The disintegration armor's attributes might be halved, but it was still slightly more powerful than a piece of fragmented legendary equipment. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Sure Feng immediately equipped the disintegration armor. The 9,000 strength and 7,000 agility were incredibly difficult requirements to meet. Even a Tier 3 player in full, top-tier equipment would have to wait until level 120 to fulfill them. But it wasn't an issue for Sure Feng. Not only did he have an advanced bloodline, but he also wielded one of the 10 Great Saint legacies. Furthermore, he carried a magic weapon and multiple fragmented legendary items. Meeting the two requirements at level 100 was actually quite easy for him. The instant Sure Feng equipped the disintegration armor, he felt power course through him. His basic attributes skyrocketed, and his perception considerably improved. Even his mind felt far clearer than before. If he fought Urdia, a titled Tier 3 heroic spirit, in his current condition, he'd have a high chance of defeating the undead. It's about time to leave. Glancing at the time, Sure Feng realized it was time to meet up with Blackie and the others. He activated the Nightwalker's Cape's Nightwalker skill to conceal the disintegration armor's aura and information before heading toward White River City's Teleportation Hall. Chapter 23:17 Shadowless Empire, White River City's Teleportation Hall. Once in the Teleportation Hall, Sure Feng made his way to one of the high-class bars on the 3rd floor. Blackie and the others had been waiting for some time now. When they noticed Sure Feng enter the establishment, they stood surprised. Yin Tianxing and Iluofei were particularly shocked as their guild leader pulled their attention away from their 10 gold bottles of 5-colored fruit wine. So this is a Tier 3 class? Blackie had already informed the group that Sure Feng had left to challenge his Tier 3 promotion quest, and none of them had been particularly surprised. Sure Feng had already reached level 100, so it was expected that he'd challenge his promotion quest. Although Sure Feng's Nightwalker's Cape concealed his aura, it couldn't hide the fact that the ambient mana actively flowed toward him. God's Domain did have weapons and equipment that would attract mana to their user, but those items generally only increase the mana density around the player. However, despite so much mana flowing toward Shifeng, Xianxia, whose senses were quite sharp, and Iluafe, who was a magical class player and only a step away from reaching the Domain realm, recognized that the mana density around Shifeng hadn't actually increased. It felt as if the swordsman were a black hole, steadily devouring the ambient mana. Mana was the root of all in God's Domain. A player's physical and mental condition, skills, and spells were all closely tied to mana. As players at the peak of God's Domain, Xianxia and Iluafe had spent a considerable amount of time researching the game's mechanics, especially the relationship between mana and a player's virtual body. Players constantly absorb mana from their environments, and as players' physiques grew stronger, they'd absorb more mana. This was why areas with thin or no mana were considered forbidden lands. As a Tier 3 player, Shifeng's mana absorption was astounding. If the mana that flowed into Tier 2 players was like a small creek, the mana flowing into Shifeng was a raging river. "Everyone's here, guild leader. We can set off when you're ready," Blackie excitedly reported. Thanks to the Northern Fortress, Zero Wing's overall strength had increased considerably. Not only did the Northern Fortress provide the huge ancient gold profits, but it also gave players a place where they could rapidly grow stronger. By this point, Zero Wing had explored multiple ancient ruins in the Gravity Mountain Range's northern region, securing plenty of precious treasure. The guild's main force members had also reached level 97 and 98 and had upgraded most of their equipment with level 95 Dark Gold equipment. However, their combat standards had improved far faster than their levels and equipment. As many as 26 main force members had now reached the Truth Realm. Xianxia and Iluafe had even reached the Ascension Realm. In addition, Alluring Summer, Silent Blade, Shadow Sword, Stubborn Bone, and Zhao Yuru had entered the Flowing Water Realm thanks to Unyielding Soul's legacy training slots. Seeing how much his comrades had improved, Shifeng was a little surprised. He hadn't expected them to grow so strong so quickly. Now, Zero Wing's main force was likely only a little weaker than Superpower's main forces. If Fire Dance and the others could make some progress in the Tower of Four Gods, Zero Wing's main force might even be able to stand toe-to-toe with the various Superpower's main forces. "All right, let's go." Shifeng nodded as he joined the team. He led everyone to a teleportation array and traveled to the border town closest to the Cold Spring Forest. He then used the 7 Luminaries Ring's spatial gate to transport the team the rest of the way. Cold Spring Forest was a level 100 neutral map, as well as a junction to other level 100+ neutral maps. Thus, it was quite far from civilization. Players would have to cross over a dozen large maps to reach the Cold Spring Forest from Starmoon Kingdom. Getting there was especially troublesome without a flying mount. Of course, Shifeng had the Thunder Eagle and the 7 Luminaries Ring. After teleporting multiple times, Shifeng and his team finally arrived before the cave that led to the Cold Spring Forest. The Cold Spring Forest was meant to help players transition from Tier 2 to Tier 3, unlike other level 100 neutral maps with harsh environments. Not only was this a comfortable area for players to grind, but it was also home to a large number of ancient races. The forest was also under an ancient seal's protection, so players would have to defeat the map's guardian boss and remove the seal before they could explore the map. Even with a flying mount, entering the map was impossible without completing those tasks. Guild leader, I see people. Minor Wind, who had long since reached both the Refinement Realm and Truth Realm, quickly discovered players' tracks as they arrived before the cave. It looks like there's a lot of them. I'm guessing these tracks are from a 200-man team. Others have already found this place? Shifeng was stunned. Although this cave wasn't as dangerous as a level 100 neutral map, the monsters within were still level 97+ lords and great lords. Quite a few grand lords wandered within the cave as well. Surviving here was no easy task. In addition, the cave was particularly dark, suppressing players' 5 senses to a certain degree. A 100-man team of current experts wouldn't last more than 10 minutes inside the cave. Even a superpower's main force would struggle to get through. There were simply too many monsters, especially since the cave should still be largely unexplored. Guild leader, should we head inside? Blackie asked. They were trying to maintain a level of secrecy. If they encountered other players, news of their operation would spread. Although they were only heading out to explore a level 100 neutral map, which shouldn't be much of a problem, they couldn't guarantee that other powers wouldn't try to take advantage of their operation. No need to worry. Let's just go, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Even if other powers learned that they were exploring the Cold Spring Forest, they couldn't cause any problems for Zero Wing's team. Other players weren't even guaranteed to get through the cave and into the forest, much less take advantage of the operation. Following which, with Cola, Yi Wumian, and Turtledove led the way into the cave. Visibility was poor in the dimly lit cave. Even Tier 2 players could only see up to 200 yards away, and dodging ranged attacks from multiple directions will be particularly challenging in the cave's narrow, maze-like structure. Fortunately, Zero Wing's main force members had trained in the Extraordinary Tower, so they coped with the cave monsters' ambushes relatively well. With an MT like Cola leading the way, the team had little issue pushing through the cave quickly. They didn't have to come to a halt to deal with the monsters. The cave had 2 floors, and after 3 hours, Shifeng and his comrades finally reached the 2nd floor. This was also where they'd find the Guardian boss. Unlike the 1st floor, the 2nd floor was an open canyon. It was so large that a large team wouldn't have to worry about needing room for their usual formations in battle. Moreover, the 2nd floor was much brighter than the 1st. However, the suppression on players' senses had increased in exchange. Less than 30 minutes after reaching the 2nd floor, Shifeng and his team heard explosions and noticed dazzling lights at the end of the tunnel. The tunnel led to a cavern, which contained town. Zero Wing's main force found a 200-man team clearing out the Demonkin soldiers and guards that guarded the town, while gradually approaching an ancient giant in the town center. Every player on the 200-man team was level 96 or above, and they all wore a dark mark on their foreheads. They also radiated a faint black glow, even as they fought the High Lord-ranked Demonkin soldiers one-on-one. These players had an overwhelming advantage. Not even the Great Lord-ranked Demonkin guards could halt these players' advance for more than a moment. As for the ancient giant in the town's center, it stood at over a dozen meters tall and had 6 arms. Each of the giant's hands held a pitch-black spear, and it loomed like the ancient god of destruction. Demonkin soldier, dark creature, High Lord, level 98 HP 49,000, 000/49, 000 Demonkin guard, dark creature, Great Lord, level 99 HP 88, 000/88, 000 Purgatory Giant, Dark Giant, Mythic, level 99 HP 460, 000/460, 000 Guild Leader. They look like Shadowless Empire's members. It's an adventurer team from the Shadow World, Blackie said, quickly discerning the players' identities once he saw them. Shadowless Empire? It's no wonder why those two are here. Shifeng thought, spotting a familiar man and woman at the lead of the small army. Blackie's comment reminded him of exactly who those two were. Shadowless Empire had been a very famous superpower during his previous life. It had taken over the Shadow World even before the planar passages had opened. With the excellent leveling resources and special legacies the Shadow World contained, Shadowless Empire had flourished wonderfully after arriving on the main continent. 2 of Shadowless Empire's members, in particular, had forced the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion into a disadvantageous position during a contest for territory in level 100+ neutral maps. Those 2 were the same man and woman that led Shadowless Empire's 200-man team. They were the Dark Assassin, Vast Lock, and the Shadowless Ranger, Night Reader. These 2 players hadn't reached the domain Realm Empire before moving to God's Domain's main continent, yet even Domain Realm experts had been terrified of their assassination capabilities. Once they had reached the domain realm, they had been akin to demon kings in the dark. Those two had been responsible for plenty of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's losses, even going as far as stealing one of the pavilion's territories. Meanwhile, shortly after Zero Wings members discovered Shadowless Empire's team, Shadowless Empire's members noticed them as well. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Commander, those are Zero Wings members. Should we get rid of them? A level 96 Dark Berserker asked, making a throat-cutting gesture as he glanced at Zero Wing's main force. I hadn't thought Zero Wing would reach this place. It's no wonder why everyone's insisted that Starlink and the various superpowers can't seem to deal with the guild, Night Reader said, chuckling. Night Reader was a slender woman with vibrant red hair. She wore epic chainmail and wielded an ancient crimson bow as well. It's a pity that their era in God's domain has come to an end. Zero Wing is simply wasting its time by coming here. Because the Shadow World lacked top-tier weapons and equipment, Shadowless Empire's equipment standards had been lacking when they had first arrived on the main continent. However, their equipment standards had undergone a qualitative transformation rather quickly, and Shadowless Empire's members had caught up with the main continent's players. With their advantage in terms of legacies, levels, and combat standards, not even the various superpowers with vast foundations were a match for Shadowless Empire now. As for the main continent's non-superpowers, they were utterly helpless before Shadowless Empire's strength. When he heard Night Reader's comment, the bald youth leading the team, Vastlock, nodded his agreement. Ignore them and prioritize killing the Purgatory Giant. They'll know what to do once they realize the difference between our strengths, Vastlock said. He returned to commanding his team as they advanced on the Purgatory Giant. Chapter 23:18. Sword rises after Vastlock declared his decision. Shadowless Empire's 200-man team accelerated their advance toward the Purgatory Giant, completely ignoring Shifeng and the others' existence. These people really don't care about us at all. Yin Tianxing could not help but shake his head and chuckle when he saw Shadowless Empire's members' nonchalant reaction toward Zero Wing's arrival. Normally, when players came across other players out in the fields, especially when they were raiding a boss, they would give out a reminder or warning to the approaching players. However, Shadowless Empire's members simply treated Zero Wing's team as if it were air and did not even bother trying to make contact. The only explanation for such a reaction was that Shadowless Empire had deemed them to be no threat and not worthy of any attention whatsoever. Guild leader, are we really not going to make a move? Blackie asked as he looked at the distant Purgatory Giant. He did not particularly care about Shadowless Empire's treatment of them. However, since the guardian boss of this cave served as the key to the Cold Spring Forest, its loot might provide them with some help once they enter the neutral map. We're only traveling toward the Cold Spring Forest. Having someone to open up a path for us is a good thing, Shifeng said, chuckling. He then instructed everyone to get some rest first. He had no intention of snatching the boss from Shadowless Empire at all. The Purgatory Giant was indeed a very important boss. After killing it, not only would players gain access to the Cold Spring Forest, but they would also obtain a special item called Purgatory Core. When activated, the Purgatory Core would create a natural barrier with a 200-yard radius that would help players adapt to level 100 neutral maps. The barrier's effects were similar to Arctic Water, except that Arctic Water was only effective for one player, while the Purgatory Core applied to a specific area. 4 Tier 2 teams looking to grind in level 100-plus neutral maps, the Purgatory Core was a very useful item. Killing the Purgatory Giant provided no other benefits aside from these two. Meanwhile, his goal was to kill the ice dragon Heathwaite and occupy the Cold Spring Canyon. To him, the Purgatory Core held no meaning. After all, once he occupied the Cold Spring Canyon, he could obtain Arctic Water much more easily. At that time, let alone a 100-man team, even strengthening a 1,000-man team wouldn't be difficult. I guess you're right. Blackie nodded, as he found Shifeng's words reasonable. He then sat down on the ground and started recovering his stamina and concentration. The Purgatory Giant was a level 99 mythic boss. Moreover, it belonged to the giant race. Its life rating was considerably high, so raiding it would not be easy. Since Shadowless Empire was willing to raid it for them, they could use this opportunity to conserve their strength for the Cold Spring Forest. While Zero Wings members rested in a distant location, Shadowless Empire's members, who were only 500 yards away from the Purgatory Giant now, also noticed what Zero Wings members were doing. It seems these people are quite smart. Had they dared try to snatch the boss, I make sure they got a good beating. A level 96 Dark Berserker said, smirking when he saw Zero Wings members sitting down and resting. I doubt that's the case. I bet they want to use us to test the Purgatory Giant's prowess, so that they can have an easier time raiding it afterward. Night Reader said as she glanced at Sure Phone and the others, a bright smile blooming on her face. It's a pity that they're looking down on us too much. Shadowless Empire was the ruler of the entire Shadow World. Its capabilities were far beyond anything the main continent's various superpowers could imagine. Although the Shadow World was only the size of a kingdom, as one of the higher standard otherworlds, it possessed resources that many superpowers coveted. However, despite the superpowers' numerous attempts to seize the Shadow World, Shadowless Empire always emerged victorious. All right, focus. The boss has already sensed us. Everyone get ready. Vastlock suddenly shouted when he saw the Purgatory Giant opening its eyes. The Purgatory Giant's awakening immediately panicked the wandering Demonkin soldiers and Demonkin guards. The moment the Purgatory Giant opened its eyes, everyone present felt a horrific aura wash over them. Even Zero Wings members, who sat several thousand yards away. Based on its aura, the Purgatory Giant was definitely much stronger than ordinary mythic monsters. Moreover, space within a 500-yard radius of the Purgatory Giant started changing upon the Guardian Boss's awakening, the gravel on the ground shattering. After awakening, the Purgatory Giant immediately advanced towards Shadowless Empire's members and thrust its 6 spears at them, the spears tearing apart the space they passed through. Just as the 6 spears were about to reach Shadowless Empire's members, 6 shield-bearing Dark Knights jumped forward and met the spears in battle. The bodies of these Dark Knights radiating a bright, black light while the dark mark on their foreheads glowed a faint crimson. Boom! 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 A series of explosions echoed throughout the entire tattered town. After receiving the Purgatory Giant's spear, each of the 6 Dark Knights stumbled only 3 or 4 steps back before stabilizing their bodies. They also lost only 25% or so of their HP, which was quickly regenerated thanks to the rear-line healers. When the Purgatory Giant started launching its second round of attacks, the 6 Dark Knights had yet to recover their balance. At this time, however, 6 more Dark Knights emerged from Shadowless Empire's to block the Purgatory Giant spears. Like so, the 2 parties of MTs took turns receiving the Purgatory Giant's attacks, their coordination perfect. Due to their perfect execution and timing, the 12 MTs prevented the Purgatory Giant from inflicting any harm on the rest of the team. Start! Vastlock shouted. Upon hearing Vastlock's command, the Cursemancers at the rear line immediately cast Dark Devour. In the next moment, a black puddle formed beneath the Purgatory Giant's feet, the black liquid continuously crawling up the giant and threatening to consume it. Although the spell did not deal any damage, it applied a significant speed debuff. This situation instantly reduced the pressure on the team. Immediately after, Shadowless Empire's members started bombarding the boss in a frenzy. Taking the lead to attack, Night Reader drew her Crimson Bow and sent a crimson light pillar shooting at the Purgatory Giant. Minus 331,564. With just one attack, Night Reader halted the movement of one of the Purgatory Giant's arms. At this time, Vastlock had also made his way to the Purgatory Giant's back and stabbed his 2 pitch-black, glowing daggers at the mythic boss. The instant the 2 daggers touched the Purgatory Giant's skin, 2 black beams pierced through the boss, each beam causing over minus 200,000 damage. The basic attributes of these people are high. Every one of them is like a great lord. This is especially true for that assassin and ranger. Those 2 are most likely superior to great lords of the same level in terms of basic attributes. Moreover, These people can perfectly combine their combat techniques with their skills and spells. It's no wonder they're so confident in taking down the Purgatory Giant. Xianxia praised as he watched Shadowless Empire's members fight. At this stage of the game, the majority of the main continent's experts were still experimenting with combining combat techniques with skills and spells. However, Shadowless Empire's members had already accomplished this feat, allowing their Tier 2 skills and spells to undergo a qualitative improvement. Just 30 minutes later, the Purgatory Giant finally went berserk. Shadowless Empire's members started activating their berserk skills, one after another, in response. When Vastlock and Night Reader activated their berserk skills, without even activating twofold berserk, their basic attributes already reached the standard of mythic monsters. As a result, they managed to endure the Purgatory Giant's berserk phase and eventually slew the mythic boss. Along with the Purgatory Giant's death, the magic barrier that protected the Cold Spring Forest started crumbling. The seal on the cave leading to the Cold Spring Forest was also removed. Meanwhile, beyond the cave, one could now see a snow-covered forest. After killing the Purgatory Giant, Shadowless Empire's members did not rest for long. As soon as they finished collecting the boss's loot, they made their way into the Cold Spring Forest. As they left, they glanced at the distant Zero Wing members with gleeful expressions. "Ha ha! Zero Wing's members must be dumbfounded after seeing us defeat the Purgatory Giant." The Dark Berserker, carrying a two-handed axe, laughed. "Although we got to show them the gap in strength between us, they now get to enter the Cold Spring Forest without putting in any effort," Night Reader grumbled. "There's nothing wrong with letting them gain some advantage. Zero Wing is Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. Its influence also reaches multiple kingdoms and empires. If we want to establish a foothold in the main continent quickly, we can make use of Zero Wing's strength," Vastlock said. After Vastlock's words, Shadowless Empire's members no longer said anything. Instead, they simply focused on traveling to the Cold Spring Forest's inner area. Roughly 5 minutes after Shadowless Empire's members entered the forest, a deafening roar suddenly echoed throughout the forest. "How is this possible?" A grim look surfaced on Night Reader's face when a group of fully armed dragonkin suddenly emerged from the snowy forest ahead. However, what shocked her the most were the numbers and strength of these dragonkin. Dragonkin Fighter, Dragonkin Lord, level 100 HP 63, 000/63 000 Dragonkin Captain, Dragonkin High Lord, level 101 HP 135, 000/135 000 Dragonkin Warrior, Dragonkin Great Lord, level 101 HP 220, 000/220 000 The inferior dragons standing before their team numbered more than 1,000, and even the weakest Dragonkin fighter had an aura that was no weaker than that of the Great Lord ranked Demonkin guards they faced before. As for the Great Lord ranked Dragonkin warriors, their auras were just slightly weaker than that of the Purgatory Giant. Moreover, there were 3 of them. "Defensive formations," Vastlock shouted. By the time Vastlock gave his command, however, the Dragonkin army was already charging at them. Although Shadowless Empire's members could barely hold their ground against the Lord-ranked Dragonkin fighters, they were at a severe disadvantage against the Dragonkin captains, inferior in terms of both basic attributes and reaction speed. When one of the Dark Knights failed to defend himself in time and got hit by the saber of a Dragonkin captain, he instantly lost over 1/4 of his HP. As for the Dragonkin warriors, Vastlock and Night Reader had to coordinate with each other just to pin down one. Stopping the remaining 2 Great Lords was beyond them. "Retreat! Retreat to the cave!" Vastlock shouted when he saw the 2 unfettered Dragonkin warriors slaughtering his teammates. Retreating was now their only option. Otherwise, a team wipe was inevitable. As Shadowless Empire's members continuously fell back, they eventually came across Zero Wing's members, who had also entered the Cold Spring Forest. "You guys, hurry up and retreat. These Dragonkin are much stronger than the Lords and Great Lords in that cave. You'll die if you go up against them." Vastlock warned as he looked at Shurfong. However, as soon as the Dark Assassin gave this advice, one of the Dragonkin warriors slaughtering Shadowless Empire's members shifted its gaze towards Zero Wing's team, which was less than 100 yards away from it. Squinting its eyes, it immediately charged towards Zero Wing. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, they're doomed. Night Reader could not help but look at Zero Wing's members in pity at this sudden turn of events. The Dragonkin warriors possessed very high reaction speeds and intellect. These great lords posed an enormous threat even to Shadowless Empire's members, not to mention Zero Wing's members. However, just as the Dragonkin warrior arrived before Zero Wing's team and was swinging down its saber, a sword light suddenly struck at it. Suddenly, the Dragonkin warrior let out a wheeze as its 4-meter-tall body shot backward like a bullet and crashed heavily into a nearby tree, the massive tree shuddering at the impact. Chapter 23:19. Tier 3? As if time had stopped, silence fell over the entire Cold Spring Forest. Whether it was the Dragonkin or Shadowless Empire's members, they were all in a daze as they looked at the Dragonkin warrior that had collapsed before the large tree. At this moment, not only was the Dragonkin warrior in a heavily injured state, but its silver armor even sported a large cut. If one looked closely, one could even see the white, broken bones of the Dragonkin warrior beyond this cut. If not for God's domain setting that made it so that creatures would die only if their HP fell to 0, the slash from before would undoubtedly have taken the Dragonkin warrior's life. Even so, the attack still took away a large chunk of the Dragonkin warrior's HP. What did he do? Night Reader could not help her shock as she stared at Shurfong, the person who executed the attack on the Dragonkin warrior. Previously, when she used her trump card to attack the Dragonkin warrior, she had only managed to make it stumble back one step. Shurfong, on the other hand, heavily injured the Dragonkin warrior with just one stroke of his sword. For a moment, she wondered if the main god system was playing a joke on her. After all, she was currently level 97. She was also equipped in 4 pieces of epic equipment and a top-tier epic weapon. In addition, she had a special legacy that increased her basic attributes and physique by a significant margin when fighting in darkness. Even the apex experts of super guilds were most likely no match for her when it came to basic attributes. Now, however, Shurfong, who looked very ordinary and gave off no aura whatsoever, actually surpassed her strength by several degrees. No matter how she looked at this situation, she simply could not bring herself to accept it. He is probably Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. According to rumors, he has already reached level 100. Vastlock guessed as he looked at Shurfong, his evaluation of Zero Wing increasing by a grade. Even if he is level 100, there is no way he can have enough strength to send the Dragonkin warrior flying. We can't, even if we activated our berserk skills, Night Reader said. Although the Dragonkin warrior was only a great lord, its strength was just slightly inferior to the mythic-ranked purgatory giants. Even if they activated a berserk skill, they would, at most, just match the Dragonkin warrior. In order to send it flying over 20 yards, they would need strength at the standard of mythic monsters, at the very least. Of course, it's impossible just by reaching level 100. However, I suspect that he has already completed his Tier 3 promotion quest, Vastlock said in a definite tone. Tier 3? How is that possible? Night Reader simply could not bring herself to believe Vastlock's speculation. Previously, she already considered the rumor of Shurfong reaching level 100 a wild exaggeration. The Shadow World had much more abundant leveling resources compared to the main continent, yet even they, the top players of Shadowless Empire, had only managed to reach level 97. Now, however, Vastlock was telling her that Shurfong had not only reached level 100, but also completed his Tier 3 promotion quest. This was unbelievable. The difficulty of promotion quests increased with each subsequent tier. The difficulty of the Tier 3 promotion quest was especially high. To complete the Tier 3 promotion quest, players would not only have to be of sufficiently high level, but also needed to invest a lot of time into making preparations. For Night Reader herself, Even if she had made all the preparations she could, she still wouldn't be confident of completing her Tier 3 promotion quest. After all, experts of their caliber couldn't settle for a mediocre result in their Tier 3 promotion quest. Needless to say, someone like Shurfong wouldn't settle for this, either. While Knight Reader and Vastlock were talking about Shurfong, the heavily injured Dragonkin warrior suddenly stood up and let loose a deafening roar, which echoed throughout the forest. Moreover, the Dragonkin warrior did not stop at just one roar. Instead, it repeatedly roared again and again. Did it get hit too hard in the head? Knight Reader found the Dragonkin warrior's incessant roaring strange. Moreover, the injured Dragonkin warrior wasn't the only one acting strangely. Every other Dragonkin in the army also started roaring. No! Vastlock's complexion darkened as realization struck him. They're calling for reinforcements. As soon as Vastlock finished speaking, a deafening roar came from the depths of the forest, following which a commotion broke out in the distant forest, and very quickly, a huge swarm of Dragonkin charged out of there. The newly arrived Dragonkin numbered more than 3,000, including as many as 5 Dragonkin warriors. "Run!" Vastlock shouted, his scalp turning numb at this sight. At Vastlock's order, Shadowless Empire's members immediately dropped what they were doing and fled for the cave they had come from, without hesitation. However, despite seeing Shadowless Empire's members retreating, Shurfong and the others still maintained their positions. "Why aren't you guys running yet?" Knight Reader asked as she looked at Shurfong. "We'll block them, so you guys should use this opportunity to retreat." "It is still too soon for you all to come here," Shurfong said before walking toward the Dragonkin army, together with Zero Wings members. Since Vastlock had warned him before out of Good LL, Shurfong naturally didn't mind helping Shadowless Empire now. "You're crazy. Do whatever you want." Knight Reader huffed when she saw Zero Wing advancing toward the Dragonkin army. She then turned her head away and left. Shurfong might have reached Tier 3, but he was only one person. He wouldn't be able to keep the several thousand Dragonkin at bay all by himself. Not to mention, 5 more Dragonkin warriors had joined the fight now. Even if the swordsman could suppress these great lords, could he suppress all 8 of them? However, before Knight Reader had gone 100 yards away from her previous position, she saw Zero Wing's team clashing with the Dragonkin army. When the two sides came into contact, Shurfong initiated the battle by executing Void Slash, using the 6 slashes as skill generated to send 6 Dragonkin warriors flying back and crashing into the Dragonkin behind them. As for the 2 remaining Dragonkin warriors, Kola stopped one of them, while Turtle Dove stopped the other. Kola's strength might not be comparable to the Dragonkin warriors, but with the fragmented legendary ranked Titan Guard and his Dragon Slayer legacy, he neutralized all of the Dragonkin warriors' attacks without fail. As for Turtle Dove, although she was inferior to Kola in terms of both defense and strength, she had Yin Tianxing assisting her from the side. Yin Tianxing influenced the Dragonkin warriors' attacks, such that they all landed on Turtle Dove's shield and nowhere else. After seeing that all 8 Dragonkin warriors were stopped, Alluring Summer, Iluafe, Zhao Yuru, and the other magical class players started bombarding the approaching Dragonkin captains and Dragonkin fighters. Like a mobile turret, Zhao Yuru sent even the High Lord ranked Dragonkin captains flying with her spells. With just one AoE spell, she created a large clearing amid the Dragonkin army. Even the Dragonkin warriors stumbled when struck by her attacks. Despite the severe numerical disadvantage, Zero Wing's 100-man team coped with the Dragonkin army without suffering any casualties and relentlessly pressed deeper into the cold spring forest, suppressing the Dragonkin army thoroughly. Dragonkin fighters and Dragonkin captains died quickly, one after another, under Zero Wing's bombardment. Crap, are they even human? An axe-carrying Dark Berserker, who had already arrived back at the cave, cursed aloud when he saw the Dragonkin army getting repulsed. He had had a tough time dealing with just one Dragonkin captain, yet Zero Wing's members were toying with the High Lords as if they were children. Zhao Yuru, Alluring Summer, and Ilua Fei, in particular, had devastated the several dozen Dragonkin captains with their attacks, preventing the High Lord from reaching Zero Wing's rear line. Shurfeng was even more frightening, single-handedly suppressing 6 Dragonkin warriors. Let alone damaging the swordsman, the 6 Dragonkin warriors couldn't even get within 5 yards of him. Their HPs also plummeted. After only a short moment, the 6 Dragonkin warriors had already lost 1/10 of their HPs. At this rate, the deaths of all 6 were just a matter of time. How is Zero Wing so strong? After Zero Wing's team disappeared into the snow-mantled forest, Night Reader was in a daze for a long time. When she remembered how they had thought to prove their superiority over Zero Wing by defeating the Purgatory Giant, she felt a little embarrassed. She had never imagined that things would turn out this way. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Shurfeng's performance, in particular, had shocked her. Every one of his actions was beyond her perception. If he had decided to contest for the Purgatory Giant back then, the consequences would have been dire. Most likely, he could annihilate their entire 200-man team all by himself. Let's return now. Zero Wing is much stronger than we initially thought. The higher-ups will need to adjust our approach to Starmoon Kingdom, Vastlock said after giving the matter some thought. Shurfeng's strength was simply too frightening. He was no longer an existence Tier 2 players could hope to contend with. Moreover, the other members of Zero Wing also possess considerable strength. With a guild definitely much stronger than ordinary major powers, Shadowless Empire would have to tread carefully in Starmoon Kingdom from now on. After saying so, Vastlock turned around and had everyone prepare to leave the cold spring forest. As for Night Reader, she turned involuntarily for one last look towards the direction Shurfeng disappeared. So what if you're Tier 3? Just you wait. I'll catch up with you soon. At that time, I'll show you just how powerful I am. I'll make you regret looking down on me. When Night Reader thought of the words Shurfeng said to her before, she gnashed her teeth in anger and frustration, feeling as if she had been treated like a fool. Immediately afterward, she turned around and left the cold spring forest. Chapter 2320. Level 100 Exploration. Zero Wing's members gradually advanced deeper into the cold spring forest. As the map had never been explored by players before, the number of Dragonkin Zero Wing's members encountered along their journey kept increasing. Fortunately, the number of Dragonkin warriors they came across did not, so the growing number of enemies did not affect the team negatively. It only provided the team with even more EXP. The EXP granted by level 100 monsters was far greater than that of level 99 monsters. Although Shurfeng had brought Zero Wing's main force to grind at a level 100 Forbidden Land before, everyone's level had been very low. As they had to rely on Tier 3 demons to do most of the fighting back then, their grinding efficiency had been considerably low. Now that everyone in the team had the combat power to contend against level 100 lords, they made short work of the level 100 plus Dragonkin. As a result, everyone's experience bar increased at a very rapid rate. After grinding for just 6 hours, everyone in the team had already leveled up once. Now, even the lowest level player in Zero Wing's main force was level 98, whereas the guild's top experts like Yin Tianxing had reached level 99. As for Shurfeng, he, too, had gained his final percent and reached level 101. However, in contrast to the team's leveling speed, the Dragonkin's loot rendered everyone speechless. Even the best piece of equipment dropped by the High Lord ranked Dragonkin captains was level 100 Mysterious Iron rank. Moreover, this was from the first kill of these Dragonkin captains. Otherwise, the weapons and equipment they dropped would be only bronze rank. The quality of the Dragonkin captain's loot was far inferior to that of level 99 High Lords. Shurfeng, however, did not find this situation surprising. After reaching level 100, ordinary experts would be able to gear themselves only in level 100 Mysterious Iron equipment. If they wished to get level 100 Secret Silver equipment through killing monsters, they needed the support of a sufficiently strong team. As for obtaining level 100 fine gold weapons and equipment for monster drops, that was absolutely impossible for them. Only Tier 3 experts would have the ability to grind for level 100 fine gold weapons and equipment. As for dark gold weapons and equipment, players would need both superb strength and luck. This was also the reason why, after frontline players reached level 100, the various powers of God's domain would start frantically investing in Tier 3 experts and Master Lifestyle players. Past level 100, quantity no longer mattered. Instead, what mattered the most was quality. One could say that Tier 3 experts and Master Lifestyle players were the true foundation of the various powers. Without Tier 3 experts and Master Lifestyle players, level 100+ weapons and equipment at the Fine Gold rank or better would be inaccessible. Meanwhile, if a guild did not possess top-tier level 100 weapons and equipment, how was it supposed to develop? Level 100+ monsters weren't easy opponents, especially after players reached level 105. Before reaching level 105, players could still rely on dark gold weapons and equipment that were below level 100 to fight monsters and bosses that were below level 105. However, that would no longer be possible at level 105. Past level 100, monsters would receive a significant improvement in strength every 5 levels. Without top-tier weapons and equipment of a corresponding level, Tier 2 players would not be able to contend with monsters and bosses of the same level at all. Only Tier 3 players would be able to. However, players capable of getting promoted to Tier 3 as soon as they reached level 100 were extremely rare. Moreover, although Tier 2 players might have an easier time completing their Tier 3 promotion quest as their levels increased, they would still require the assistance of top-tier weapons and equipment to succeed. Guild Leader, I found a parchment that can't be appraised, Blackie said excitedly after picking up a parchment dropped by a Dragonkin warrior. He then handed it to Sure Foam, anticipation filling him. His appraisal had already reached the advanced standard and was only one step away from the master standard. An item that he could not appraise definitely wasn't ordinary. A parchment. After Sure Foam used omniscient eyes to appraise the parchment, surprise and joy filled him. Not bad. This is a magic trap design. A trap design? Blackie, however, was disappointed when he heard Sure Fang's words. How unlucky. I thought we got a design for a weapon or equipment. Traps were common in God's domain. Some players would even use traps to deal with field bosses. However, compared to magic arrays, traps were very much inferior. Some traps were even ineffective against monsters at Great Lord rank or above. However, Tier 2 players could easily deal with Lord-ranked monsters. Setting up traps to deal with a Lord would be a waste of time and materials. This is something very good, Sure Foam said, chuckling. In any case, have everyone keep an eye out for it. If any more drop, bring them to me. Also, have Melancholic Side prepare the materials necessary for making this trap. Prepare as many as possible. Most likely, every player in God's domain had suffered at the hands of traps before. In fact, many experts have been killed by traps. However, as players couldn't properly utilize traps against monsters, traps never gained much popularity among players. However, traps were almost guaranteed when exploring ruins in God's domain. So how could they be useless? The reason for everyone's misconception about traps being useless was simply current players being limited to using and producing basic traps. The materials and production method for basic traps were common and simple, so it was only natural that they had very little effect against monsters. As for why players were capable of making only basic traps right now, it was because the main God system intended for players to slowly adapt to and learn about traps before reaching level 100. However, after reaching level 100, the main God system would remove all restrictions on players. Naturally, this included the limitation on traps, and players would be able to make intermediate traps. Not only would intermediate traps use much rarer materials, but their production difficulty would also increase significantly. In return, however, their effectiveness against monsters would improve substantially. Let alone dealing with level 100 lords, intermediate traps could deal serious damage even to level 100 great lords and place them in a heavily injured state for a short time. Moreover, traps were more suitable for the general public than precious magic arrays, as they were much less costly to produce. During Sure Fang's previous life, many Tier 2 experts had relied on intermediate traps to hunt high-ranking bosses and grind monsters. If not for these traps, the majority of Tier 2 players wouldn't have been able to survive in level 100+ neutral maps at all. Meanwhile, the design the Draconic warrior dropped was for the Countercurrent Swamp, a magic trap that was effective against monsters below level 120. When triggered, it would not only immobilize monsters for a brief period, but also reduce the reaction speed and basic attributes of the trapped monsters by 15%. Of course, the stronger a monster was, the less effective the trap would be against them. Even so, the Countercurrent Swamp was very useful against Great Lords below level 120. Past level 100, even Great Lord ranked monsters were considered bosses. Ordinary Tier 3 experts would have to flee if they came across a Great Lord of the same level. Soloing the boss would be impossible. With the magic trap, however, even Tier 2 players could kill level 100 Great Lords, so long as they had a sufficiently large team. Read latest chapters at Xianxia World. You're right, I'll notify the others about it, Blackie said, nodding. Even so, he still wasn't particularly interested in the magic trap. After all, he didn't believe the Countercurrent Swamp's effects could compare to those of a magic array. Following which, Shifeng had his team slaughter the Draconic armies that they came across. He did not rush to the Cold Spring Forest Central region. After one day of steady grinding, Shifeng obtained another 4 trap designs. 2 were for the Countercurrent Swamp, while the other 2 were for a physical trap called Burning Fire. Physical traps had many more weaknesses than magic traps. For example, they were quite useless against flying monsters. However, physical traps also had very obvious benefits. For example, they could be used to target a group of monsters. Moreover, they could cause very high amounts of damage continuously, so long as a monster remained trapped inside them. If magic traps and physical traps were properly paired up, even Tier 2 players could live a profitable life in level 100+ neutral maps. They would be inferior to Tier 3 players only when it came to raiding dungeons. Meanwhile, after the team killed another level 102 Draconic warrior, a purple glow enveloped the bodies of many members as these people reached level 100. The invisible chains that previously bound these players also shattered. Chapter 23-21. Superior Mythic. The players that had reached level 100 were astonished. My attributes are so high, and I feel so much more coordinated than before. That's not all that's changed. My senses are so much sharper and more realistic. In this state, my combat power has increased by at least 30%. Amazing. There's such a huge gap between level 99 and 100. Once I complete my Tier 3 promotion, Tier 2 experts under level 100 won't stand a chance against me. Ordinary players might not sense the changes that occurred when they reached level 100 right away, but Xianxia and his companions noticed the changes immediately. They were stunned when they did. None of them had realized how great the difference was between level 99 and 100 before now. After leveling up once, their combat power had reached a whole new standard, and this was considering that most of their weapons and equipment were still level 95. If they equipped level 100 weapons and equipment, their combat power would skyrocket. Naturally, there was a major difference between level 95 and level 100 equipment. The level 100 mysterious iron items they had obtained after slaying the Draconic made that obvious. A level 100 mysterious iron weapon's attack power could almost rival that of a level 95 dark gold weapon, and the basic attribute bonuses were even slightly higher. It was easy to imagine how much their attack power, defense, and basic attributes would rise if they fully geared themselves with level 100 fine gold weapons and equipment. Furthermore, they had yet to challenge their Tier 3 promotion quests. Now that a number of us have reached level 100, Guild Leader, we should start raiding level 100 team dungeons, Blackie eagerly suggested after experiencing the changes due to his new level. They hadn't even dared consider setting foot in a level 100 team dungeon previously. Dungeons monsters were far stronger than monsters in the fields, after all, and without Shifeng's help, they had barely held their ground against level 100+ field monsters before reaching level 100. Try to raid a level 100 team dungeon would have been suicide. However, they had grown considerably stronger after leveling up, especially the players with epic weapons and equipment. These players' combat power had risen by far more than a mere 30%. Now, they'd have no issues taking on a dozen or so Dragonkin warriors, even without Shifeng's help. They definitely qualified to challenge level 100 team dungeons. Not only could they test their newfound strength by successfully raiding such a dungeon, but they'd also acquire high-quality level 100 weapons and equipment. In addition, their achievement would help spread Zero Wing's fame across the eastern continent, maybe even throughout God's domain. The other level 100 players voiced their agreement with Blackie's suggestion. They were all eager to challenge a level 100 team dungeon. Don't get so excited just yet. The system's restrictions on your bodies have been lifted now that you've reached level 100, so your physical condition is slightly different. Fight the Dragonkin first and give yourself a chance to adapt, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Smiling, he continued, if you're so eager to test your new limits, I know the perfect place for you to do that. Players' combat power would substantially increase upon reaching level 100. They could now use their 5 senses and reaction speed to its full potential, but exerting all of their strength wasn't an easy task. Even domain realm experts would need quite some time to adjust, not to mention refinement realm experts. Shifeng had only been able to adapt so quickly because he was most familiar with this body. Although there were some minor differences between his current form and the body he had used during his previous life, he had sensed and adapted to these minor changes easily as a domain realm expert, perfectly exhibiting his full potential. A perfect place to test our strength? Or is it guild leader? Kola excitedly asked. Unlike the others, he carried the Titan Guard, a fragmented legendary shield. Once he reached level 100, the restrictions on his shield had also vanished. As a result, he sensed a massive boost to his combat power. Overall, he had likely improved more than anyone else on the team. A superior mythic boss's lair, Shifeng announced, gesturing to the Cold Spring Forest Central region. Every member of the team was stunned when they heard Shifeng's answer. God's domain's mythic monsters weren't equal in terms of strength. Among them, superior mythics stood at the apex of their kind, wielding even more power than mythic-ranked archaic species. Everyone here was an expert, and they all had an idea of how powerful mythic monsters would become after level 100. Trying to challenge a level 100 mythic monster before they reached tier 3 was tantamount to throwing themselves into the jaws of death, let alone challenging a level 100 superior mythic. Relax. I'm quite confident that we and Ursulel be victorious. One Shifeng assured them, chuckling at his carrot now. Take some time to adapt to your new bodies. A tier 4 dragon was an incredibly powerful being, but he had his heavenly dragon's breath. The ring was capable of suppressing dragons to an intense degree. Including Anna and Kite's assistance, they definitely had a chance of defeating the monster. Hearing that Shifeng was confident of their victory, his teammates breathed a sigh of relief. They obediently followed their leader's orders and used the nearby Dragonkin as training dummies. After around 4 hours of training, the team had a basic grasp of their unrestricted strength. Once his team was ready, Shifeng led them toward the Cold Spring Canyon. The Cold Spring Canyon was far more dangerous than the Cold Spring Forest's other areas, home to many level 103 and 104 Dragonkin. Even level 105 Grand Lord ranked Dragonkin commanders wandered the area. If Zero Wings members had come here before reaching level 100, they would have died the moment they aggroed a Dragonkin commander. Fortunately, Kola could single-handedly tank one of these Grand Lords at level 100, preventing the Dragonkin from targeting any of his comrades. Once he had a hold on the Dragonkin commander's aggro, the rest of the team slowly shaved away the Grand Lord's HP, eventually killing it. When Blackie looted the Dragonkin commander, he obtained the Dragontooth Pendant, a level 100 fine gold necklace. Its basic attributes were more than 2 ranks higher than a level 95 dark gold necklace, and it increased the power of the wearer's dragon bloodline. Kola ended up winning the bid for the necklace, and when he equipped it, not only did it increase his basic attributes, but it also improved the purity of his dragon blood, improving his physique. Shifeng and his team finally reached the heart of the Cold Spring Canyon after another 6 hours or so of combat. He then retrieved the transfer stone he had received from the Adventurers Association and began to chant the incantation. The transfer stone transformed into violent energy that pierced an invisible barrier before Zero Wing's main force. As the barrier shattered, it revealed a paradise. Zero Wing's members could hear birds chirping and smell fragrant flowers, and as they entered the space, they felt a pleasant sensation encompass their bodies. The fatigue from their long hours of grinding faded quickly as their stamina and concentration began to recover. This space was nothing like the outside world. However, before any of them had the chance to inspect this area, a horrific aura washed over them, so intense that it nearly knocked them on their backs. A dragon, turning toward the aura's origin, their gaze rested on a 30-meter-tall infant dragon. Protected by its snow-carrot scales, the infant dragon was sound asleep. Every breath it took was powerful enough to shake the entire area. Ice Dragon, Heathwaite, Dragon Mythic, Level 101 HP 1,840,000/1, 840,000,000. When the team saw Heathwaite's statistics, they had no doubt that if this infant dragon wished it, it could likely shatter this entire space, plunging it into the void. Read latest chapters at Xianxia World. EU dragons had always been the symbol of destruction in God's domain. The various NPC cities' libraries contain a vast amount of information on these beings, always depicting dragons as natural disasters that could bring about the downfall of an entire country. If there hadn't been so few dragons in existence, they would likely have become God's domain's absolute overlords. Are we really going to raid a dragon, guild leader? Kola asked, gulping as he watched the slumbering ice dragon. For a moment, Kola wondered if Shifeng were playing some kind of joke on them. Even if he were Tier 3, Heathwaite could likely kill him in one hit, much less now. That's right. That's what we're going to raid. Shifeng nodded after taking a deep breath. He then pulled 2 summon guard scrolls from his bag and summoned Anna and Kite. Chapter 23-22, Draconic spell. Heathwaite was a Tier 4 dragon, and normally, Shifeng would have tried to stay as far away from it as possible. Heathwaite might merely be an infant dragon, but it still stood at the peak among Tier 4 beings. It was no exaggeration to say that this dragon was invincible among Tier 4 beings of the same level. Even 1,000 Tier 3 players would meet their doom if they encountered a Tier 4 infant dragon of the same level, let alone Tier 2 players. The gap between their life ratings was simply too vast. Normally, only Tier 4 heroes, who had passed a trial of God and received the God's blessing, would have the strength to contend with an infant dragon. However, Heathwaite was under a life curse, which significantly reduced the effects of its life rating. If that weren't the case, it wouldn't have only had 84 billion HP and only be categorized as a Monarch-ranked boss. Even a random dragon had the strength of a world boss, and a top-ranked world boss at that. Normally, defeating a true dragon without a Tier 6 God-rank player would be impossible. Otherwise, the players that had successfully defeated a dragon of the same tier wouldn't have been regarded as legends and inspiration for countless players in God's domain. As the 2 summoning arrays gathered the necessary mana, the level 106 summoner, Anna, and a level 105 swordsman, Kite, emerged. During the short break Shifeng had taken after completing his Tier 3 promotion quest, Anna and Kite had completed another epic quest. As a result, their weapons and equipment had changed. Previously, they had both worn epic equipment that could grow with them to level 100, but now they both had epic set equipment that would grow until they reached level 150. They had also both reached or surpassed level 105, and their basic attributes had undergone a considerable transformation. Despite the fact that Shifeng had reached Tier 3 and wore the disintegration armor, his attributes were no match for Anna's and Kite's. Once he had summoned his personal guards, Shifeng retrieved the Bible of Darkness and called forth a demon. Shifeng's Bible of Darkness was the real deal, so its power was unmatched. Moreover, as its user rose to a new tier, the Bible of Darkness would exhibit even greater strength. After a moment, a 20-meter-tall demon gate appeared before Shurfeng. As the demon gate slowly opened, a Tier 4 great demon, enveloped in blue flame, stepped through. Blaze Demon, Dark Creature, Great Demon. Level 116 HP 420, 000, 000/420, 000 Wings. Main force members gasped when they saw the Blaze Demon. They then turned to stare at Shurfeng with incredulous looks. "You're too vicious, guild leader. You can actually summon a great demon to do your bidding." The various superpowers would likely go crazy if they knew about this, Blackie said as he glanced at the Bible of Darkness in Shurfeng's hands. Blackie had seen the Bible of Darkness before, so he knew just how powerful it was. Its ability to summon Tier 3 demons was particularly useful to Tier 2 players. A Tier 3 demon would even be useful after players reached Tier 3. Such demons had many skills and spells and were far more powerful than ordinary Tier 3 summon creatures. However, Blackie hadn't dreamed that the Bible of Darkness could summon a Tier 4 great demon once Shurfeng had reached Tier 3. This power was ridiculous. Tier 4 summoning scrolls were even rarer than epic weapons and equipment, and the various superpowers treated such items like priceless treasures, avoiding using them unless absolutely necessary. And yet, Shurfeng could summon a Tier 4 great demon with the Bible of Darkness at no cost. Although a great demon had far less HP than ordinary mythic monsters of the same level, its combat power would be far greater than ordinary mythic monsters. Alright, everyone get ready. The Blaze Demon will tank the Ice Dragon later during the raid. You guys only need to support and attack from the sidelines, Shurfeng announced, chuckling as he returned the Bible of Darkness to his bag. The Spirit Emperor, Fantasy Extinguisher, had caused a sensation throughout God's domain during Shurfeng's previous life due to the Bible of Darkness. With it, he had developed Fantasy Shrine from a first-rate guild into a superpower that could even suppress the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the Black Dragon Empire. Since Shurfeng now had the real Bible of Darkness, he had even greater power. The Bible of Darkness was the very reason that Shurfeng even dared to consider challenging the Cold Spring Forest monarchs. He wouldn't have harbored the thought if he only had Anna and Kite to rely on. After all, a mythic-ranked monarch was even stronger than a Tier 4 hero. With Shurfeng's command, Zero Wing's main force members went to work. Once his teammates were in position, Shurfeng sent the Blaze Demon to charge at the Ice Dragon. Within seconds, the Blaze Demon was within 500 yards of Heathwaite. As the Blaze Demon approached, the Ice Dragon's eyes opened abruptly, and it woke from its slumber, turning its amber gaze on the intruder. Needing neither chance nor gestures, Heathwaite spread its jaws. With Heathwaite as the center, the Ice Dragon sucked a 300-yard radius dry of mana before a towering, white beam shot toward the Blaze Demon. Tier 4 Dragon Breath. Compared to the Dragon Breath Shurfeng's Black Dragon Doppelganger had used, a true dragon's Dragon Breath was on an entirely different level. The Blaze Demon transformed into an ice sculpture before flying back over 500 yards. At the same time, the area around Heathwaite became a world of ice, the attack utterly transforming the terrain. Aside from Shurfeng, every member of Zero Wing's team was dumbfounded. They had all heard legends and details about dragons, but they hadn't actually seen one in action. At this moment, they finally understood what a dragon truly was. If they hadn't stood over 1,000 yards away, that Dragon Breath attack would have killed every one of them. Fortunately, the Blaze Demon had initiated the raid. Even so, the Blaze Demon had lost over 20 million HP after taking a direct hit from Heathwaite's Dragon Breath. All of you snap out of it. Once you get close to the boss, make sure that you're spread out. Healers, throw everything you have at the Blaze Demon. Shurfeng barked. He couldn't help his sigh of relief as he watched the Blaze Demon break free from its icy prison, appearing mostly intact. If that Dragon Breath had heavily injured the Blaze Demon, this raid would be over. Neither Anna nor Kite could tank the Ice Dragon, and their combat power couldn't even compare to the level 116 Blaze Demons. They'd either die instantly or be heavily injured if they took a direct hit from a Tier 4 Dragon Breath. The Blaze Demon ran at Heathwaite again. Fortunately, Dragon Breath had a relatively long cooldown, and because of that, the Ice Dragon switched to using its claws to attack the incoming demon. The Blaze Demon proved to be no match for Heathwaite. Each time it blocked an attack, it lost over 8 million HP. Although the Blaze Demon launched a counterattack from time to time, its Tier 4 spells only dealt a few million damage. The two creature strengths were on completely different levels. Shurfeng only activated Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance to suppress the Ice Dragon and enhance his allies' combat power, once the Blaze Demon had secured Heathwaite's aggro. Unfortunately, Miniature World was barely effective against the Infant Dragon. However, Heavenly Dragon's Breath's Dragon Domination was fully effective, reducing the dragon's basic attributes by 20%. Once Heathwaite's basic attributes had been suppressed, Zero Wings healers were barely able to keep up with the damage the Ice Dragon dealt to the Blaze Demon. Shurfeng also used Life Domain to restore the Blaze Demon's HP to full on occasion. For a time, the Ice Dragon was helpless against the summoned demon, during which Heathwaite's HP continued to decrease under Zero Wings bombardment. 95%, 90%, 85%. However, Heathwaite was not an easy opponent, and it turned its Dragon Breath on a random target from time to time. The players who had failed to dodge the attack had become ice sculptures, losing all of their HP in the blink of an eye. Dragon Breath had even slain Turtledove, despite her active life-saving skill. As Heathwaite's HP continued to fall, the intervals between each Dragon Breath grew shorter. By the time Heathwaite's HP reached 30%, only a little over half of the team remained standing. Despicable ants, I'll burn you to ash. Heathwaite bellowed before chanting an incantation. A threefold magic array with a 500-yard radius then appeared above the Ice Dragon, plundering all of the mana within a 1,000-yard radius. Tier 4 Draconic spell, Meteorite Fall. Suddenly, a colossal meteorite, which blocked out the sun, descended from the magic array, growing larger as it emerged. When Zero Wing survivors saw this, they began to despair. A Tier 4 Draconic spell. Even Shurfeng's expression darkened at the unexpected sight. How is this possible? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Draconic spells were some of the most primitive spells in God's domain, beginning at Tier 4. Even dragons rarely possessed Draconic spells of the same tier. Meanwhile, a Draconic spell was even more powerful than a large-scale destruction spell, capable of rivaling the god's divine arts. A single blow from such a spell could annihilate tens of thousands of creatures. Not even invulnerability spells could stop their devastation. Anna, summon the Valkyrie. Shurfeng shouted. Not even he had a countermeasure for a Tier 4 Draconic spell. Anna's Valkyrie was his only hope. Anna immediately began to chant her angel summoning incantation. Chapter 23:23. Valkyrie vs. Dragon. Anna finished the angel summoning incantation in 2 seconds, and the moment she did, a gigantic magic array appeared above her, no smaller than Heathwaite's meteorite fall. A Valkyrie with 3 sets of pure white wings then emerged, landing before Anna. A Tier 4 higher Valkyrie? When he saw the upgraded version, Shurfeng was stunned. Angel summoning was Anna's legacy skill, and Shurfeng had always treated it as his final trump card since the skill allowed Anna to summon a Valkyrie that was 2 tiers higher than her. When Anna had been a Tier 2 personal guard, she had been able to summon a Tier 4 Valkyrie. Now that Anna had reached Tier 3, she should logically be able to summon a Tier 5 Valkyrie. With such a powerful ally, Zero Wing's remaining team should have no problem suppressing a Tier 4 Infant Dragon. However, Anna's Valkyrie was still only Tier 4. The only difference between the previous Valkyrie and this one was the extra set of wings. Angels' wings represented their status. An angel with 3 sets of wings was considered a higher Ong, with 4 sets were considered archangels. In terms of life rating, archangels rivaled dragons, while higher angels were slightly weaker. But before Shurfeng had any time to ponder the matter, The meteorite above them had nearly completed. Block it. Shurfong couldn't care less about the Valkyrie's status at the moment. He immediately commanded Anna to send her Valkyrie to stop Heathwaite's meteorite fall. The higher Valkyrie began to chant an incantation as soon as Shurfong gave the command. The higher Valkyrie's incantation was unique. Rather than draw mana from her environment, it drew on a primitive form of mana from the void. In less than a second, a dazzling, golden spear of thunder manifested in the Valkyrie's hands. An origin spell. Shurfong was ecstatic to see the spear of thunder form from the void's mana in the Valkyrie's hands. Origin spells were the most primitive form of magic in God's domain. They were the root of all spells, capable of rivaling divine arts. However, humanity had lost track of origin spells due to repeated wars between the gods. Shurfong had never expected the higher Valkyrie to use such magic. Before Shurfong could get over his excitement, the giant meteorite, so large that it covered the sky and so heavy that it shattered space around it, began to descend. It looked as if Armageddon had begun for a moment, and Zero Wings members fell further into despair. As the meteorite began to fall, the higher Valkyrie finished her incantation. She then threw her spear at the meteorite. Soundlessly, the thunder spear transformed into a streak of golden light as it struck the incoming meteorite. Boom! The moment the two attacks met, the impact caused a powerful explosion. The resulting shockwave was so powerful that it nearly lifted the players below off their feet. The gigantic meteorite disintegrated into countless, smaller meteors that rained down, creating craters as they struck the ground. Every meteorite was nearly as powerful as a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. Zero Wings members gaped as they watched the stones slam into the ground. Tier 2 and 3 players were little more than ants in a battle of this scale. If this battle had taken place in a city, rather than in this special space, the spell's residual effects alone would be more than enough to level half the city. After blocking Heathwaite's meteorite fall, the higher Valkyrie shifted her attention to the ice dragon itself. She formed another spear of golden electricity in her hands before vanishing. By the time Zero Wings players realized where she had gone, the Valkyrie had appeared before Heathwaite. Tier 4 Superior Instantaneous Movement. Not only did Superior Instantaneous Movement have more range than the normal spell, but there was also almost no delay between the caster's disappearance and reappearance. Moreover, the spell didn't affect the ambient mana, making it impossible for enemies to determine the caster's destination. When she appeared before Heathwaite, the higher Valkyrie thrust her spear at the ice dragon. The attack was so fast that not even Shurfong would have enough time to react. If that attack struck him, he'd die instantly. However, Heathwaite was a dragon and reacted instantly, countering the golden spear with a rage-filled claw strike. Boom! The impact of the collision created a deafening boom that echoed throughout the area. Surprisingly, the Valkyrie's strength was too much for Heathwaite, and the infant dragon stumbled 2 steps backward. After suffering this humiliating blow, Heathwaite turned a wrathful glare on Shurfong. Heavenly Dragon's breath suppression on dragons was simply too powerful, and the passive ability had plundered 20% of Heathwaite's basic attributes. Heathwaite already suffered a life curse, so its Stren was slightly lower the higher Valkyries. Now Dragon's domination affected it as well. It was no match for the summoned angel. Good. Everyone, attack with everything you've got. Shurfong quickly shouted when he realized that Heathwaite was thoroughly suppressed. He had originally planned to use angel summoning only after Heathwaite had gone berserk, but he had been forced to use it early due to meteorite fall. Although Anna had risen to Tier 3, which strengthened her angel summoning, its duration had only increased from 10 seconds to 15 seconds. Unfortunately, Heathwaite still had nearly 30% of its HP remaining, and 15 seconds wouldn't be enough to kill it. Attack! Yan Tianxing shouted. Yan Tianxing realized the predicament they were in as well. He immediately activated his berserk skill and his trump card, Shadow Stink. a Tier 2 taboo skill. In a frenzy, Xianxia transformed into 3 streams of fog, attacking the ice dragon and dealing over minus 70,000 damage with each hit. Occasionally, the fog streams landed a critical hit, dealing over minus 150,000 damage. The rest of Zero Wing survivors activated their trump cards as well, with the weaker players dealing around minus 50,000 damage, while the stronger members of the team, such as Zhao Yueru, dealing upwards of minus 200,000 damage. Zhao Yueru's critical hits even dealt over minus 500,000 damage to the Ice Dragon. Her Tier 3 Fire-type spells were a massive advantage in this raid. However, Shifeng's DPS was undoubtedly the highest. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength could even surpass an ordinary mythic monster's, and as a result, he dealt over minus 1 million damage, even without fire-type skills or spells. When he used Void Slash, he instantly devoured over 10 million of Heathwaite's HP, with the higher Valkyrie, Anna, Kite, and the Blaze Demon attacking as well. Heathwaite's HP rapidly decreased. 25%, 20%, 15%. The higher Valkyrie continued to suppress Heathwaite after the dragon had gone berserk. However, she didn't deal quite as much damage. When Heathwaite's HP dropped below 10%, the higher Valkyrie's duration ended, and she vanished. "Humans, you're dead," Heathwaite bellowed as the higher Valkyrie disappeared. The ice dragon swiped its tail at the Blaze Demon and Anna's Holy Knight, sending both of them flying. It then swiped a claw at Anna, ignoring the Blaze Demon completely. The ice dragon intended to rid itself of the most troublesome opponents before dealing with the remaining pests. Even without her army of summoned creatures, Anna's DPS was exceptionally high. With her summoned creatures, she was the infant dragon's most challenging opponent. Although Anna's spells could overwhelm ordinary mythic monsters, they were utterly useless against the berserk Heathwaite. "Don't think you can take out our main DPS so easily." Suddenly, Shifeng appeared before Anna and activated his disintegration power, swinging Killing Ray at Heathwaite's incoming claw. The moment Shifeng activated disintegration power, it canceled out Heavenly Dragon's power. In return, however, the ability temporarily elevated Shifeng to Tier 4. Not only did he now wield Tier 4 strength, but his physique, reaction speed, and skills had risen as well. Boom! When the attacks collided, Shifeng stumbled 3 steps backward due to the impact, losing more than 50,000 HP. He was still at a disadvantage, but he had successfully blocked Heathwaite's berserk attack. When that attack had failed, Heathwaite responded with another claw strike. This time, however, the Ice Dragon activated a skill in the process. Tier 4 skill, Sky Splitter. 5 razor-sharp claws flew toward Anna from different directions, each with more power than the previous claw strike. As soon as Shifeng steadied himself, he executed Lightning Flash to counter the attacks. Executing the secret technique proved far easier after his forceful upgrade to Tier 4, and he sent 17 sword lights at the approaching claws. Pong, pong, pong. A series of explosions blew apart the ground around Shifeng, but even after all 5 attacks, he had only stumbled back 3 steps. He also only lost around 200,000 HP. Even at Tier 3, Shifeng had over 1,700,000 HP, far less than he currently had. Losing 200,000 HP was nothing life-threatening. After watching Shifeng pin down the Ice Dragon, his teammates breathed a sigh of relief and continued their frenzied assault against Heathwaite. Time passed quickly. As the battle progressed, Heathwaite's attacks grew stronger, but with the Blaze Dragon and the Holy Knight's help, Shifeng kept the Ice Dragon in check, preventing it from harming Anna or Kite. However, the team suffered the occasional casualty when Heathwaite fired its Dragon Breath. 5%, 4%, 3%. When Disintegration Power's duration ended, Shifeng followed it up by activating Power of Darkness and Blade Awakening, relying on his twofold Berserk's effects to tank Heathwaite's attacks. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU when less than 5 seconds of Sure Fang's twofold berserk remained. Heathwaite's HP had fallen below 7 million. Meanwhile, fewer than 30 players were still standing, and the surviving healers could no longer keep up with the Ice Dragon's damage output. Die! Sure Fang activated Divine Providence and swung Killing Ray for a final blow. Lightning Slash. A massive lightning bolt sliced through Heathwaite's neck, leaving a deep gash across its throat. That lightning bolt also destroyed the last of the infant dragon's HP. Chapter 23-24. Ice Dragon's loot. Everyone's experience bars exploded with EXP as Heathwaite's colossal body crashed to the ground. A level 100+ Mythic boss would already provide a lot of EXP, and as a Monarch-ranked boss, Heathwaite would award even more. In the end, the 24 or so survivors watched as their experience bars rose beyond 90%. Although they had only reached level 100 less than a day ago, they were almost at level 101. Sure Fang was now at 63% of level 101 as well. The EXP from the Ice Dragon alone was worth nearly 3 days of normal grinding. It's finally dead, and I thought we were finished, Blackie said, sighing deeply as he plopped down on the ground. He was ecstatic that they had finally won. Near the end of the raid, Heathwaite's defense and attack speed had steadily increased. At one point, Sure Fang hadn't even been able to pin down the Ice Dragon with the Blaze Demon and Holy Knight's help. Moreover, Heathwaite's battle recovery generated over 10 million HP every 5 seconds, and as a result, they had barely moved the infant dragon's HP bar toward the raid's end. Yin Tianxing and the others felt like survivors of some great disaster. None of them wanted to imagine how the raid would have gone without Sure Fang's Bible of Darkness and 2 personal guards. When Heathwaite had died, it had dropped over 100 items beside its corpse, forming a small mountain that radiated waves of intense pressure. It's so powerful. This is the first time I've ever seen items that emitted such intense pressure. I wonder what kind of items dropped. Maybe there's a legendary item. Everyone stared at the mountain of loot with glowing eyes, and when they heard mention of a legendary item, the eager light in their gazes grew even brighter. They all forgot about their exhaustion for a moment, wanting to charge forth and inspect the dropped items. The strongest known item at this stage of the game was Fragmented Legendary Rank, which everyone assumed Sure Fang possessed. However, Zero Wing's main force members knew the truth. There was more than one fragmented legendary item. Naturally, this was a guild secret. Exposing this truth would only invite God's domain's various powers to target Zero Wing, and only an expert of Sure Fang's caliber could openly own a fragmented legendary item without having to fear for his life. If anyone else were in his position, they wouldn't even dare to set foot outside of an NPC city. Epic items couldn't even compare to the benefits a fragmented legendary item provided, much less a true legendary item. Based on what players had learned from the game's libraries, every legendary item in the game had the strength to decimate heaven and earth. With such an item, players would have the power to transcend tiers. Before their fight with Heathwaite, these players wouldn't have been so concerned about such a power, convinced that they could bridge the gap between tiers with high enough basic attributes. But now, they understood what that kind of strength truly meant. Without the strength to transcend tiers, Tier 3 players had no hope of contending with superior mythic bosses. All right, let's resurrect our fallen. Sure Fang simply chuckled when he saw the hunger in everyone's eyes. He found their assumptions hilarious. Obtaining a legendary item with so little effort was impossible, and after level 100, weapons and equipment drop, rates decrease considerably. On average, even mythic bosses' loot would consist of fine gold weapons and equipment. One would have to be incredibly lucky to acquire dark gold weapons or equipment from a mythic boss. However, Sure Fang had to admit that he was surprised by how much Heathwaite had dropped. This was the first time he had felt such an incredible pressure from a boss's loot as well. Having received their orders, the surviving team members pushed aside their curiosity for the moment and began to resurrect their teammates. Fortunately, a Monarch boss's lair was similar to the space within dungeons. Even if players died here, they'd only lose 10% of their EXP, and only 5% if a healer revived them. Thus, the level 100 players that had fallen hadn't dropped back to level 99. While his companions revived, Shurfong organized the infant dragon's loot. Amazing! Is this a benefit for the first kill? Shurfong was stunned as he examined the items. His only aim in killing Heathwaite was to complete his crusade quest and become Cold Spring Canyon's lord. He hadn't expected to gain much from the raid itself, yet he was elated that he had chosen this monarch boss to raid. The ice dragon had dropped a total of 121 items, which was normal for a monarch. However, the items' quality far exceeded Shurfeng's expectations. There were as many as 24 inferior legendary materials among the loot, all necessary for producing epic and fragmented legendary items. Even without a design for such items, these materials could increase one's production success rates when crafting level 100 Dark Gold items. Level 100 plus Dark Gold items were incredibly rare in God's domain, only slightly more common than epic items under level 100. They'd still be rare even after Master Lifestyle players gained the ability to craft level 100 plus Dark Gold items. The required materials for producing such items were incredibly precious. They only dropped from powerful bosses, and each boss dropped very few at a time. Moreover, the production success rate for level 100 plus Dark Gold items was very low. Advanced Master Lifestyle players would only have a theoretical success rate of 35%. Every player that focused on their subclass knew that theoretical success rates were nowhere near the actual success rates. It was merely the highest possible success rate players could achieve. In practice, a minor deviation in the process could reduce the success rate to 20% or 30%. If one included an inferior legendary material in the process, however, their production success rate with level 100 plus Dark Gold items would increase by at least 5%. With these 24 materials, Zero Wing could produce a dozen or so level 100 plus Dark Gold items. Surprising Shurfong further, Heathwaite had also dropped legendary materials. The Ice Dragon's Claw. Countless Grandmaster Forgers dreamed of obtaining this item. Dragons were one of the rarest types of monsters in God's domain, and they were immensely formidable. Acquiring a Dragon's Claw was nearly impossible. When used to forge weapons, Dragon's Claws were godly materials. As long as the player made some minor modifications to the claw, they could easily produce an epic weapon, even without an appropriate design. If they had an epic weapon design, they could craft a fragmented legendary weapon by using a dragon claw as the base material. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Any dragon claw that had appeared on the market during Shurfeng's previous life had easily fetched the price of 2 fragmented legendary items in an auction. After all, one could sacrifice 2 random fragmented legendary items to secure a weapon of the same rank that was more compatible with its wielder. And Heathwaite had actually dropped 2 Ice Dragon's Claws. Why wouldn't Shurfong be excited? It was no wonder why the Ice Dragon's loot had radiated such an incredible pressure. Aside from materials, Heathwaite had dropped 5 dragon blood vials that could boost Cola and alluring Summer's dragon bloodlines, further strengthening their Dragon Slayer classes. While Shurfong appraised the several designs the infant dragon had dropped, one result left him utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? A flying ship design. Chapter 23-25. Crimson Dragon Flying Ship. Shurfong fell silent for a long time as he stared at the tattered design in his hands. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't believe that Heathwaite had dropped a flying ship design. Flying mounts were incredibly rare in God's domain, and even with a common flying mount, one would have endless bragging rights. Even the weakest flying mount was rarer and more precious than a level 100 plus epic weapon. Flying ships, on the other hand, were even more amazing. The most ordinary flying ship's movement speed could rival an extraordinary flying mount, and one could accommodate up to 100 people at a time. Their aerial combat abilities were even at the peak of Tier 3. However, the main continent's various countries had monopolized the technology for flying ships, and players typically had no way to get their hands on one. At best, players could rent an airship, which could only transport goods and people from one of the kingdoms or empires. One would be dreaming if they thought to rent a flying ship, an aerial weapon of mass destruction. Shifeng had never even heard of anyone obtaining a flying ship design by killing a boss. If players wanted to acquire a flying ship design, they'd have to raid a major NPC power's main headquarters or steal one from one of the NPC kingdoms or empires. Of course, both methods were exceedingly dangerous. There was a safer method. Players could create one themselves. The subclass requirements for creating a flying ship, however, were immensely demanding, and players would have to invest a lot of effort and time into the research. As for the cost of creating one from scratch, even superpowers would have a hard time justifying such a massive expense. Most superpowers would rather purchase a completed flying ship. Purchasing a flying ship was much easier than purchasing a flying ship design. A guild could do so through the black market or by earning a sufficiently high status in an NPC country. Regardless of which method a player or power relied on, the price would be exorbitant. Furthermore, players could only purchase a very limited number of flying ships. As far as Shifeng knew, the easiest way to buy a flying ship was to become a duke in a kingdom. As a duke, a player could purchase one flying ship for 80,000 gold. To acquire more, they'd have to try their luck in the black market. Unfortunately, the black market only accepted ancient gold, not regular gold. And yet, Shifeng had just obtained a flying ship design after killing Heathwaite. If the various powers of his previous life had known this, they would have slaughtered every ice dragon in God's domain. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Shifeng clicked on the design to inspect its statistics. He wanted to know what rank this flying ship design was. Crimson Dragon Flying Ship Design can be used to construct a common flying ship with a maximum capacity of 100 people and peak Tier 3 combat power. The Crimson Dragon Flying Ship carries 8 magic cannons and 1 magic crystal cannon. Piloting the flying ship requires a minimum of 6 people. Producing the flying ship requires 1,000 Titan Silver, 10,000 Void Iron, 2,000 Mana Stones, and 100 Magic Elven Stones. Sure enough, it is the most common type. Shifeng inwardly sighed when he saw the statistics. If he had obtained a bronze flying ship design, he could have ruled over the entire Cold Spring Forest without any issues. Bronze flying ships had Tier 4 combat power, after all, and would be a massive threat to Tier 3 players. Not even Shifeng would escape from a bronze flying ship's all-out assault with his life. A flying ship wasn't a monster. It did not have the mobility flying monsters possessed, and it didn't have monsters' vast repertoire of skills and spells. The so-called Tier 4 combat power didn't mean that the flying ship's overall combat power was limited to Tier 4. Rather, each of the flying ship's attacks had peak Tier 4 power. With over a dozen cannons, a flying ship's bombardment could even blow a Tier 4 Apex expert to smithereens. Without a Tier 4 legendary flying mount or something even more powerful, they'd have to flee the moment they spotted a bronze flying ship. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng realized that he was being too greedy. Superpowers struggled just to obtain a single common flying ship, let alone a bronze flying ship. 1,000 Titan Silver and 100 Magic Elven Stones. The production cost is vicious. The Crimson Dragon flying ship's necessary materials astonished Shifeng. Titan Silver was a rare byproduct that could be obtained from mining fine Titan Oregon. Thus far, Zero Wing had only compiled a little over 2,000 Titan Silver ingots. Magic Elven Stone was even rarer and more valuable. One could only obtain the super rare or from grade 2 or veins. It was just slightly more common than 7 Luminaries crystals. Including the other materials, producing the Crimson Dragon flying ship would cost roughly 50,000 gold, several times more than the bronze rank Guardian Puppet's production cost. However, it was still cheaper than trying to become a duke. Moreover, he would get more value for his money. A common flying ship would be far more useful to players than bronze combat puppets. Even though a common flying ship's combat power was only at the peak of Tier 3, it could transport 100 players, allowing them to travel across the continent freely. Moreover, players could rest and recover while on a flying ship, which they couldn't do while riding a flying mount. The recovery ability wasn't very powerful, but it was a precious asset when exploring level 100+ neutral maps. Moreover, players would be able to flee when they encountered Mythic-ranked flying monsters thanks to the flying ship's defensive capabilities. "Did the boss drop something good, guild leader?" Blackie asked, curious about the joyful expression on Shifeng's face. "Here, take a look for yourselves," Shifeng said, chuckling. Aside from the flying ship design, he shared the loot's information in the team chat. "Crap, legendary materials. And that's a design for a level 100 secret silver equipment. This fine gold ranked polar ice set is amazing." When they saw the boss's loot, every member of the team was excited. Heathwaite might not have dropped an epic item, but these players weren't fools. They knew how precious inferior legendary and legendary materials were. These were all top-tier materials that could be used to produce epic items. Moreover, the Ice Dragon had dropped 7 pieces of level 100 dark gold equipment and over 30 level 100 fine gold weapons and equipment pieces. These weapons and equipment would grant many of the team members a massive boost to their combat power. The polar ice set Heathwaite had dropped was particularly eye-catching. It might only be a 6-piece, level 100 fine gold set equipment, but its attributes were nearly 3 ranks stronger than that of level 95 dark gold equipment. With this set, a level 100 elementalist could easily defeat lower-level experts in full epic equipment. Following which, Shifeng held an internal auction, and Luofei claimed the polar ice set. Now, only Shifeng, Kola, and Zhao Yuuru, who had at least one fragmented legendary item and multiple pieces of epic equipment, had higher basic attributes than she did. Once the weapons and equipment had been distributed, Shifeng returned to White River City with his team. Since Zero Wing's main force members had finally reached level 100 or higher, they qualified to challenge their Tier 3 promotion quests. Naturally, he couldn't continue to help them level up in the Cold Spring Forest, and more than a dozen of the team members were ready to challenge their promotion quests now. Wasting time would be a pity. Players would only become true powerhouses in God's domain once they reach Tier 3, after all. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Shifeng spent some time advising his players on how to complete their Tier 3 promotion quests before he dismissed them. Those that weren't strong enough yet left to prepare a bit more, and the players that were strong enough headed to the Adventurers Association immediately. Meanwhile, Shifeng headed toward White River City's Adventurers Association for another matter. Within one of the Adventurers Association's second-floor VIP reception rooms, Lord Bronze Legatee, "How may I be of service?" the female elven administrator asked as she entered the room. "I wish to turn in my crusade quest for Cold Spring Forest's Ice Dragon, Heathwaite," Shifeng announced as he retrieved a colossal, silvery white dragon horn and placed it on the table between them. This dragon horn was proof that he had slain Heathwaite. As soon as Shifeng proved that he had completed his crusade quest, the sounds of a series of system notifications reached his ears. Chapter 2326, 1-Star Lord System. You have completed the crusade quest for the Ice Dragon, Heathwaite. Rewarding Lord's Token, level +1, Starmoon Kingdom Reputation +300, Guild Popularity +10,000 System. Congratulations. You are the first player to become a Lord in God's domain. Rewarding Lord Popularity +100. System, congratulations. For acquiring 100 Lord Popularity points, you have been promoted to a 1-Star Lord. The system notification repeated 3 times, while Shifeng rose to level 102. The system promoted me to a 1-Star Lord just for being the first player to become one? Shifeng couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the system notifications. The concept of a Lord was still likely foreign to most players, not to mention Lord Popularity. When players became a Lord in God's domain, they'd gain the ability to recruit NPCs to form their own Knight division. However, the process was similar to searching for personal guards, so it had its challenges. Furthermore, a Knight division had 5,000 slots. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to fill these slots with high-quality NPCs. The only method to ease the process was to increase one's Lord Popularity. The higher a Lord's popularity was in God's domain, the easier it would be to persuade and recruit NPCs with high growth potential. Unfortunately, increasing one's lord popularity was incredibly difficult, only possible by completing special quests. Moreover, one would only gain a handful of popularity points with each quest. Accumulating 100 lord popularity normally required a lot of time and effort. Meanwhile, every 100-point increment was a turning point. The first 100 points would elevate one to a 1-star lord, at which point players wouldn't have to run around NPC cities in search of appropriate NPCs. They could simply start a draft, though the Adventurers Association. These drafted NPCs might not be uniformly powerful, but there would be quite a few with high growth potential. If one were lucky enough, they might even recruit a secret silver guard. Of course, with more lore popularity, the standard of their drafted NPCs would increase. The problem of increasing his lord popularity to 100 points had troubled Shurfong. Without a solution, he'd have to spend several months finding capable NPCs to fill his 5,000 knight slots. Fortunately, God's Domain solved that problem for him. Administrator Lorraine, I wish to draft members for my knight division through the association, Shurfong declared as he showed the Lord's token to the elven administrator. Very well. However, the fee will depend on the scale of the draft you wish to implement. Generally, a draft in a town costs 10 gold per week, 100 gold per week in a city, 300 gold per week in a kingdom's capital, and 1,000 gold per week in an imperial capital. Where would you like to implement your draft? Lorraine asked. How expensive? It's no wonder why the Adventurers Association is the 4th wealthiest power in God's Domain. Shurfong was speechless after hearing the prices. Second and third-rate guilds had no hope of obtaining a lord's position in the past. The various superpowers and top-ranked first-rate guilds had monopolized this benefit. Hence, Shurfong hadn't actually known how much it would cost to implement a draft. He certainly hadn't expected it to cost this much to form a knight division. The results of a draft depended on one's luck. NPCs would not simply respond to a draft because the Adventurers Association had issued it. According to Shurfang's calculations, he would need to implement a draft in several hundred cities to recruit 5,000 knights with relatively high growth potential in a short time. I'd like to implement the draft in these countries' cities, Shurfong decided. After giving the matter some thought, he felt it would be best to recruit from cities in flourishing kingdoms and empires. In the end, he paid 44,500 gold to implement his draft in more than 400 cities. It was a large enough expenditure to put a first-rate guild's finances in the red. God's Domain's guilds were pushing their experts to reach level 100 right now, and as a result, it was only natural that their expenses would rise. Fortunately, Zero Wing had the Candlelight trading firm and multiple guild towns and cities to generate income. The guild earned just as much profit as an ordinary superpower. However, Zero Wing still needed to support its main headquarters in the real world and the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. The guild wasn't particularly wealthy at the moment. It seems I'll have to find ways to increase the guild's profits. With how much Zero Wing has right now, financing 5,000 knights is impossible. After paying for the drafting fee, Shurfong mentally calculated how much he'd need to spend on his future knight division. A 5,000-man knight division would definitely be an amazing asset, but it would be expensive to maintain. Unlike the NPC soldiers one could recruit to defend guild towns and cities, knights weren't affiliated with a kingdom or empire. Rather, they were considered a lord's personal combat power. Hence, players would not receive subsidies from a kingdom or empire, relying on their own funds to pay their knight salaries. Affording a knight division wasn't easy, and to make matters worse, each knight's salary would depend on the NPC's growth potential. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU to hire and nurture a bronze-ranked, Tier 2 knight, one would have to spend 50 gold per week. Multiplied by 5,000, a division of bronze, Tier 2 knights would cost 250,000 gold per week. Moreover, this cost didn't include the price of weapons and equipment for these knights. For a moment, Shurfong couldn't help but admire the first-rate guilds that had ruled their own territories in the past. Once he had taken care of the draft order, Shurfong left the Adventurers Association and made his way to the Candlelight trading firm. He intended to start the Crimson Dragon flying ships production immediately. After reaching level 100, the various powers would prioritize their aerial development. Whoever controlled the sky would become an overlord in God's domain. Level 100+ maps were very far from civilization, after all, and the ability to travel through the sky would give players a huge advantage when grinding for resources. Moreover, this advantage would become more prominent as time passed. If he wanted to bolster Zero Wing's development, he had to arm a guild with flying ships. Chapter 23-27. Producing a flying ship. White River City, Candlelight trading firm. The special room, which was the size of a basketball court, contained various piles of rare materials. Any ordinary player would likely go into a frenzy trying to claim them all if they saw this room. These materials were easily worth more than 15,000 gold altogether, and even though the value of coins had significantly depreciated by this stage of the game, that was still an astronomical amount of money to ordinary players. Converted into credits, it would be enough for the average citizen to live out the rest of their lives without worry about food or shelter. Here are the last of the materials you requested, Guild Leader, Melancholic Smile said as she handed 100 magic elven stones to Shifeng. Shifeng had basically asked for everything the Candlelight firm had in stock of the rare materials he needed, particularly the Titan Silver and Magic Elven Stone. These were rare drops, even from the Flame Demon's valleys attributed or vain. No other guild could likely fulfill Shifeng's demand for 100 Magic Elven Stones. Good. Shifeng nodded approvingly after inspecting the materials in the room. He then continued in a serious tone. I'll need you to help me with something later, but you must keep it an absolute secret. I can't tell anyone. Melancholic Smile was a little confused. The Candlelight trading firm rigorously screened any potential members before they were recruited. Moreover, all core members were required to sign a series of strict contracts, ensuring the smallest chance possible that the firm's technology and methods leaked. Sharing such technology required one to transfer designs. Without the correct design, it didn't matter if a player knew how to produce an item. Now, however, Shifeng forbade her from even mentioning their discussion. It was a bit unusual. You'll understand soon, Shifeng said. He then carefully pulled the Crimson Dragon flying ship design from his bag and placed it on the stone table before him. Melancholic Smile didn't think much of the design initially. She had seen plenty of precious and rare designs and recipes in her line of work. She had grown numb to such surprises. However, when she realized what this design booklet depicted, she froze in shock. Flying ship. Melancholic Smile could not believe her eyes. As a lifestyle player and the Candlelight trading firm's manager, she could only dream of crafting an airship, which was only a method of transportation, let alone a flying ship. Countless lifestyle players dreamed of creating flying ships, especially after seeing airships fly from one city to another. However, they assumed that would remain a dream. Players had absolutely no access to designs for airships and flying ships due to the various kingdoms and empires' heavy restrictions regarding their flying technology. Creating one would require an immense amount of knowledge and skill, not to mention a ton of materials for the necessary experiments. And yet, Shifeng had just dropped a flying ship design on the table between them. It was at this moment that Melancholic Smile, more or less, realized why Shifeng had forbidden her from speaking of this to anyone. Although the trading firm had restrictions in place that prevented members from sharing trade secrets, those restrictions were only effective in the game. Candlelight couldn't stop these players from running their mouths off in the real world, and if news that Zero Wing had obtained a flying ship design went public, the consequences would be unimaginable. The various powers already hungered for their own airships. On the other hand, flying ships were capable of transportation and aerial combat. Needless to say, the various powers' desire for flying ships was even greater, nearly maddening. If the various powers learned that Zero Wing had a flying ship design, they'd do anything they could to take it, and if they couldn't, they'd ensure that Zero Wing didn't keep it. Acquiring a flying ship wasn't easy, but with the design, one could create as many flying ships as they wanted. After a certain point, flying ships would be significantly more useful than combat puppets in battle. Players had ways to deal with combat puppets, after all, but none of them knew how to deal with a flying ship. Hence, the various powers would do whatever necessary to ensure that Zero Wing failed to develop, and they'd strike while they still had an opportunity. That's right, it's a flying ship. I intend to produce one, but I can't handle the task alone. Aside from forgers, I'll need a large number of engineers and alchemists, Shifeng said. To protect this secret, however, I'll need you to split these players into multiple groups and assign them various parts to work on. I'll handle the final assembly. We're going to make one now. The very idea began to make Melancholic Smile nervous. Guild leader, just the core engine is so complex that I'm not even sure an advanced master forger can handle it. If we fail, all of this magic elven stone will be useless. Why don't we wait a little while longer? If it were only an issue of money, Zero Wing could handle it, but these magic elven stones were incredibly rare. Collecting more wasn't simply an issue of money. If they failed in producing the flying ship's engine, they would have to wait for a very long time before they'd have enough elven magic stone to attempt it again. I wish it could wait too, but Zero Wing can't afford that, Shifeng explained, flashing her a bitter smile. The various major powers were desperately leveling up, and many of them have already begun to explore level 100 neutral maps. The Shadowless Empire's members had made that clear. Once they secured a foothold in level 100 neutral maps, the various superpowers would finally be able to exhibit their true strength. Zero Wing didn't have support from any major corporations. Thus, it couldn't afford to continuously recruit large numbers of experts, especially refinement realm and above experts, rapidly expanding. Zero Wing would have to nurture such experts on its own. There was simply no comparison between the various superpowers and their guild. Obtaining more resources and ensuring it had time to develop was the only way Zero Wing could secure its position in God's domain. That was the only way the guild would survive the intense struggle between the various superpowers in level 100+ neutral maps. Now that Zero Wing had its own territory and had begun to draft NPCs for a knight division, the guild needed more funds and resources to arm its knights. Maintaining a proper knight division with Zero Wing's current income was impossible. Unfortunately, it had become considerably more difficult to earn profits and resources from other worlds now that the planar passages had opened. That left Zero Wing with only one method to increase its income: transportation of goods. The industry would be particularly profitable when it came to moving non-bag space items. Shifeng had intended to produce intermediate traps to earn more funding, but it was too soon to introduce these items to the public. Most of the various large guilds' main forces hadn't begun exploring level 100 neutral maps yet, and demand for intermediate traps would be limited. Furthermore, Zero Wing's members would need these traps as well. Without at least 100 intermediate trap designs, it would be very difficult for Candlelight to produce enough intermediate traps for Zero Wing's purposes and to earn substantial profits. However, transportation methods were a different story, especially when it came to flying ships. Even a common flying ship could carry up to 500 non-bag space items, far more than any sailboat. In addition, flying ships' movement speed was much higher than sailboats. If Zero Wing resold non-bag space materials, it would make a killing. This was why the various superpowers had gone crazy for airships and flying ships during Shifeng's previous life. Understand. I'll copy the design for these parts and split them between multiple groups. I'll ensure that no one has any idea that we're making a flying ship, Melancholic Smile promised, nodding. She then began to examine the flying ship's design and plan accordingly. It shouldn't be very difficult to hide what they were doing. Some of the flying ship's parts were similar to those in ordinary ship designs. Most of the parts that were different would require forgers. As long as Shifeng crafted those parts himself, they shouldn't have any issues keeping this a secret. Melancholic Smile then left to distribute the construction materials and designs among the Candlelight's master lifestyle players. None of these players suspected a thing when they received their orders. This wasn't a usual process, after all, especially after Zero Wing had recently begun to craft bronze speedboats. Meanwhile, Feng turned his full attention to forging the flying ship's engine. After producing the Guardian puppets and Hell tanks, he was quite familiar with engine production. The Crimson Dragon flying ship's engine was simply a more complex version. Sure enough, this is beyond an ordinary advanced master forger. As Feng examined the engine's design, he could feel a headache begin to brew. Fortunately, his forging standard wasn't a problem. With the Philosopher's Hand, he could elevate himself into an advanced master forger, so he met the engine's minimum requirements. However, the magic array that he needed to inscribe on the engine would be a challenge. It was so complex that it nearly required a master magician to complete. However, Feng did not panic. Instead, he calmly and slowly researched the engine's magic array and repeatedly attempted to draw it. After over a dozen hours of practice, Feng had finally learned how to draw the magic array successfully and barely finish it in one go. Good. Let's make the engine now. Feng took a short break before he focused on producing the engine. The engine's production process wasn't simple, and Feng had decided to use a dragon blood crystal, a top-tier inferior legendary material Heathwaite had dropped, to increase his success rate. Crystallized dragon power. The dragon blood crystal was the size of a fist and contained energy that was nearly as pure as that in 7 luminaries crystals. Not only could one use a dragon blood crystal as a power core for a city's defensive magic array, but could also reinforce magic arrays. It was easily as valuable a level 100+ epic weapon. Unfortunately, Heathwaite had only dropped 1 dragon blood crystal. Feng had considered saving it to strengthen one of his city's magic arrays, but after giving the matter some thought, he decided to use it to increase his production success rate. A flying ship would be an immeasurable asset, after all. Time passed quickly, and the engine slowly took shape. Although others would have struggled to temper the materials, it was quite easy for Feng with the help of the Soul Flame. It saved Feng plenty of time and concentration. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Feng finally finished the engine's body after 6 hours of restless work. As the engine took shape, the special forging room's mana surged toward it. Sensing the change, Feng began to engrave the magic array immediately. Whether or not the production process was a success would largely depend on the engraved magic array at the end. Not only did the array have to be completed within a short time, but it also had to be completed in one move. Feng couldn't afford to pause during the process. This was the only way the engine's mana would be able to flow smoothly. A single, minor deviation would waste all of his efforts thus far. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. As the mana flowing into the engine began to thin, Feng engraved the array faster. His concentrated rapidly depleted, as if he were executing lightning flash with every second that passed. Just as the mana flow was about to cut off, Feng finished the last connection, completing the magic array. Chapter 23-28. Advanced Flying Ship. Did it succeed? As a storm of mana enveloped the engine, Feng began to grow nervous. The engine was the most difficult part of the flying ship to produce, but once it was complete, the remaining parts would be fairly easy to craft. The most troublesome aspect of the remaining parts was how much manpower they required to produce. Fortunately, with Candlelight's strength, the trading firm had the manpower to simultaneously construct the parts of 3 flying ships, let alone 1. The magic array engraved in the engine began to glow as the mana calmed down, actively gathering the mana into the engine. The engine consumed so much mana that the density in the room increased. Wonderful. It's a success. As Feng watched, his expression shifted to one of elation. This wasn't the first time he'd forged an engine, and if it had failed, he knew the stream of mana flowing into it would have been unstable. Now that this was done, he was practically guaranteed to produce a Crimson Dragon flying ship. Moreover, he hadn't expected the mana density in the room to rise to such an extent. The flying ship's engine drew in at least 3 times more than the bronze combat puppet's engine. An engine was the very heart of a machine and played a major role in determining the machine's strength. Following which, Feng tapped on the engine to appraise it. System. Bronze flying ship engine has been forged successfully. Forging proficiency increased by 1,000 points. Obtained 40 million EXP. The dragon blood crystal's effects are so powerful. Shifeng stared at the results with wide, bloodshot eyes. He had already been relieved that the production process had been a success, but he hadn't expected the dragon blood crystal to upgrade the engine's rank from common to bronze. Normally, bronze engines only powered bronze flying ships. An engine like this would definitely increase a common flying ship's rank. After all, common and bronze rank flying ships required roughly the same quality of materials. Their engines were the main factor that made a difference. Shifeng immediately notified Melancholic Smile to hasten the remaining parts construction. After more than 20 hours, Candlelight's master lifestyle players finally produced all of the Crimson Dragon flying ships' various parts. However, Shifeng didn't start the assembly process when Melancholic had delivered them. Rather, he used the 7 Luminaries Rings spatial gate to transport Melancholic Smile and himself to an open field within the White River City region. A flying ship was massive, much larger than a sailboat. The special forging room just didn't have enough space. Hence, Shifeng needed an open location for the final assembly. Of course, to protect this guild secret, he decided to construct the flying ship in an empty, open plain. There was an extremely large number of parts to a flying ship. Normally, if a player tried to assemble one themselves, they'd need at least 2 days to complete the task. However, Shifeng and Melancholic Smile had already become intermediate master forgers, saving a lot of time with their skills. With Shifeng's soul flame, in particular, he could assemble and weld parts together quite quickly. After the 2 players worked for a dozen or so hours, they had finally completed the Crimson Dragon flying ship. They marveled at the 60-meter-long, 20-meter-tall mechanical ship with a crimson hull before them. So this is a flying ship? Despite taking part in the assembly process, Melancholic Smile couldn't believe her eyes. Even from far away, the Crimson Dragon flying ship was a shocking sight to behold. Next to its colossal frame, even an extraordinary flying mount looked like an infant. Shifeng sighed ruefully as he gazed at the vessel. Crimson Dragon flying ship, advanced flying ship, maximum capacity, 130 people durability 5000/5000, possesses Tier 3 upper rank defensive capabilities. Item storage when liberated, 20,000 bag space slots and 800 non-bag space slots. Additional active skill 1, Magic Shield. Absorbs up to 50 million damage for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 15 minutes. Additional active skill 2, Mana Pulse Cannon. For 1,000-yard range. Deals Tier 4 damage to a radius of 50 yards. Cooldown, 45 seconds. 8 cannons are currently equipped. Up to 12 cannons can be equipped. Additional active skill 2, Magic Elven Cannon. 5,000-yard range. Deals Tier 4 peak rank divine damage to a radius of 200 yards. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional active skill 4, Mana Field. Disrupts the flow of mana within a 2,000-yard radius, weakening all incoming magic damage from Tier 3 spells or below by 30% for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Each activation costs 300 magic crystals. The bronze engine Shifeng had crafted elevated the Crimson Dragon flying ship to advanced rank. Now, this flying ship was even faster than extraordinary flying mounts, and its cannons and defenses had increased by a rank as well. This Crimson Dragon flying ship could even contend with level 100+ mythic monsters. If his guild had had an advanced flying ship like this in the past, his and Shadow's development would have been massively different. Even if Shadow hadn't been able to contend with a superpower, it would have had enough strength to instill fear in first-rate guilds. Tier 4 experts would have dared mess with the guild. If Dragonheart Island's superpowers find out that we have this Crimson Dragon flying ship, they'll die from envy, Melancholic Smile said, astonished as she inspected the flying ship statistics. She had forged hell tanks, so she understood how powerful this Crimson Dragon flying ship was. Aside from its cannon's frightening power, Its Tier 3 upper rank hull was enough to render any attack below Tier 4 powerless. Without a mythic combatant, the various superpowers would have no hope of damaging the flying ship. Even if they launched Tier 4 attacks, it would take ages for them to get past the flying ship's 5,000 durability. Envious? I'm more afraid that they'll go mad when they see it, Shifeng said, chuckling. Melancholic Smile was a lifestyle player, not a combat power. She didn't truly understand what it meant to have a flying ship that could stand against mythic monsters. Players would be able to reach most places in God's domain with a flying ship like this. They wouldn't have to worry about the limitations flying mounts faced or attacked from powerful flying monsters. This vessel would give players a tremendous advantage when grinding for levels or transporting non-bag space items, which were becoming more valuable nowadays. Non-bag space items were becoming useful for more than just producing war weapons, buildings, and ships. Now, such items could even be used to craft players' weapons and equipment, especially level 100+ secret silver and above weapons and equipment. This was also why these weapons and equipment pieces were so valuable. It's a pity that the flying ship's production requires so many materials. Even if we focused everything on collecting materials, it would still take a week or so before we'd have enough for a second flying ship. We'd have to get really lucky to collect enough for a third, Melancholic Smile surmised, sounding disappointed. If they could produce a fleet of flying ships now, no one would be able to get in Zero Wing's way in God's domain. Unfortunately, the Crimson Dragon flying ship required too many rare and precious materials, some of which were non-bag space items and particularly tedious to transport. If the Candlelight trading firm's main headquarters hadn't had such a large stockpile of these materials, they wouldn't have been able to construct the first flying ship so quickly. Just keep collecting the materials. Every flying ship we make right now counts, Shifeng said. As soon as Shifeng finished giving Melancholic Smile her next duties, he received a message notification. The sender was none other than Sin Heart, Immortal Light's guild leader. When he read the message, Shifeng frowned. Guild leader, has something happened? Melancholic Smile asked, noticing that Shifeng's mood had soured after receiving that message. Immortal Light has been working with the Freedom Alliance in Sea's End, and it seems that there's been some trouble that's preventing Immortal Light from transporting materials out of the area, Shifeng said. The Freedom Alliance has invited its allied guilds to send representatives for a meeting, and Sindheart is hoping that we'll send one to investigate the situation. Immortal Light was the naval guild that Zero Wing secretly controlled in the Apocalypse Empire. It had been relying on Immortal Light to secure its naval resources, especially those from Sea's End. The area was home to many materials that were imperative to producing ships and level 90+ dark gold weapons and equipment. If Immortal Light couldn't secure resources from Sea's End, Zero Wing would suffer, which was why Sindheart had requested a representative from Zero Wing to resolve the matter. I think it's best if I go myself. These materials are important for Candlelight's merchandise. If we lose access to these materials, Candlelight's income will plummet, Melancholic Smile suggested. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, don't worry about it. I'll go. Right now, you need to focus on collecting the materials we need to construct the Crimson Dragon flying ships, Shifeng said, shaking his head. The Crimson Dragon flying ship was crucial to Zero Wing's survival. Without it, the guild wouldn't be able to exert dominance in the Cold Spring Canyon. Relying on a 5,000-man night division wouldn't be enough. Not only was a flying ship faster than flying mounts, but it also had the combat power to squash Tier 3 experts like ants. Meanwhile, Shifeng wasn't as skilled as Melancholic Smile when it came to collecting materials. After all, she had long since grown familiar with the Candlelight trading firm and its connections. I'll do that, then, Melancholic Smile answered, nodding. As Zero Wing's guild leader, Shifeng would naturally be a stronger representative. Moreover, she didn't have the energy to manage the material collection while addressing the issues in Sea's End. Melancholic then used a return scroll to teleport back to White River City, while Shifeng stored the Crimson Dragon flying ship in his epic spatial bag and made his way toward the Apocalypse Empire. Chapter 23-29. Times have changed. Apocalypse Empire Blue Bay City. After teleporting to Apocalypse City, Shifeng continued toward Blue Bay City, one of the Empire's port cities. Although Blue Bay City wasn't a particularly large NPC city, its player traffic was intense. Shifeng saw an endless stream of players entering and leaving the city's teleportation hall. Moreover, many of these players wore exquisite clothing and the 2-star merchant's insignia. Some even had the 3-star insignia. The merchant's insignia was proof of a merchant player's ability. The higher a merchant player's star rank was, the greater their ability. Normally, 3-star merchant players were supported by a large guild, and they possessed significant resources and sales connections. Hence, they were known as great merchants and were even rare in imperial capitals. And yet, Shifeng encountered quite a few great merchants in Blue Bay City. Based on the bland reactions to these merchant players, their presence in the city didn't seem to be unusual. So many great merchants gathered in Blue Bay City because it was a trading port. Countless players came into port each day with resources from the various neutral powers out at sea, which allowed the merchant players in the area to earn huge profits. This city's development speed is amazing. I doubt it'll be long before Blue Bay City is promoted to a large-scale city and gains a Tier 4 NPC magistrate manager. As he watched the various horse and transport carriages rolling down the streets, Shifeng had to admit that Sin Heart had impressed him. When Sin Heart had wanted to move Immortal Light to a new city, Shifeng had suggested that he develop near the sea. The various first-rate guilds hadn't been paying much attention to the ocean at that time. After all, by relying on the few resources Zero Wing had provided, Sin Heart had established Immortal Light in one of the Apocalypse Empire's port towns, eventually expanding the guild to occupy all of Blue Bay City. Now, Blue Bay City was almost ready for its promotion into a large-scale NPC city, and Immortal Light's naval prowess had grown powerful enough that the guild didn't need to fear first-rate guilds. Sin Heart's management was even more impressive than Gentle Snow or Aqua Roses. Not only would Blue Bay City grow larger once it became a large-scale NPC city, but the conveniences it offered would also improve. The city would have no trouble accommodating a large number of players, and Immortal Light would even qualify to contend with the Apocalypse Empire's first-rate guilds. As Shifeng left the teleportation hall, he headed toward a nearby advanced restaurant. A level 96 man approached him as he arrived. The Elementalist wore 5 pieces of epic equipment, and the weakest piece on him was level 95 Dark Gold rank. 2 more level 96 players followed the Elementalist, one of which was a cleric, while the other was a berserker. Both wore 3 pieces of epic equipment. Seeing these 3 greet Shifeng, the rest of the players in the restaurant were surprised. Who is that guy? Immortal Light's guild leader and 2 of its great experts are actually welcoming him. Could he be some big shot? Every player in Blue Bay City knew of Immortal Light's guild leader, Sin Heart, as well as the 2 great experts that accompanied him. To secure control of the city, Immortal Light had challenged and defeated many of the large guilds that had occupied Blue Bay City. It had even sunk a first-rate guild's fleet, which had spread its fame across the Apocalypse Empire. Moreover, Sin Heart was even one of the top 10 elementalists in the Empire. Even first-rate guilds' guild leaders treated him with respect. Yet now, Sin Heart had been waiting to greet an ordinary-looking player. Why wouldn't this surprise them? Hearing the hushed discussions around him, Sin Heart had Immortal Light's members clear out the restaurant. The spectators obediently stopped talking and scattered. I hadn't expected you to make the trip here, Brother Yifeng. With you will stand a much better chance in Sea's End, Sin Heart said as he greeted Shifeng. Brother Sin Heart, you jest. May I know what happened with the Freedom Alliance? Why is it calling in its allies for a meeting? Shifeng asked, getting straight to the point. I've just received some information regarding the situation. Let's head inside to continue our conversation, Sin Heart insisted, his expression becoming disheartened at the mention of the Freedom Alliance. He led Shifeng into the advanced restaurant he had fully reserved earlier. As Shifeng and Sin Heart entered the restaurant, the cleric and berserker gave each other disgruntled looks behind Shifeng's back. This guy doesn't think much of our guild, does he? He started demanding answers as soon as the boss walked up to him. Our boss is too mild-tempered. If I were in his position, I would have given this guy a piece of my mind. I don't want him thinking that Immortal Light is the same small guild it had been in the past. Forget it. He'll see how powerful Immortal Light has become once we get to Sea's End. The two experts weren't pleased with Shi Feng's behavior. Immortal Light might have received a lot of resources from Zero Wing and shared half of its shares with the guild, but Immortal Light had changed. Now, it was only slightly weaker than the Empire's first-rate guilds, and on the water, it was even stronger than some of them. Not only was Sindhart Immortal Light's guild leader, but he was also an extraordinary expert who had successfully repelled the peak experts King's Return had sent. Even superpowers were wary of his strength at sea. Yet Shi Feng treated the man so casually. Once they had taken their seats in the restaurant, Sindhart filled Shi Feng in on the details regarding the Freedom Alliance's recent actions. A new power had joined the Freedom Alliance, and now the Alliance had 12 major fleets, not 11. This new power was exceptionally powerful. It had started out as the last-ranked 12th fleet, but it had soon taken the top position in the Freedom Alliance. This had significantly changed the status quo in the Freedom Alliance. The Alliance had only controlled 3 of the major cities in Sea's End, but now it controlled 5. Naturally, this had caused a qualitative improvement regarding its resource income. Normally, this development would be a good thing, but the newly minted First Fleet wanted to reorganize the Freedom Alliance's partnerships with the various powers, including disqualifying some of them. Hence, the Alliance had invited the various powers to visit Starfall Island for this meeting. Starfall Island was a particularly dangerous location in Sea's End. Ordinary ships wouldn't make it into the sea zone, torn apart by the area's powerful sea monsters. One could only get through with a sufficiently strong fleet. A new power has joined the Freedom Alliance? Realization dawned upon Shi Feng when he heard Sindhart's explanation. A commotion had occurred in the Freedom Alliance during Shi Feng's previous life, but Silent Entropy, the original First Fleet's commander, had eventually suppressed it. Unfortunately, Silent Entropy and his fleet had suffered a massive setback thanks to Shi Feng, which must have prevented him from controlling the situation. This resulted in a new power taking over the Freedom Alliance. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, since the Freedom Alliance has grown stronger, they want to see whether their partners still qualify to participate in their alliance. While I can understand its reasoning, I had never thought something like this would happen so suddenly, Sindhart said, smiling bitterly. I've recalled all of Immortal Light's best ships, but it'll probably be another 3 or 4 hours before they return. If we wait until then to leave, we'll likely be a little late to the Freedom Alliance's meeting. They would need a small fleet of bronze speedboats just to get to Starfall Island. Without sufficient strength, they'd only find death waiting for them. How many bronze speedboats and stronger have you gathered so far, Brother Hart? Shi Feng asked. We currently have 8 bronze speedboats and 1 mysterious iron speedboat ready to depart, Sindhart said, shaking his head. It won't be enough to make it to Starfall Island. We'll need at least 20 bronze speedboats and a sailboat. 8 bronze speedboats and 1 mysterious iron speedboat? That'll be enough. We should set out right away, Shi Feng declared. Chapter 23:30 Mysterious Iron Sailboat. They're enough? Sindhart gave Shi Feng a confused look. Normally, a small fleet of 8 bronze speedboats and a mysterious iron speedboat would be a formidable force, but they needed to reach Starfall Island. Starfall Island served as a transit point for players who wanted to explore level 100+ sea zones. Every sea monster near the island was level 95 or higher, and their population density was terrifying. One could even encounter Mythic-ranked King-class sea monsters in the area. Without a sufficiently powerful fleet, their journey to Starfall Island would be a one-way trip. I brought a sailboat with me. With it, we should have enough combat power. Shi Feng tried to reassure Sindhart when he saw the man's worried expression. He then took out the crystalline bottle housing the storm sailboat from his bag. A mysterious iron sailboat. Sindhart's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when he saw the storm sailboat. Sindhart had long since known that Zero Wing possessed superb naval power. The guild had both the secret, silver-ranked Swift Dragon speedboat and bronzed-ranked One-Horn Sailboat. After all, even now, there were only two known secret silver speedboats throughout the Apocalypse Empire, Pantheons and Zero Wings. Although a secret silver speedboat was only one rank higher than a mysterious iron speedboat, the difference between the two boats' combat power was like the difference between heaven and earth. Not even an ordinary sailboat was a match for a secret silver speedboat. When Phoenix Rain had secured her position on Thunder Island, Zero Wing's Swift Dragon speedboat had been a large part of the reason for her success. Moreover, the Freedom Alliance's passing monarch had relied on the Swift Dragon and One-Horn speedboats to secure the best territories the Freedom Alliance occupied. Although passing monarch hadn't been able to claim his as the Alliance's first fleet, he had secured the second rank enough authority that his word in the Freedom Alliance was only second to Silent Entropy's, the original First Fleet's commander. Passing monarch had also become the reason that Immortal Light had been able to continue developing in the Apocalypse Empire. Sinhart had never dreamed that Zero Wing would have an even stronger ship. Reaching Starfall Island shouldn't be much of a problem with this storm sailboat, but it's getting pretty late. We should head out, Shifeng said as he stored the repaired storm sailboat. This is wonderful. We'll have a much better chance of securing our position now. Sinhart exclaimed, brimming with confidence. Setting aside Zero Wing's strength as a pseudo-superpower and the relationship between passing monarch and Shifeng, the storm sailboat would be more than enough to ensure Immortal Light retains its position as one of the Freedom Alliance's partners. In fact, it might even help improve relations between Immortal Light and the Freedom Alliance. Sinhart gathered his men immediately, and they teleported to Seas End's Blue Jade City with Shifeng. Once they arrived, they'd set sail towards Starfall Island Sea Zone. Seas End, Starfall Island. As a transit hub for players traveling to level 100-plus sea zones, the island wasn't very populated right now. However, due to the Freedom Alliance's invitation, any power that wanted to remain a member of the Alliance had no choice but to brave the dangerous journey to the island. As a result, a large number of speedboats and sailboats filled Starfall Island's port. The weakest speedboat at the dock was bronze rank, and quite a few of them were mysterious iron rank. Even naval superpowers would be stunned by the grand sight. I wonder what stunt the Freedom Alliance is trying to pull this time. They called us all the way out here. It's likely that they're trying to determine whether or not we're strong enough to get this far. Ordinary powers have no hope of reaching this sea zone. We lost a considerable amount of durability just from the fights with the sea monsters on the way here. That's right. I came with a fleet of 20 bronze speedboats and one sailboat. If my fleet had been any weaker, I wouldn't have made it here. As the various powers representatives discussed their journey to Starfall Island, they couldn't help but frown. They all had questions regarding the Freedom Alliance's invitation to such a dangerous place, and none of them knew what the Alliance intended. They could not figure out what the Freedom Alliance was trying to do. It should be known that the Freedom Alliance was a giant in Sea's End, and any power it allied itself with was formidable at sea. Otherwise, they couldn't guarantee the cargo's safety as they transported it across the sea, earning a stable income of resources and coins. I wonder how the Freedom Alliance intends to choose which partnerships it will maintain. The Alliance is nearly as powerful as the House of Seas and controls 5 of Seas End's major cities. Even naval superpowers in other locations are afraid of the Freedom Alliance at this point. I assume they'll base their decisions on each power's strength and connections. Take Immortal Light, for example. As a second-rate guild, it doesn't qualify to partner with the Freedom Alliance. But because of its close relationship with Passing Monarch, the Third Fleet's commander, it can collect resources that not even first-rate guilds like ours can reach. Indeed, Immortal Light should be responsible for as much as 10% of the Freedom Alliance's resources. Even naval superpowers are envious. However, based on my information, Zero Wing stands behind Immortal Light. The guild is a large part of the reason that Passing Monarch had risen to his current position. It is only natural that Immortal Light has been assigned better resources than other powers. As the various representatives chatted about Immortal Light, envy flashed in their eyes. There were over 30 powers cooperating with the Freedom Alliance, yet Immortal Light claimed 10% of the Freedom Alliance's resources. Immortal Light's luck will run out soon. I'm sure the Freedom Alliance intends to redistribute its resources during this meeting, and not even Silent Entropy has as much authority in the Alliance as he used to, much less passing Monarch. I agree. Based on what insider information I've received, not only has the Freedom Alliance invited major powers like ours to this meeting, but it's also invited Giant's Heart from the Sea God's realm. Giant's Heart? You mean the guild that stole the Flare Fortress from the Pride Empire and the Fire Dragon Empire? The very same. Is there another Giant's Heart I don't know about? When the various representatives heard mention of Giant's Heart, their expressions darkened. They had never thought the superpower from the Sea God's realm would try to claim a piece of the pie. Ordinary players might not have heard of Giant's Heart, but the various major powers that paid constant attention to the shifts of power within God's domain will be quite familiar with the name by now. The superpower had successfully stolen a fortress from the Pride Empire, a super guild. With that move, Giant's Heart had proven that it was powerful enough to shake the various superpowers on the main continent. If Giant's Heart intervened in the Freedom Alliance's matters, it was almost certain to claim a large fraction of the Alliance's resources. Meanwhile, while the various major powers' representatives conversed, another fleet approached Starfall Island. Once they noticed the fleet, these representatives gaped shocked. This fleet consisted of 60-plus bronze speedboats, 11 mysterious iron speedboats, and 5 sailboats, 2 of which were bronze rank. This fleet was easily several times stronger than the various powers, and every ship bore the Giant's Heart Guild emblem on its sails. As these ships docked, over 1,000 players disembarked. Every one of these players was level 96 or above, with many at level 97. The weakest piece of equipment on these players was level 95 fine gold rank, and over a dozen of them wore level 95 fine gold set equipment. As for the several players leading the group, wore a minimum of 5 pieces of epic equipment. As these players walked through the port, the various major powers members unconsciously stepped aside to open a path. Amazing. Too amazing. So this is Giant's Heart. Read latest chapters at Xianxia World. Even if Zero Wing makes a personal appearance, Immortal Light will get nothing but the Freedom Alliance's scraps. These representatives couldn't help but admire the strength of Giant's Heart's fleet and members. Shortly after Giant's Heart's fleet docked, more ships appeared on the horizon. A sailboat, which was much larger than bronze sailboats and required 3 mainsails, led this small fleet. A faint layer of mana enveloped the entire sailboat. What is that? That sailboat is actually protected by a magic barrier. Wait, that's a mysterious iron sailboat. Chapter 23:31. Times have changed when someone had mentioned a mysterious iron sailboat. Silence descended on the port as everyone stared intently at the approaching fleet. A mysterious iron sailboat. Impossible. To small guilds and adventurer teams, sailboats were unattainable treasures, but that wasn't the case for the major powers on Starfall Island. Ordinary sailboats were nothing special, and bronze sailboats, at most, would earn a surprise glance. For major powers, it was only a matter of time before they had their own bronze sailboats. Many of them already had clues and information that would lead to bronze sailboats, and as long as they had the strength and were willing to put in the time and resources to follow these clues, it wouldn't be difficult to secure a bronze sailboat. Otherwise, so many powers wouldn't have acquired their own by now. However, mysterious iron-ranked sailboats were an entirely different story. Not one power had found a single clue pertaining to mysterious iron sailboats' locations, much less acquired one. Although there was only one rank between a mysterious iron sailboat and a bronze sailboat, the difference between the two boats' strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. A bronze sailboat had slightly stronger defense and firepower than an ordinary sailboat, but at mysterious iron rank, its defense would undergo a qualitative transformation. At that point, a sailboat could block Great Lord-ranked sea monsters' attacks without losing any durability. As players explored higher-level sea zones, they'd encounter Great Lord-ranked sea monsters more frequently. Coming across 2 or 3 Great Lords at a time might not be an issue, but even a bronze sailboat would lose some durability during a fight with 5 or 6 Great Lords. Without multiple ships, long journeys at sea would be impossible, as would exploring dangerous sea zones. Crap, it really is a mysterious iron sailboat. A mysterious iron sailboat. Our guild could practically move unhindered through a level 100 sea zone if we had one of those. Amazing. Whose fleet is that? They actually sent a mysterious iron sailboat to lead it. The various major powers couldn't help their shock and curiosity as they watched the gradually approaching storm sailboat. Aside from the up-and-coming superpower, Giant's Heart, they hadn't expected another power with the ability to field a mysterious iron sailboat to participate in this meeting on Starfall Island. The storm sailboat glided to a stop by one of the port's docks while the representatives quietly chatted amongst themselves. As Immortal Light's members stepped onto the dock, many players quickly recognized Sindhart. His arrival caused an instant sensation at the port. Sindhart? That mysterious iron sailboat belongs to Immortal Light? Impossible. How can a guild like Immortal Light have a mysterious iron sailboat? Our guild has thoroughly investigated Immortal Light. That guild doesn't even have a bronze sailboat, much less a mysterious iron sailboat. The various major powers that had cooperated with the Freedom Alliance for a while knew, more or less, details about their competitors, especially the powers that were on friendly terms with the Freedom Alliance's upper echelons. Since Immortal Light received 10% of the Freedom Alliance's resources, the other powers had paid particularly close attention to the guild. Thus, all of these representatives knew how powerful Immortal Light was as a guild. However, none of them knew how to rationalize the storm sailboat they saw before them. No, that's not it. I don't see Immortal Light's guild emblem on the sailboat. It wasn't long before one of the players noticed something amiss. Moreover, the person beside Sindhart looks like Zero Wings Yifeng. The declaration inspired everyone to take a closer look at the player accompanying Immortal Heart's guild leader. It's true. That's Zero Wings Yifeng. If that's the case, then the storm sailboat must be Zero Wings. Zero Wing is stronger than even the rumors have made it out to be. It actually possesses a mysterious iron sailboat. It seems Immortal Light has come prepared. So what if Immortal Light has Zero Wing support? Strength is everything on the ocean, and Zero Wing is only a pseudo-superpower on land. How could it possibly contend with naval guilds like ours? The various representatives sneered at Shurfeng and Immortal Light's members. The status quo wasn't the same as it had been at sea. In the past, a powerful ship had been a significant asset to a power. After all, the various naval powers barely had enough ships to form a full fleet back then. However, even third-rate powers had their own fleets by now, not to mention first-rate powers. So, that's the rumored Zero Wing? I hadn't expected it to have a mysterious iron sailboat as well. It's no wonder why it dared to provoke war blood on Dragonheart Island. A tall, handsome man some distance away from the port stated. The man wore Giant's Heart's guild emblem, and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes when he saw the storm sailboat. A mysterious iron sailboat is quite powerful, but unfortunately, it'll at most offer some convenience when grinding sea monsters. A single mysterious iron sailboat isn't enough to affect the power struggle at sea, a blue-haired woman added indifferently. Moreover, Zero Wing has provoked Starlink, which Old Undying has nurtured. Its future is quite bleak. Although Zero Wing's storm sailboat had indeed caused quite a commotion at Starfall Island's port, it was only a minor interlude to the Freedom Alliance's announcement regarding how it would redistribute its resources among its partners. Following which, the Freedom Alliance's members guided the various representatives to a reception room in the Freedom Alliance's residence on Starfall Island. Once everyone had arrived, the Freedom Alliance's 12 commanders entered and took their seats on the stage at the front of the room. These expert standards had clearly improved since the last time Shurfeng had attended one of the Freedom Alliance's meetings. This was especially true for the First Fleet's representatives, who sat in the center of the stage. Although the First Fleet had only sent 2 representatives, both were apex experts. The middle-aged man, the First Fleet's commander, was particularly powerful. The First Fleet's commander only looked to be around 40, but Shurfone could sense a wild energy deep within the man. He felt like a veteran mercenary that had seen countless battlefields before. He was also a level 97 berserker. A young man with short hair stood behind the commander. The assassin youth radiated a chilling aura, and even Sind Hart, who sat quite a distance away, felt an intense pressure from this youth. These two people alone would be more than enough to give the various superpowers a huge headache. It was no wonder why Silent Entropy, Passing Monarch, and the Freedom Alliance's other commanders had been overtaken. Since everyone's here, I'd like to begin with discussing our resource redistribution. Flame Robber, the First Fleet's commander, said as he swept his gaze over the gathered players. The resources under the Freedom Alliance's control have changed, and more powers have begun to target us. Hence, we have decided to re-examine our current partner's strength to ensure the safety of our future benefits. The method we will use to determine your strength is simple. We have stored some precious, non-bag space materials on Starfall Island, and we'd like you to deliver these materials to the Chaos Sea's Ghost City. As long as you arrive safely with the materials, you'll pass the test. The various representatives' expressions twisted when they heard Flame Robber's announcement. Even Sind Hart's expression turned dark. God's domain's dark forces ruled over the Chaos Sea, and the players in the area were lunatics who only thought of slaughter. Dark players in the Chaos Sea were particularly powerful. Some of them could even control sea monsters, using them as tools for transportation and combat. In the Chaos Sea, even an expert fleet would suffer tremendously, and some would simply be annihilated. Most of the various superpowers tried to avoid the sea zone at all costs. If Immortal Light, a guild that was barely considered a first-rate power on land, tried to sail through the Chaos Sea, it was almost guaranteed that the journey would be a one-way trip. Flame Robber must have lost his mind. Big Sis leaves. He actually set up such a brutal test. If we agree to this, we'll lose over 80% of our partners, including many of his own supporters. What is he thinking? A level 96 female cleric asked from her seat with the Fourth Fleet's members. As far as she was concerned, Flame Robber's decision might weaken the other fleet's influence in the Freedom Alliance, but it would also weaken First Fleet's. No, he hasn't gone mad. I'm afraid that Passing Monarch will get hit the hardest with this decision. 100 Leaves, the Fourth Fleet's current commander, said as she watched Passing Monarch, who wore a similarly ugly expression. At the same time, she couldn't help but applaud Flame Robber's determination. Passing Monarch's fleet consists of independent adventurer teams, none of which have any background or support from major corporations. Passing Monarch has gone to great lengths to strengthen Immortal Light as his supporter, but after this redistribution, he'll lose the guild. If that's the case, Passing Monarch might also lose his position among the top 5 fleets in the Freedom Alliance during the next resource competition. While most of the Freedom Alliance's fleet commanders celebrated Passing Monarch's misfortune, the tall, handsome man from Giant's Heart, who sat with the other representatives, shifted his gaze toward Shurfone. What a pity. I had hoped I would get to see the power of a mysterious iron sailboat, but it seems that won't be the case, the handsome man said, sighing. I told you that a single ship means nothing at sea, the blue-haired woman said, rolling her eyes. Let's get moving. Once the sun sets, the Chaos Sea will become far more dangerous. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU the handsome man fell silent and followed his companion out of the reception room. The other first-rate powers began to move as well. They might not be a match for the various naval superpowers and wouldn't survive a direct clash with the Chaos Sea's dark players, but if they were careful and lucky, they could pass this test. Brother Yifeng, it seems this trip has been a waste of your time. I hadn't expected the Freedom Alliance to set up such a vicious test. However, I still intend to try. The Chaos Sea is the Dark Forces territory, but with how vast it is, I might be able to avoid dark players if I'm lucky, Sind Hart said, gritting his teeth. The Freedom Alliance's resources were too important for Immortal Light to give up. He had to take this risk and try to pass the test. You don't need to take everything on yourself, Brother Hart. Zero Wing is Immortal Light's major shareholder, and this matter involves resources that my guild requires. Naturally, Zero Wing will participate as well, Shurfeng declared, shaking his head. He then glanced at Flame Robber, who had stood and was about to leave the room. Flame Robber had certainly played his cards well. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Chapter 2332, Steel Giant. I'll have to trouble you then, Brother Yifeng, Sinhart said. He felt both grateful and ashamed when Shurfeng had offered to help. Zero Wing's help was a large part of the reason that Immortal Light had acquired its current strength. Sinhart had thought that with Immortal Light's development, it could return the favor, more or less, but it seemed that the guild needed to rely on Zero Wing once again. However, Immortal Light's fleet would have a greater chance of reaching Ghost City with Zero Wing's storm sailboat. Sinhart then began to make the necessary arrangements for Immortal Light's remaining bronze speedboats and sailboat to meet him at Starfall Island for a final struggle. If Immortal Light could secure the Freedom Alliance's resources, it would qualify as a first-rate naval power. It might even become an overlord in the Apocalypse Empire. After all, the Freedom Alliance controlled 5 major cities in Sea's End, with more than double the resources it used to have. Moreover, it would likely acquire more as time passed. Naturally, Immortal Light could reap more benefits from its partnership with the Freedom Alliance as well. While Sinhart mobilized Immortal Light's experts, the other major powers began to do the same. After just 8 hours, sailboats and speedboats crowded Starfall Island's port. The spectacular scene stupefied the adventurer teams and guilds that rested on the island. More than 30 expert fleets had docked, and the weakest ship among them was a bronze speedboat. Moreover, the weakest fleet had a minimum of 30 bronze speedboats and 3 sailboats. If these fleets cooperated, they could even take on level 90 plus Mythic ranked sea monsters. Of all of the fleets present, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly Giant's Heart's. Giant's Heart's fleet consisted of 100 bronze speedboats, over 20 mysterious iron speedboats, and 10 sailboats. Of the 10 sailboats, 4 bronze rank. Not even the Freedom Alliance's first fleet had such combat power, yet this wasn't all that Giant's Heart possessed. Giant's Heart is terrifyingly powerful. It's no wonder why it defeated Pride Empire and the Fire Dragon Empire. 100 Leaves, who watched the ships gather from one of Starfall Town's lookout towers, commented as she inspected Giant's Heart's fleet. Giant's Heart had sought out Passing Monarch to cooperate, but Passing Monarch was too stubborn and refused the offer. He's likely regretting his decision to continue his partnership with Immortal Light. Even the Sacred Temple was afraid of the naval power Giant's Heart displayed. If Passing Monarch had agreed to work with the guild, he could have competed for the first fleet position. However, Passing Monarch had given this opportunity to Flame Robber. Big Sis Leaves, are we really going to hold back the guild's strength? 1. The female cleric beside 100 Leaves anxiously asked. Our position in the Freedom Alliance isn't stable enough. If we openly rely on the guild's strength, even a fool would realize that we're members of the Sacred Temple, not just a team with the guild's support, 100 Leaves said, shaking her head. She then turned towards Silent Entropy's group nearby with a bright smile. Flame Robber might have Giant's Heart support, but Silent Entropy won't just take this lying down. All we need to do is watch those two go at each other's throats and wait for an opportune moment. When Sinhart saw the various major powers' fleets from the port, he suddenly felt tiny. Immortal Light was a top-ranked naval power in the Apocalypse Empire, but if it weren't for the storm sailboat, it would be the weakest power here. Even Shurfeng was surprised when he saw the multiple fleets. He hadn't expected God's domain's naval powers to develop so quickly, especially Giant's Heart. Even on Dragonheart Island, very few powers could contend with the guild. Dragonheart Island's powers weren't limited to the human variety. Many neutral powers also operated from the island, including super first-rate guilds and super guilds. Once the fleets were ready, the Freedom Alliance's members began to move crate after crate of cargo onto the various powers' ships. When the representatives saw the cargo, they were stunned into a moment of silence. How is this possible? They want us to transport Primal Voidstone. There's so many Primal Voidstones here. Has the Freedom Alliance discovered a primal void vein? Everyone was shocked when they saw the translucent crystals within the crates. All of these players were either experts or upper echelons from major powers, so they had seen many precious items in God's domain. However, they couldn't help their astonishment when they saw the Primal Void Stones. Primal Void Stone was a top-tier material that could be used to construct all sorts of high-ranked workshops. Primal Void Stone could absorb mana from the void, and although the amount it could store was minute, this mana could enhance players' mental processing, which was particularly useful to lifestyle players when they produced items. Buildings made with Primal Void Stone could also help combat players when training their skill or spell completion rates. Hence, the various large guilds have been desperately collecting Primal Void Stone to construct training rooms or workshops within their guild towns to help their members improve. Unfortunately, Primal Void Stone was a non-bag space item and incredibly rare. Collecting enough stones to construct a training room was a dream at this stage of the game. And yet, the Freedom Alliance revealed that it had so many available. Why wouldn't this shock the various major powers present? Seeing so many Primal Void Stones even stunned Foam. He hadn't thought that the Freedom Alliance would have so many in its possession. The various superpowers had treated buildings constructed with Primal Void Stone as sacred places for their players to improve skill or spell completion rates and craft items during his previous life. However, due to the scarcity of the stone, even those superpowers had only been able to construct a small number of buildings. Hence, the Superpowers Guild members had exclusive access to these buildings, and some of these superpowers hadn't even given access to their low-ranked members. It's no wonder why they want us to head to Ghost City. Feng immediately understood the Freedom Alliance's plans when he saw the crate's contents. Primal Void Stone could be used for more than constructing buildings. It would also be helpful when improving certain dark players' bloodline density. Hence, Primal Void Stone was extremely popular among dark players, who were generally willing to pay 3 or 4 times more than the market price. I'm sure that you've all seen the Primal Void Stones. As you've probably guessed, the Freedom Alliance has taken control of a Primal Void Vein, Flame Robber suddenly announced, smiling. However, the vein's output is quite high, which makes it difficult to transfer all of the stones. Not even the Freedom Alliance can monopolize all of the stones. Thus, we wish to share our harvest with a sufficiently powerful partner. In return, the Freedom Alliance will only ask for half of the generated profits. Not only will this delivery test to Ghost City determine who qualifies to remain a partner with the Freedom Alliance, but we also hope to use the results to find a suitable collaborator for the Primal Void Veins products. Whoever among you delivers their shipment to Ghost City first will be invited to work with the Freedom Alliance regarding the Primal Void Vein. I do not believe any of our commanders are opposed to this, correct? As Flame Robber finished speaking, he glanced at the Freedom Alliance's fleet commanders beside him. Although he seemed as if he were asking for their opinions, he had no intention to negotiate. How despicable! Which commander would dare oppose such an idea under such circumstances? The female cleric behind 100 Leaves quietly cursed. Flame Robber was clearly trying to hand the share of the Primal Void Vein to Giant's Heart. Silent Entropy, who had seemed relatively calm, revealed an ugly expression. On the other hand, the other commanders silently celebrated the decision. The Primal Void Vein's harvest would be distributed according to rank, with the first and second fleets gaining the most benefits. The remaining fleets would only acquire a small percentage of the goods, so it didn't really matter if they shared the harvest with a foreign power. This distribution would only harm the top-ranked fleets. None of the various major powers voiced any complaints. Even a fool could tell that Flame Robber was trying to ensure that Giant's Heart received these resources. Anyone that objected now would be setting themselves up for the Freedom Alliance to sever their relationship. Since none of his fellow commanders had anything to say, Flame Robber announced the beginning of the test. Like a raging tide, the various major powers' fleets swarmed toward the Chaos Sea. They all wanted to reach Ghost City by nightfall. Not only would the Chaos Sea's dark players have more of an advantage at night, but more sea monsters would become active as well. We should go, Brother Yiphone. As Sinheart watched the various fleets leave the port, he, too, felt an urgent need to move. "Hold on a second. I have something I'd like to ask Commander Flame Robber before we leave," Shifeng said. Instead of hurrying as everyone else did, he turned to Flame Robber nearby and asked, "Commander Flame, to acquire partnership rights for the Primal Void Vein, we only need to be the first to deliver our shipment of Void Stones to Ghost City. Is that correct?" Shifeng's question confused the fleet commanders and the representatives that lingered. Why is he asking such a question? Does he think the situation is unfair? What's unfair about it? Strength is everything in God's domain. If he thinks this is unfair, he can bring it up with Giant's Heart. We watch as they beat this brat to death. He has helped Passing Monarch quite a bit in the past. Does he think Passing Monarch will do something to return the favor? All of the Freedom Alliance's commanders remembered Shifeng, especially Identical Summer, the original Second Fleet's commander. It was Shifeng's interference that he had fallen to the 5th Fleet position. Identical Summer wanted nothing more than watch Shifeng die. Passing Monarch, on the other hand, could only offer a bitter smile. Even Flame Robber was puzzled as to why Shifeng had asked such a question. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, that's right. So long as you're the first to deliver your shipment of Primal Void Stones to Ghost City, you'll become the Freedom Alliance's partner regarding the Primal Void Vein, Flame Robber firmly stated. "Ah, then I can rest assured," Shifeng said, smiling before he walked toward the crates assigned to Immortal Light. Rest assured, everyone's confusion grew as they watched Shifeng leave. They couldn't figure out what Flame Robber had said to assure him. Shifeng then moved to a clearing near Immortal Light's shipment. He placed a hand on his bag and began to chant an incantation. 2 seconds later, a crimson, steel ship appeared above him. Even the storm sailboat looked insignificant compared to the gigantic steel beast. However, that wasn't what fascinated the players watching. What held their attention was the fact that this steel ship was floating above the ground. Chapter 2333, Starfall Shaken, a flying ship. How is this possible? The Crimson Dragon flying ship's appearance sent Starfall Island into an uproar. The Freedom Alliance's commanders and the players that rested on the island stared at the steel giant with dropped jaws. By now, practically every God's Domain player was familiar with the concept of flying ships. Players who lived in or had visited an NPC city that had an airport would have seen flying ships soar through the sky, and almost every player that had seen one dreamed of one day traveling through God's Domain aboard their own flying ship. Zero Wing actually has a flying ship. Big Sis leaves. Short Clarity, the female cleric standing behind 100 Leaves, exclaimed, staring at the distant Crimson Dragon flying ship in astonishment. Am I dreaming? Everyone, ordinary and superpowers alike, was desperately searching for flying mounts nowadays. Naturally, the Sacred Temple was no exception, but it had yet to find a single one. And yet, Zero Wing already had a flying ship. For a moment, Short Clarity wondered if the main god system were playing a joke on her. A flying ship. It's no wonder why Zero Wing dared to provoke both Warblood and Starlink on Dragonheart Island. 100 Leaves was similarly shocked. Zero Wing has fooled everyone. Although Dragonheart Island was very far away from Sea's End, as one of the Sacred Temple's upper echelons, 100 Leaves would have been informed of matters on Dragonheart Island. The Sacred Temple had launched a detailed investigation on Zero Wing. It was the first guild in God's Domain to obtain a flying mount, after all, which would have a major impact on the game. However, after watching Zero Wing blatantly provoke Warblood and Starlink, even the Sacred Temple had begun to wonder where Zero Wing found its confidence. A flying mount might possess incredible combat power and significantly reduce players' travel time, but it was only a mount. It did not have enough combat power for a single player to face an entire superpower, much less two. However, the same couldn't be said for a flying ship. Such a vessel was a bona fide war weapon. Sinhart, who stood a short distance from Shifeng, was just as stupefied. The two great experts behind him couldn't even piece a thought together as they stared at the Crimson Dragon flying ship. They had been able to accept the fact that Shifeng had the storm sailboat. The guild had revealed that it owned a bronze sailboat a long time ago, after all. It wasn't that surprising to learn that Zero Wing had a mysterious iron sailboat. But Feng had just pulled a flying ship from his bag. What was up with that? Meanwhile, Feng quickly loaded the primal void stones on the Crimson Dragon flying ship. Silence descended on the port as the nearby payers watched him do it. To everyone's surprise, the shipment that would require 3 sailboats to transport fit on the single Crimson Dragon flying ship. "Brother Hart, let's go," Feng called out once he finished transferring the crates. Feng's shout shook everyone from their stupor. Sind Hart replied with a stiff nod, robotically following Feng as he boarded the flying ship. Once Immortal Light's other members figured out what was happening, they scurried aboard the flying ship as well. As everyone watched, over 100 Immortal Light members took their places on the Crimson Dragon flying ship. From the flying ship's deck, Immortal Light's members noticed the spectators' envious gazes. At the moment, they felt as if they had reached the peak of their lifetimes. Crap! Immortal Light's members are so lucky. They actually get to ride a flying ship. I wish I could ride the flying ship, too. My friends would die from jealousy if they saw me on one. I knew I should have joined Zero Wing. The crowd at the port wanted nothing more than to drag Immortal Light's members off the Crimson Dragon flying ship and take their place, but when they saw the patrolling NPC soldiers, they abandoned the idea. Good. Let's set off. Once Immortal Light's members were on board, Feng piloted the Crimson Dragon flying ship, and it slowly ascended into the air. As the flying ship rose roughly a kilometer above the ground, he ramped up the engine. The flying ship transformed into a crimson blur as it shot forth, crossing 300 yards in the blink of an eye. It was far faster than an extraordinary flying mount. After a few short seconds, the Crimson Dragon flying ship vanished over the horizon. So that was a flying ship? It's insanely fast. Giant's heart won't stand a chance against Immortal Light. Cool. That flying ship was so cool. No matter what, I've got to join Zero Wing. After watching the Crimson Dragon flying ship fly off, a commotion erupted among the independent players and Major Powers members on Starfall Island. They had all known that flying ships were powerful, but they hadn't expected the vessel to be this powerful. Speedboats and sailboats were little more than snails compared to a flying ship. Furthermore, the flying ship's capacity for non-bag space items was unbeatable. The remaining representatives on the island stared after the flying ship with wide, bulging eyes. They had never dreamed that a land-based guild would pull such a move against them. A flying ship? That's impossible. Players can't get their hands on such an item. Just how did Zero Wing do it? The blue-haired woman on one of Giant's Heart's bronze sailboats exclaimed, surprised and confused after watching the Crimson Dragon flying ship soar over Giant's Heart's fleet. The Sea God's realm was one of the strongest otherworlds. Players from the otherworld had even more access to resources, legacies, and information than those on the main continent. The only thing the Sea God's realm lacked, compared to the main continent, was technology. The Sea God's realm simply didn't have the resources to support its lifestyle players as the main continent did. The otherworld's lifestyle classes even struggled to produce secret silver equipment. Despite the advantages the Sea God's realm's players possessed, a flying ship was still out of their reach, yet Zero Wing had one of its own. She couldn't understand how this had happened. Zero Wing, is it? The handsome man beside the blue-haired woman revealed a rare smile as he watched the Crimson Dragon flying ship fade into the distance. This is interesting. I wonder what the boss will do with this information. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Once the flying ship was gone, the Freedom Alliance's commanders revealed a myriad of expressions. Some commanders were enraged, while others rejoiced. Some expressed their admiration, and some voiced their envy. Passing Monarch's luck is impressive. Flame Robber has gone to great lengths to set up this ploy, yet it's turned around to bite him. 100 Leaves surmised, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes as she glanced at Passing Monarch. Regardless of what would happen to the Crimson Dragon flying ship in the future, there was no doubt that Immortal Light would win the partnership rights to the Primal Void Vein. At that time, Immortal Light was guaranteed to grow stronger, which would, in turn, bolster Passing Monarch's authority in the Freedom Alliance. What should we do about the Crimson Dragon flying ship? Big Sis leaves. Short Clarity asked, "We don't have the authority to decide that. We'll just report these events to the higher-ups," 100 Leaves said, an excited brightening her expression. A flying ship. This news will shake the very foundation of God's domain. Chapter 23:34. Start of a new era. Shortly after Feng piloted the Crimson Dragon flying ship away from Starfall Island, the various major powers members frantically began to report to their superiors. At this point, none of them paid any mind to the Freedom Alliance's decision to re-evaluate its partners. After all, the appearance of a flying ship represented the start of a new era. Guild leader, guess what I just saw on Starfall Island? A flying ship. Someone already obtained a flying ship. What? Don't believe me? I'll send you a video of it. You'll know once you see it. That flying ship is amazing. Excitement sparked among the independent players and various powers members on Starfall Island as they discussed the Crimson Dragon flying ship. When the various powers' upper echelons received the reports, they lost their minds. Thus far, they only knew of one flying mount in a player's possession right now, let alone a flying ship. How could someone have already obtained a flying ship? However, when these upper echelons saw the video clips from their subordinates, they were utterly dumbfounded. Passion, envy, greed. These emotions overwhelmed the various major powers' upper echelons as they watched the recordings of the Crimson Dragon flying ship. Almost immediately, they ordered all-out investigations on Zero Wing. They were all determined to learn how Zero Wing had gotten its hands on the flying ship. Some powers even offered a reward of several epic weapons and equipment for any information related to the vessel on the public forums. When Feng saw the posts, the rewards even tempted him, and for a moment, he even considered selling the information himself. While these major powers looked into Zero Wing and its Crimson Dragon flying ship, Feng's group reached the expansive Chaos Sea. The Chaos Sea was the Dark Forces territory, and the sea zone was a mess of chaotic and violent energy, which was harmful to normal players' mental states. It wouldn't affect dark players, however. Rather, it would strengthen them, which was why normal players tended to avoid the area. As a sea zone, the Chaos Sea was a dangerous place to grind. Once enemy players surrounded newcomers, there'd be nowhere to run for cover. The Chaos Sea was a forbidden land for normal players. The instant the Crimson Dragon flying ship crossed into the Chaos Sea, Sindhart and his companions felt an indescribable weight bear down on them. Their senses became less sensitive as well, which made it impossible to exhibit their normal combat power. So this is the Chaos Sea? Sindhart was relieved he was aboard the Crimson Dragon flying ship as he gazed at the thin layer of fog that covered the ocean below. The Chaos Sea was far more dangerous than he had expected. The thin fog that covered the water wasn't actual fog. It was the physical manifestation of some kind of chaotic energy. This chaotic energy had a powerful influence on normal players. While surrounded by the fog, he could, at most, see up to 1,000 yards away. However, it wouldn't affect dark players in the slightest. In other words, dark players would discover normal players in the Chaos Sea long before normal players could realize they were being targeted. The dark players would have the initiative in battle, and normal players would have no way to escape. After a few minutes, Sindhart and the others noticed a group of players ganging up on a level 93 Mythic ranked sea monster. Every one of those players rode an 8-meter-tall demonic creature into battle. Players had nicknamed these demonic creatures mini-sea monsters. The demonic creatures were incredibly powerful, with the weakest among them possessing the strength of a lord. The stronger creatures could even rival a great lord's strength. They were far more powerful than land mounts. Meanwhile, bombarded by the fierce attacks of several hundred demonic creatures, the level 93 Mythic sea monster rapidly lost HP. Oceania demonic creatures might not have as much attack power as an actual ship, but they were easily more mobile. Moreover, they could easily tank a Mythic sea monster's attacks with their high HPs and player-made armor. It was only a matter of time before the level 93 Mythic sea monster fell. "They're looking this way. They discovered us," Thankfully, we're flying. If we were sailing, they'd likely annihilate us. Immortal Light's members felt an immense pressure bear down on them as they watched the dark players below. Even the lowest level player among those dark players was level 95, and they all radiated auras that were as strong as great lords of the same level. If these several hundred dark players attacked with their demonic creatures, they could likely decimate an entire expert fleet. Meanwhile, countless dark teams of their caliber filled the Chaos Sea. Just the thought of sailing through all of those players made their scalps tingle. Fortunately, Immortal Light's members rode Zero Wing's flying ship. Even if those dark players had noticed them, they couldn't do anything about it. The dark players could only stare as they flew away. The dark players fighting the Mythic sea monster were even more shocked than Immortal Light's players. A flying ship? What's going on? I thought only one player in God's domain has found a flying mount thus far. How does someone already have a flying ship? They're not here to kill steel, are they? The dark players nervously watched the steel giant fly across the sky. They were all afraid that the vessel's pilot had set their sights on their team. Their team had gone to great lengths to locate this mythic sea monster, and they were banking on it to elevate their overall combat power so they could contest for better hunting grounds later. If that flying ship decided to steal the kill, they'd only be able to cry as they watched someone else claim their prey. None of them were afraid of a fight, but a battle was only worth fighting if they had a chance. Read latest chapters at Xianxia World. A flying ship was a war weapon and an overlord of the sky. Its combat power was on an entirely different level. Their demonic creatures wouldn't be much help, either. Demonic creatures were quite mobile, but they had very few long-range attacks. If the Crimson Dragon flying ship stopped 400 or 500 meters above them and bombarded the team from there, they wouldn't have any means to retaliate. As the Crimson Dragon flying ship drifted out of sight, the dark players breathed a sigh of relief and continued their raid on the level 93 mythic sea monster with peace of mind. The Chaos Sea was large enough that it could contain multiple land-based empires. Even a bronze sailboat would need more than a day to travel from Starfall Island to Ghost City. However, the Crimson Dragon flying ship could complete the journey in several hours. As the city came into sight, Sindhart felt as if he were dreaming.